There we go. We're back, guys. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. And if you're on YouTube, you're probably in no man's land right now, looking for where the fuck our stream is. So hopefully you're sticking with our. Oh, Ally Quinta gets dropped. So for those of you that are still with us, Quinta's hurt. Quinta's really hurt. Quinta's looking to get stopped here in the first round. Quinta's got to do something. He's not doing anything. Quinta gets dropped and then covers up in a shell. And because of that, Mark Goddard had no choice. Mark Goddard had no choice at that point but to stop the fight. So Bobby Green does what the bookkeeper said he would do as a 2-to-1 favorite. He stops Ally Quinta, and his beautiful beard is in front and center as he raises his hands in victory. Wow, 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 wow. Little straight left and then a right. Nice right, and that drops Ally Quinta to the ground. And within 10 seconds, boom, Quinta's just down. Unreal, unreal. Wow. And that was a quick stoppage. For those of you that we lost, apologies, our stream went down temporarily. It's back up again. And we just saw Bobby Green land a left and a right to drop Ally Quinta. Ally Quinta goes down, and as Bobby Green's on top of him delivering hammer fists, Quinta has no response, and then Quinta starts just covering up. And when you cover up like that, there's nothing that the referee, in this case Mark Goddard, can do but stop the fight. If you're not offering any resistance, any counterattack, any attempt to escape the position, there's nothing they can do. So with that in mind, we have a stoppage.
Guys, so sorry that the stream went down then. We lost some Wi-Fi. I don't know what happened. Apologies for that. Glad to have so many of you back with us. We're going to get all of this sorted. Thank you all so much for coming back and joining us for this one. Really appreciate it.
Okay, so the next fight is this one I'm really looking forward to, because this dude is meant to have just absolute fucking cinder blocks in his hands. This is Alex Pereira. And Alex Pereira is going to be fighting Andreas Michailidis. Before we get to that, though, we're going to have the details of Quinta losing. This got to hurt for Quinta as well, because he's losing in front of his hometown. He's been brought, not his hometown, his home state, but he's been brought in as the New York representative in his home state, and he goes down in the first round pretty easily to Bobby Green. What does this say about Quinta? To me, Quinta is now getting into that space of the Cowboy Cerrone. You know, he's in the same, maybe Tony Ferguson isn't quite there yet, but you have these veterans that have had a pretty illustrious career that are coming to the end and selecting how to end their careers. And so with Cowboy Cerrone, you know, he's on a 4 or 5 fight losing streak. He may have won a fight somewhere in there, but certainly his most important fights he's lost. You look at Ally Quinta, he's lost his last couple fights. Who else is in that? Tony Ferguson is not quite there yet. We still don't know to what degree Ferguson is at the end of his career. And, you know, I say that respectfully because everyone gets to the end of their career. But Quinta is now at that place where he gets dropped by a 1-2 in the first round by Bobby Green and finished without any resistance.
Beautiful 1-2. Yeah. Bobby Green going down. Guys, for anyone rejoining the stream, sorry that we just went down. This is Homie and the Dude. Bobby Green just taking a dominant victory there. And that is that the last of our prelims, or do we have uno mas? I believe we have uno mas.
That is, we have one more. We have the
Pereira fight.
The main, let's say the main fight of the prelims, and that is the Alex Pereira fight against Andreas Michailidis. And this is the one that there's a little bit of a hype train behind this as well. We're all sort of fascinated to see if, remember, Pereira was kickboxing and was knocking people cold, lefts and rights. So he has absolute dynamite in both hands, knocking people cold with full kickboxing gloves. He now puts on the 4-ounce UFC gloves, and let's see how that translates when he fights Andreas Michailidis, because that sounds like when you take some cushion, some padding out of those gloves, that it would be even more devastating, in theory. But we'll see what happens. For those of you that are with us, just drop a line in the chat just to say who you are and who you're here to see. Any questions that you have, any shit you want to talk, um, pop it in the chat so that we can respond to it. This is a community uh, engagement to watch this MMA fight. So drop your shit in the chat and let's fucking talk a little bit. I'm particularly interested in this fight with Pereira and Andreas Michailidis. This is going to be something that may be setting the stage for Pereira to fight Israel Adesanya at some point down the road.
I agree with that. I think that's exactly what they're trying to do with this. They're trying to tee up that Israel Adesanya fight. Alex was one of the ones who knocked out Israel Adesanya, says Juan Farias. Yeah, Juan, you're right. Alex was one of the ones who knocked out. He was the one who knocked out Israel.
And he's got 2 victories over Adesanya. So here's the question. If they were to ever match up, and I'm not saying that Pereira is near a fight with Adesanya, you know, that might be, we're looking at probably 2 years down the road if Pereira performs to a level where he's beating high-level middleweights. And Adesanya is continuing as a champion. But if that were to happen, if that fight happens, let's just think about it this way. We have to acknowledge that Adesanya has been in MMA longer than Alex Pereira. However, does Adesanya have that much of a ground game advantage over Pereira? And my answer is he might have a little bit more of a defensive ground game advantage, but probably not a lot.
Not mounted, no.
So, and as far as him sort of taking charge of attacking on the ground, I'm not sure if that actually exists. So, in that case, does it become a standing fight again? And the last 2 times they fought standing, Pereira wins the fight.
Yeah.
So this is the big dilemma that we're.
It's whether Izzy can do enough to put him up against the cage, make it dirty, and show him what MMA is, or whether Pereira can keep him at distance and put the same hurting on him he did the first time.
Well, let me ask you this: kickboxing versus MMA. Israel Adesanya's kickbox or his MMA game right now with all of his kicks. So if you harken back to the Paulo Costa fight and how he mixed kicks and strikes, feints, movement, all of that. Are all of those kicks what he could have done in a kickboxing fight against Pereira?
Yeah, I reckon so. Yeah.
So it's an equivalent skill set.
Yeah.
That they would both bring in. If neither one of them wants to take the other one down, which you got to think. Unless Adesanya thinks, you know, the guy just does not have any wrestling, any ground game at all, I'll take him down and I'll use that as an advantage.
Hold him down.
Otherwise, it becomes the 3rd fight between the 2 of them. Except this time they're fighting with 4-ounce gloves.
Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Guys, let us know what your thoughts are on Israel Adesanya versus Alex Pereira. Let us know who you think wins that fight. And for what reasons. For those of you that are refinding the stream, apologies for that. Share this link out. Let's get some more people up in here. We've got about 20 of you wonderful bunch here with us right now. We're watching some great footage right now of Kamaru Usman in Nigeria celebrating with some of his people, and it's absolutely beautiful. And we're getting into the main card coming up just after this final prelims fight.
And the whole run-up right now is super strong fights. It's just great fight after great fight after great fight. And the matchmaking and the way that they put this card together is pretty impressive. If we look at, if we took the last fight, Chris Curtis versus Phil Hawes, that's a great fight. But, Iaquinta versus Bobby Green that's a name fight. Let's say that's a name recognition fight. Everyone after this is the same thing as well, including Justin Gaethje, who's walking in right now, looking cool, looking calm, and wearing some sort of it looks like a purplish hoodie that is, it's cool. It's got a little bit of fashion to it. He's looking good. He's looking good. Justin Gaethje is, a fighter that has evolved in his style. So you remember his first few fights against the likes of Michael Johnson and others that he just was willing to go in there and bang with and prove that he could take a punch better and give a punch better. And then he met Eddie Alvarez and found that that strategy didn't work. The very next fight against Dustin Poirier, the exact same strategy didn't work. So when I go in there and I just blast away, that strategy comes up against two fighters that have a skill set that can overcome that. And then at that point, after he loses to Poirier, he starts like reconfiguring his style. And that's where Trevor Whitman comes in, starts really taking apart his striking in a way that makes him a little bit more tactical, a little bit less hittable, a little bit more of a tactician, a surgeon with the striking,
as opposed to a brawler.
As opposed to a brawler.
Hey Shane, sorry we lost the stream, man. Pleasure to have you back. Sorry about that. Glad you're able to find the link. Apologies everyone that we just went down.
Just to give you an idea of, as we're talking about Gaethje, his record since those two losses to Eddie Alvarez and Dustin Poirier, he knocks out James Vick, and that was just a clinical knockout. He knocks out Edson Barbosa, doesn't take a hell of a lot of punishment. The real moment that we thought, okay, we've seen him turn the corner was against Tony Ferguson. And it was the fight that changed Tony Ferguson's career. We don't know if Tony Ferguson will ever be the same again. He hasn't been the same since. And so Gaethje then goes on to lose to Khabib. We remember that as well. He hasn't fought since he lost to Khabib. But that level of striking is what he's going to bring into the cage against Michael Chandler. And also, by the way, Chandler has proven that he can get clipped. You know, he gets hit behind the ear. He gets
multiple times by multiple people.
So more so than Gaethje. Gaethje hasn't been sort of dropped and stopped like that before. No. He's more of a. So he did lose to Alvarez, a knee to Alvarez. He did lose to Dustin Poirier. He gets crumpled by Poirier. So, but both of those were more volume knockouts. Than straight explosive one-punch knockouts like Chandler did against Dan Hooker. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out with one of the feature fights of the night, Justin Gaethje versus Michael Chandler, but positioned as the first fight of the main card.
I was going to say, I believe that could have been co-main event if the Zhang Weili fight wasn't on on this card. I think that would have been co-main.
I totally agree.
But, you know, one that we can really, really look forward to. And, guys, you know, I'm sure you're all really, really hyped about this card as we are. If you're just joining us for the stream tonight, we had to shut down stream. We're back up now, though. This is Homie and the Dude. We're the father and son TTRPG and MMA podcasting team. If you've enjoyed any of the stream tonight, please, guys, hit us with the subscribe on YouTube, follow on Facebook, all that kind of stuff. Otherwise, sit back, enjoy the live commentary, and guys, get active in the chat. Let us know who you're here to support, who you want to win, who you're you know, striving to be the champ tonight. Is it Rose Namajunas or Zhang Weili? Do you want it to be Kamaru Usman or Colby Covington? Let us know, guys. Get loud in that chat. We have about 20 of you beautiful people right now.
Yeah, and it's not just those two, but like, who do you want to fight for the lightweight championship after the Poirier-Oliveira fight?
Yeah, and you know, I think if anyone deserves it, it's Justin Gaethje. It would be great to see him get the win tonight and progress on to face either the winner of Oliveira-Poirier.
Because you're saying Chandler's gotten the Dana White privilege.
He's gotten the easy walkthrough for sure. He's stumbled into this position of. You know, he's already fought for the belt once.
Which is crazy.
He
beats Hooker, but Hooker's now getting beaten.
Yeah, Hooker, just got absolutely dominated by Makhachev.
But he also got beat by Poirier before that. He gets stopped by Barbosa, I think, before that. So Hooker has a few losses. Wasn't like Hooker was a true, like, #1 contender that Michael Chandler beat. And then it was like, oh, well, he beat the best, so now he needs to fight the champion.
Yeah, I hear you.
But I say, here's the thing about Chandler. He presents really well. He's a good-looking guy. He's well-spoken. He's got a fucking Adonis body.
He understands the machine. He understands being a product and being, like, part of the machine and stuff. He's all over that and understands it.
Apparently, he was signed to. I think Daniel Cormier mentioned at one time that he was assigned to a pretty monster contract. So his contract as a first-time UFC fighter was, substantially different,
Larger than a lot of other UFC fighters.
than a young fighter that, let's say, has won, I don't know, 6 or 7 fights in a row at a local circuit, that comes in through the Contender Series or comes in through a Cage Warriors or some other form system. They come on a contract that is a world different than what Chandler came in on.
Juan saying they think that Justin is going to win by TKO in round 2. I love that prediction. Great prediction. Juan on Facebook saying that. Who's on Team Chandler for this? Do we have any Team Chandlers tonight? Is anyone here to support Michael Chandler? And if you are, let us know, because I know that I'm internally Team Gaethje for sure.
Yeah, I think internally, I guess I am too. But if Chandler blows out Gaethje,
that's not a bad thing. Yeah.
No, that says something to me.
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
That says that Chandler's ready for another run, last run at it.
Still like Justin Gaethje.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, I think whoever wins that fight is legitimately deserving of the next challenge to the lightweight championship after Poirier and Oliveira fight.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, who's after? You've got Dariush, you've got Chimaev, Ferguson's sort of falling further and further back. I think it's basically Dariush and these 4 that are and Chimaev. So that makes 6 fighters that are basically on the doorstep, and 4 of them are fighting in the next 2 months. So out of those 4, we get 2 winners. I'd like to see Chimaev fight Dariush.
Yeah.
And let's clean that up.
I would what, in lightweight? Chimaev? Chimaev's welterweight.
Chimaev is, oh, you're right. No, it's Makhachev. Sorry, Makhachev. I'd like to see, yeah, good one. I'd like to see Makhachev fight Dariush. And
I would like to see Makhachev fight Dariush as well. Who do you guys think Makhachev should fight next?
I mean, it makes sense because the other 4 top lightweights are fighting.
Yeah.
So unless Makhachev waits it out, and even if he waits it out, you got to think the winners of those 2 are going to fight each other for the championship. So that means he might have to wait it out for a year before he gets a shot. He needs to fight again. Yeah. I think he fights the loser of one of these next 2, these 2 big fights, these elimination fights, or he fights Dariush, and he could fight Dariush soon. He could fight Dariush by like January.
I mean, yeah, from the amount of damage he took, he should probably be getting back in the cage. Like
he didn't take anything.
Yeah, I mean,
did Hooker land a punch? I don't think Hooker landed a punch.
No. I think Islam wants the winner of Poirier Chandler, but I think
Poirier Oliveira.
Sorry, what did I say?
Chandler.
I meant Charles. Sorry. Yeah, I think that's a really, really important fight, and I think, does Islam deserve it?
No.
I don't know.
No.
No. You think he needs to go through Dariush first?
He needs one more fight.
But when we're giving Chandler title shots,
that's a fair point.
Yeah.
No. I mean, but Chandler gets title shots for different. He gets title shots for fucking
being a Bellator champ and coming over.
And also, I mean, it just makes sense to the promotion. Look, we all want the promotion to be as much of a meritocracy as possible for someone that deserves to have the title shot. Like if it was a meritocracy, Leon Edwards would be in the fucking ring tonight.
Yeah.
He's not there. Yeah. So Leon Edwards has won 9 in a row.
Yeah.
And he still now has to fight.
And Colby has only won 1 in the last 2 years.
Yeah. So this promotion isn't a meritocracy. It's about selling, and it's about putting together exciting fights that the fans want to see, and they do that, and that's great. Yet the Makhachev, and that does talk to Makhachev being the champion. However, does the UFC want Makhachev to be the champion? Because Makhachev's style is different than a Poirier style, is different than a fucking Justin Gaethje style.
It's not a stand and bang. It's more of a Khabib, grind them down, beat them down, and wrestle them into a pulp until eventually you come out with a belt and the person's soul claimed forever.
Like literally forever. Yeah, and it's like, at some point, I think there's a part of the world that loved Khabib, and there's a part of the world that like, we would hear it. We would hear it in chats like, oh, well,
Mm.
fucking all he's gonna do is wrestle.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude, that is all he's gonna do, and no one can stop it. But as
literally.
far as like the viewing, the casual
Yeah,
viewer, they're like, oh, this is so boring.
yeah,
Like all they're doing is hanging on each other.
yeah, for sure. Here we go.
So we're seeing some highlights of Alex Pereira, and Pereira just drops people. Like
Fists of Fury.
he just has clubs for hands, and he's fighting Andreas Michailidis. Michailidis is 13-4, and is a solid middleweight. So
He's wild though. He's wild. He's got wild exchanges, wild combos, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Michailidis is so wild and so like swinging wide with his arms that
yeah,
I think Pereira is gonna come straight down the pipe and just bop him with a couple straight down the middle, and we'll be done pretty quickly. I reckon this is gonna be a short one. I'm calling this second round.
all right. I'm not gonna fight you.
I ain't gonna fight you.
I ain't gonna fight
You agree with me?
Yeah, I ain't gonna fight you.
That's fair.
Yeah, I just saw just in the clips, Michailidis is a lot more rounded in his punches, and Pereira is just a killer. He's an absolute assassin. He's a sniper with a bazooka, 2 bazookas. Can you imagine sniping
He's
with a
so
bazooka?
long, and his hands like if you look at his build,
Yeah.
he's almost like Israel Adesanya. That he's that perfect build. I wonder how much of this is like him led towards knowing that he can beat Izzy on the feet, and so he's just like, as long as I can get there, I can just beat Izzy on the feet.
Mm.
But if you're Israel Adesanya, all you do is practice shooting.
Against, you mean if you fight Pereira?
Yeah.
You would think so. I'm just gonna see who he lost to and how he lost because he's 3-1. So let's just see. I'm gonna guess that he lost in some sort of unless it was sort of a decision and we can't tell. His loss was a Quentin Otonini. It was his first fight, and it was a submission, a rear naked choke. There you go.
There you go.
So, and this is what happens when you're.
It's like Clarissa Shields. There we go.
It's like Clarissa Shields. It is, and it's like countless other really high level strikers. If you can get them on the ground, I mean, look at Izzy fighting Jan Blachowicz, and
Yeah.
I mean, I know there was a weight discrepancy there, so that is taken. But also look at Izzy versus potentially when he fights Robert Whittaker this next time, that might be a different looking fight as well. But you look at most strikers that when they are in over their head on a strategy against a fighter that wants to take it to the ground, it looks ugly. I'm thinking of Kevin Holland versus Derek Brunson. There's Kevin Holland again versus Marvin Vettori. So that's an example of
Yeah.
having one skill set that is really good, but if you can't use it, then you're fucked. And this is what happens to some of these, elite strikers that are on the ground, on their back. And you've seen it where they don't have an answer.
You would have thought we would have learned this after years of watching grapplers from like OG UFCs through to now just dominate. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, you would think it'd be part of a, fight camp and a progression in skill set. And I think to some degree, you hear fighters say, and we've had fighters say to us when we say, well, what about your ground game? And they're like, I just won't go to the ground. I won't be taken to the ground.
Yeah,
until
we've
they are.
literally heard fighters say that, and then they get taken down.
And there's not a
Pretty
good
damn
answer.
easily.
So it's a little bit of a self-belief, or maybe an aspect of not being completely real with, once you get to higher levels in the sport, there's things that you've been able to do at the local level or in smaller promotions that you're not able to do as easily in the higher promotions, and that's when you get exposed. And so we're going to see with Pereira, I think the good news in this matchmaking is Andreas Michailidis is mostly a banger. So this might be really good matchmaking to feature Pereira. And Michailidis is willing to mix it up, and that's exactly where Pereira's wheelhouse is. So this could be real quick. Michailidis he's Greek. His nickname is the Spartan. Pereira is from Brazil. His nickname is Poatan. I don't know what Poatan is. Can anyone give us a little bit of a translation to what that nickname is?
Poatan means.
Yeah.
Guys, as we come into this one, we are so excited to be joined by so many of you. Shout out to the people on Twitch. Shout out to the awesome people on Facebook who have rejoined us and those who have made it back to YouTube. We really, really appreciate all of you across all these platforms joining us and supporting us tonight. Also, guys, let us know in the chat. Do you think Bruce Buffer's jacket is green or red tonight? I cannot tell. I just can't tell.
It's kind of both, isn't it?
It's kind of both.
But it changes.
It changes, but it's both.
Yeah. It's is it reflective though, or is it's something like, or is it just?
It looks kind of reflective, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So Michailidis is being introduced. He is probably I think he's the only fighter from Greece that is in the UFC. And now it's time
There's one or two. There's one or two.
Is there a couple?
Yeah, there's a couple, but definitely not many.
I know we know a fighter from Norway that fights in a local level that is a young fighter. I think he's like 20 years old, 21 years old. And, you know, his social medias are pretty elevated just because he is a dominant fighter in a country that doesn't have many dominant fighters. And so he's got a bit of national support behind him.
Yeah, I hear you.
So it's probably the same with Michailidis. It's probably, you know, similar with other countries that don't have the most representation. Here we go. All right, let's see Pereira. This is going to be very, very intriguing for us. And for those of you that don't have the feed, we will give you the play-by-play starting here now. And
beautiful tattoos, gorgeous dragon tattoo around Pereira's shoulders.
As opposed to Michailidis, who's completely clean, doesn't have an inch of ink on him. And again, so this is Pereira, very comfortable in the striking. This is what he's done his entire career. So this stand-up part of MMA is in his wheelhouse completely. But Michailidis does a little side kick, which again, any kind of kicks coming to Pereira should be pretty familiar, as he was a champion in kickboxing.
He's looking to throw that back leg again, and you can tell he's piecing up the front, possibly to set up a head kick, get Michailidis thinking low, and then go high.
And it's interesting that you're mentioning the kick, because most people coming into this are thinking about his striking, about his heavy, heavy hands. If he's also, wow, just the way he threw that right looked like it was going to be damaging. And, okay, here we go.
Beautiful shot from Michailidis, goes for the double leg, right under the butt. Good defense from Pereira so far, but Michailidis right under the hips right now, with hands locked, pulling him away from the cage, and bam, straight to the ground. Michailidis with very strong. Pereira dragging himself back to the cage as much as possible. Michailidis doing a good job trying to wrap the legs and shook on top of Pereira. He gains the back position now and begins pressing pressure up against the cage. You've got Pereira in a lunge position, trying to slowly slide his way back up the cage. But you have Michailidis holding really strong onto him, putting a lot of weight down and forcing him towards the ground with as much weight as feasibly possible. Michailidis so strong, just dragging Pereira around. You can see Pereira try to fight it, but Michailidis looping a hook in, the outside hook in, and begins striking now with one hook in from the back. It's so funny, Michailidis, though such a big man, is so small compared to Pereira. Look at him, he looks like a toddler riding his back. Ridiculous. But Michailidis really strong right now, putting the weight on Pereira, keeping him down, and really doing a good job to control Pereira in this position and diffuse some of that early aggression that we thought we were going to see from Pereira. I thought Pereira is going to come out a lot harder and a lot faster in terms of striking, but
Michailidis is smart. Michailidis is doing what he needs to do.
Yeah.
He needs to get this into a grappling match. This is what every single fighter that's going to fight Pereira is going to try to do. And let's see if Pereira can he be a mixed martial artist or not. And he's going to find out tonight, because already Michailidis has a minute plus of riding time while they're standing.
Pereira was going for a Kimura there. He was actually trying to set up a Kimura, but reverses, let's go, and they end up still stood on their feet, clenching. with Pereira with a whizzer, and then Michailidis doing a really good job keeping some head position and just grinding away at Pereira. Really good job claiming head position right there and just dragging him back down, just being heavy, just gassing Pereira right now, just putting so much weight and force on Pereira. It's got to be weighing on that gas tank. But Pereira doing a good job to stay on his feet right now in this grappling exchange. Michailidis just so strong with that outside underhook and that head position right now. Pereira digging for an underhook right now himself. But Michailidis doing a good job negating any sort of motion. And Dan Miragliotta breaks up. Oh, wow. Big mouse under the eye of Michailidis there. Pereira throws a nice one too, but Michailidis dips underneath, shoots for a takedown, and then throws a nice hook in the clench there that lands on Pereira.
It's funny because Dan Miragliotta rips them apart, and within seconds, Michailidis takes him back to the cage and gets him almost in an identical position where he's controlling the pressure, driving Pereira against the fence and neutralizing any striking advantage that Pereira is going to have. And this is how you have to fight Pereira. And if Pereira can't get himself separated from, and I wouldn't even say Michailidis is an elite wrestler or someone that's elite
nice knee from Pereira there on the inside
in trying to take people down. It's just that this is what's going to work. And in the middleweight division, you've got enough weight. Just it doesn't matter who you are. You think about whoever it is: Paulo Costa, Yoel Romero, Robert Whittaker, Derek Brunson. You know, any of those guys can push you up against the fence. Marvin Vettori, all these guys. If you cannot deal with that, you're going to have a problem. And Pereira's going to have to figure it out. If he cannot figure that out, it's going to be, a longer progression for him to do anything in MMA.
It's going to be interesting to see who has got a larger gas tank here. I believe this is what it's going to come down to. Because if Michailidis doesn't have the gas tank to wrestle Pereira, then they're going to stand in the center and Pereira is going to put him out. However, if Michailidis can pull a gas tank, then he will be able to probably wrestle Pereira just like that first round for the next 3 rounds, and that will be a dominant unanimous decision for him. But that first round, almost 4 minutes of control up against the cage and on the ground for Michailidis, though he landed nearly half the amount of strikes that Pereira did.
Yeah, I think you make a really, really good point. And the effort that Michailidis made is not in his wheelhouse. He's more of a, sort of a swanger and banger. And so he's also exhausting energy. And if he doesn't have the tank to continue to do that for 3 rounds, then we get back to striking. And the pendulum turns back to Pereira. So let's see how able Michailidis is to mush this up against the fence and neutralize Pereira's pistons for
wow. Jumping knee for Michailidis, and there we go.
That was Pereira with the jumping knee onto Michailidis, and it was a one-shot flying knee, knocks Michailidis down. Michailidis can't defend himself. Dan Miragliotta has to stop the fight. Pereira didn't even have to deliver. I think he delivered one sort of glancing hammer blow, and that was it. Miragliotta had to stop it, and Michailidis is still down. So Pereira's introduction into the UFC is with a flying knee knockout of the certainly not a slouch Andreas Michailidis, who now goes to 13-5, and Alex Pereira goes to 4-1. And this is the recipe. Boom! And you know what? It was almost like a scissor knee. Did you see that? He started with the right and finished with the left. Did you see how he set that up?
Let's watch reminiscent of Corey Sandhagen. It was really nice.
He led with the right.
Beautifully timed.
Beautiful and absolutely there was just no question. Yeah, it's like a, what would you call that? It's almost like a scissor knee.
It's
elevates.
Just a jumping knee. It's just a flying knee.
But he elevates
with the correct way to do it, and if that you get the torque then by doing it.
Yeah, I just thought he lifted his first knee up a little bit more than I usually see.
To get that jump, and then you switch to the back leg that you jumped off to bring the elevation and torque upwards.
Wow, there we go.
Wow, Alex Pereira
Alice Pereira is 4-1 and 1-0 in
And
the
that
UFC.
concludes the prelims.
And my goodness, what a ending to the prelims. And by the way, we're going to be back with the first fight of the main card, which is going to be Justin Gaethje versus Michael Chandler. So usually the first fight of the main card sort of eases us in and builds us to the last couple fights. The UFC has opted for, it could be one of two reasons, to change things up a little bit. And I'm interested to see how this plays out, because certainly from my own experience, when I have, so I'm thinking about the Nick Diaz Robbie Lawler fight. I had so much emotion in that fight that I was exhausted. I almost felt like the main fight of the night was an afterthought. And so if you have a Michael Chandler versus Justin Gaethje fight, and it is an action-packed fight similar to a Nick Diaz Robbie Lawler fight, at least you have then a couple fights. I'm not going to say that they're not high-level fights, but a couple fights that aren't quite as the caliber as the main fights, to almost like to recover, to regenerate your energy, to get ready for the last two fights of the card. So that's the strategy that we'll see if it is something that they might do in the future. And I think there's something in there. I think there's something in there. Kick off the main card with a fucking smasher, and then give us a couple fights to just sort of recover. And then once we recover, hit us with the last two fights of the night.
Biggs Chav saying, "Who you got winning tonight, boys? Winning what specifically? Which fight are you talking about? For me, I've got going through the main card. I've got Gaethje. I've got Gaethje. I've got Burgos. I've got Marlon Vera. And then I've got Zhang Weili. And then I have Kamaru Usman. Tom?
So I have maybe similar. I don't know if it's exact. I've got probably Justin Gaethje. It's very much a 50-50 fight. So I think whoever lands the big fucking rocket first is gonna have the advantage there. I'd like to see that fight go for more than
1 round.
more than one round. I'd like to see it go to the ground a little bit. I'd like to see some leg kicks. I'd like to see that get a little bit dirty.
Dicey. Yeah.
That would be great. Burgos and Quarantillo, Burgos. I don't know. I'm not, to be quite frank with you, great fighters, but I'm not as excited about that one. It's kind of wedged in there to allow us to heal up from the Gaethje Chandler fight. That's
Glover
Glover
Teixeira.
Teixeira, the new light heavyweight champion. Amazing. And then after that one is the Frankie Edgar Chito Vera fight. I probably have Cheeto just because I think Edgar's a little bit more long in the tooth than Cheeto. Then after that one is the two main fights. I'm very, very intrigued by the Rose. When I talk about Rose versus Zhang Weili, I get nervous. And then when we talk about Colby versus Kamaru, I get even more nervous. I don't know, there's something about me that just tightens up. Those are two very, very high stakes fights that will determine those two weight classes for at least the next year, right? Those champions will be sitting there in the driver's seat for at least the next, many, many months, but also it will determine what happens underneath them. So super, super high stakes to end the card tonight.
Yeah,
what about you all? Who do you have winning?
We've got 30 of you amazing people in the chat. If you're new to Homie and the Dude tonight, let us know where you are watching from and who you are here supporting. Hey, we've got Reese saying, "I'm big Sav on Twitch." Forgot to mention it, lads. Oh, hey, Reese, what's up? Pleasure to have you on Twitch as well. Guys, we've got a couple of classic people in here. Shane, Reese, we've had Chris Zimmerman, we've had Kyle Ward up in here. If you're new, let us know where you are watching from and who you are here to support on this main card. Are you here for, Gaethje, Chandler, Usman, Colby? Let us know, guys. We want to interact with you. And if you have any questions about this main card or any of the upcoming cards after this, please also shoot us some questions your way. But thank you every single person who's joined us tonight. It's been sick having Such a lovely crowd in the chat tonight. Hello all, says Nathaniel. Hey, Nathaniel Simmons, another longtime fan in the Facebook chat over there saying, hello, what is up? Shane saying, can't wait to see Rose versus Weili. I'm not team Weili, but I think Zhang Weili is going to win today. You're for Rose Namajunas, aren't you?
I think it's so intriguing because on the surface, if you just look at the physicality, you're thinking, how the fuck can Rose win this fight, right? That's what we thought the first time they fought. We were like, holy shit, Zhang Weili is going to chop her up, beat her up, fucking bang her up, and then, smash her like she did Jessica Andrade, smash her like she did at times with Joanna. She didn't do it, and we have to start thinking, wow, is Rose so skilled that she can do this a second time? She can be the fucking matador to the bull again. And I don't know if she can, because I think Weili is super, super powerful, man.
Yeah.
And I'm not just, I actually think, I want Rose to win, although she said some things that have been controversial. I still think in her heart, she's a real martial artist, and she's very respectful and all of those things. So I want Rose to win. I just don't know if she has the wherewithal to be the master for 5 rounds. It's a 5-round fight, and Weili will have learned a lot from that first fight. So I don't know. If I were to put money, if you were to force me to put money on that fight, I would put it down on Zhang Weili.
Yeah, I'm there for that as well. Also, shout out to Juan, who says Rose will win by using her reach. And Shane says, who do you guys think Conor will fight next, and will he fight again at all? Who do I think he should fight next? Tony Ferguson.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
And do I think he'll fight again? I think maybe not. I know he wants like another rematch with Dustin Poirier or something, but at this point, he needs to fight someone like Tony Ferguson or Beneil Dariush, in my personal opinion.
I think even further down, I think he could fight. So Ferguson's a great shot.
Yeah,
I think so. But I would go with he's got the trilogy with Nate. I think that should be done. I think Nate is far along in his career that it's a who knows fight, because both of them have shown a lot of vulnerability in the last couple fights. So who the hell knows who has enough left in the tank? But after that, Shane, it feels like, I understand the people that want that old Conor back, yet it's just not going to come back in the way that we would have all liked, because that was a magical moment. It was in his prime. It was before he had, he was chasing to get to who he is right now. He was in full chase, climbing the mountain. He's at the top of the mountain financially and all of that stuff, and it's really affected, I think, him psychologically. He's got a very bad break that he's healing up on his leg that may never be able to absorb the type of damage or deliver the type of damage necessary to be a super high level lightweight. So huge question marks. I think the betting crowd would say he will never be an elite lightweight again. However, there are probably some exciting fights left for him. So that we would watch. Like, I would watch him fight Nate again just for the pure drama of it, and the fucking press conferences would be a hoot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm down to watch. I'm down to watch Conor McGregor fight however many more times he wants to get knocked out in the UFC. I really don't mind watching.
I think he scorches
Ferguson. I agree with that. I agree. But then anyone in the top 5, I think he doesn't do great against at this point.
Well, what about fucking Diaz? I think that's a 50-50 fight. Like, Diaz takes the punch.
Yeah.
No, I think Diaz probably has the advantage in that, because Diaz takes a really good punch, and then if you can get McGregor out of
this point, Diaz has less to lose as well.
Yeah, but I mean, like, McGregor just hasn't shown, except against Khabib, ironically, he hasn't shown a real ability to get out of like the second round. He just loses gas and he starts losing the will. And
he did against Nate in the second fight.
That was great.
In the second fight,
that was great.
But yeah, you're totally right. McGregor definitely struggles, especially when it gets past the first couple rounds. Shit. Well, here we go, guys. We're getting into this main card very, very soon. We've got some amazing people over on Twitch. Shout out you people on Twitch. All of you, big love. Big love to all the Facebook homies. And shout out to all the beautiful people on YouTube. Really appreciate every single person that's come tonight. If you're enjoying the stream and this is your first time and you didn't know, we're Homie and the Dude. We're a father-son team. We also do a podcast where we've interviewed Bruce Buffer. We've interviewed Arnold Allen, the 6th ranked featherweight. We've interviewed Olympians, Commonwealth gold medalists, wingsuit world champions, Spider-Man stunt double. Pretty much anything you can imagine, we've interviewed them.
We just had Mason Jones, the contender in the lightweight division. We're talking about the lightweight division with Conor McGregor and all these guys that are fighting in the next 2 months. Mason is an up-and-coming young prospect. He's only 25 or 26 years old. Had a big win last, I think it was in October, and he's got smoke behind him. Michael Bisping and Paul Felder, both of them have acknowledged that he has what it takes to be in that championship conversation in the future. So he was on the show yesterday. Really, really good, informative, fun. Great show to have him on. He'll be on the platforms next week.
Yeah, you'll be able to find that podcast with Mason, the Welsh Dragon Jones. Next week, the new up-and-coming lightweight contender in the UFC. Otherwise, guys, if you like any of that kind of stuff or you're enjoying tonight's stream, please hit us with the subscribe on YouTube, the follow on Twitch. And that really makes a massive difference to us, especially the subscribe on YouTube, as we're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers over there. We're currently 3 away from hitting 800, guys. So a couple you could head over to the YouTube, take a quick second. We'd really, really appreciate that. Reese saying Tony Ferguson turned down the fight on for UFC 267. I don't think he'll turn down an offer with Conor, though. Yeah.
Who did he turn down at?
The Islam Makhachev fight.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, he was smart to have done that. He was smart to have done that. He would have gotten just chewed up. He got chewed up by... Look, Ferguson's a fucking legend, and there are so many passionate Tony Ferguson fans, and when he fights, it is a certain crowd that comes out and really, really loves Tony Ferguson. But what happened to him against Charles Oliveira would have been multiplied, would have been doubled if he fought Makhachev. It really would have, because at this point, I love Tony, but he just doesn't have the firepower to keep Makhachev off of him. Right. So with that in mind, I'm just gonna put my fucking mic back on. It just fell off. What's going on?
With that in mind, Kamaru Usman is in the building, looking feathered and lethal right now.
He's wearing some fur. Could we get our moderator to put the YouTube subscription details in all of the chats so that if anyone did want to go to YouTube, you could just literally click on that link?
Doesn't Colby know that AirPods are made by China and he's walking around with a piece of China in his ear?
You mean with his political affiliation? Yeah, probably. Here's the thing with Colby, right? We all know it's a show, sort of, but he has told us with his own sort of now multiple times in his own words, this is just me unfiltered. So although it is a caricature, the views that he has are his views, right? Are they a little bit extreme just to get a little bit more attention? Maybe. But the essence of his views are who Colby Covington is. That is who he is. He's not completely transforming himself to have political views about other countries or other races in a way that is completely different from how he feels. That's not what's happening. He's just turning it up. He said it. He's turning it up to 11. So what was 10? Well, 10 was just a little bit less than the messaging he has. 9, 8, 7, 6. That's all the core messaging is there. He's just amplifying it. So I don't agree with a lot of his messaging. I think he's a fucking lethal fighter that is to be respected and could end up being the middleweight champion tonight. The welterweight champion tonight, and deservedly so. It's a real mixed bag with Covington because as a fighter, man, you have to respect him. But some of the things that he says and does, I'm not comfortable. I'm just not comfortable with.
Also, Ryan saying, I'm watching the UFC and I want to watch the Canelo versus Plant fight as well. Hey, fucking, it's that whole Squid Game debate. Are you going Canelo or Plant? Or are you going UFC 268?
Yeah, and I tell you what, if some of you will probably be simulcasting, and if you do, give us a shout because we're going to be with you guys on UFC 268 right now. The thing with Canelo and Plant is that fight itself is to be seen. Like it's must watch. But everything up to that fight, the undercard is bullshit. Why? Because Canelo's making, I think, 30 million for the fight, and Plant's making 10 million. So how much do you think the undercard's making for the promoter to make any money? With the UFC, well, no one's hardly making any money across the board. This is just the culture in the UFC, and you've got matchmaking that gives us a run-up of 5 really, really competitive fights. So that's why I'm going to stick with the UFC. But I am interested in the Canelo versus Plant fight, and I will see that at some point, probably later on tonight or tomorrow morning. But I wouldn't pay for it. I just wouldn't. Because, I mean, I'm not going to pay, in America, it's $79.99 for one fight.
Yeah, I hear you.
That's not live, you know?
Do you want any water?
No.
I'm get into the main card.
I'm good. I'm good.
Good.
Yeah. It's time. Future Anime, what's up, homie? Future Anime is time. Good to see you. Who do you got, Future? Who do you got tonight? Let us know. We've got this run-up that's got main card fights that are, you know, the three, let's say the 3 main fights. Who do you got? And let me see. Andreas Pereira, Bécot. I don't know what Bécot means. So you'll have to tell me a little bit more about what that is. Future man, good to see you. There's a bunch of homies in here. We've had Chris Zimmerman rather. We've had Nathaniel, Reese, Kyle, Shane. So we got a bunch of homies in on this call. So thank you for all coming. For those of you that are new, thank you for joining us and giving us a try. We're here to give you some play-by-play. We're here to give you some no bullshit commentary. So we're not going to give you the company line that the UFC tends to have to give. You know, they have to slant it certain ways because it's a business, and it's the business of selling seats. It's not the business of putting on a meritocracy of who's the best fighter in the world. The business is about making profits. So in that, there are times when the commentary is just jaded or filtered or limited. That has to be. We don't have to do that. So we're going to tell you exactly what we see. We're going to tell you whether it's something we like or don't like, and call it straight up the gut. So
Big Chandler fan.
Future enemy, big Chandler fan. Hope he gets the win, but Justin looks dangerous. He does. He looks like he's in shape. Justin doesn't have that doughy middle, does he? He's got them like almost abs.
You see him and Kamaru
Yeah.
shit while taking photos.
Yeah. And then Rose will get the win. You feel that Rose will get the win? I think Rose is going to be in a battle tonight, and she may get the win. And if she does, fucking big shout out to Rose.
Nathaniel getting hyped in the chat saying this card is too crazy. So excited right now. Same, feeling that hype right with you, Nathaniel.
Here
I'm
we
feeling
go.
less nervous. The closer we get, I'm actually feeling less nervous.
Once these homies start walking up, let's see how you're feeling.
Know.
Let's see how you're feeling.
Okay, let's talk about it. Yeah, let's talk about it. I'm feeling less nervous right now, though. I'm feeling less nervous. Guys, as we get into this main card, let's share the stream out as much as possible. I'm going to head over and share the stream out myself now on Facebook. If you guys can take a quick second to head over and share the stream, I would really appreciate that. It takes 1 second for you guys and really makes a massive difference to us here at Homie and the Dude.
Okay, so let me just give you some details.
Oh shit, the details.
The Gaethje versus Chandler fight. Justin Gaethje, whose nickname is the Highlight. I like that fucking nickname. That's a good
The Highlight.
He's 22-3. His 3 losses were back-to-back losses to Eddie Alvarez and Dustin Poirier. By the way, 2 champions. And then the 3rd loss was to Khabib Nurmagomedov. Oh, another champion. So his only losses in his MMA career are to either current champions at the time or people that were going to be future champions. Actually, Dustin Poirier, to be fair, was an interim champion and is fighting for the championship now in December. So we'll come back to Justin here in a second. He's 22-3. Michael Chandler has had an illustrious career in Bellator, and he's 22-6. Which you think, okay, they're both got really good records, but Chandler's lost double the amount of times that Gaethje's lost. So it's not, 10 losses, but it is a thing to think about. Michael Chandler's nickname is Michael Iron Chandler. And remember, he trains at Sanford MMA with Henry Hoof, who's in the house with a few fighters. So that's the prelims on that fight.
Also, Shane saying, love the no bullshit, keep it 100%, boys. Hey, you know it. You motherfucking know it, son.
Yeah, we don't have
Shane?
Yeah, we don't have to
Shanae?
Shanae. Yeah, like there's fighters like Dan Hardy who tried to keep it real with the UFC and was sent on his way. There's a history of whatever you think of Ariel Helwani, the UFC, if you're not on board with their messaging, then they will make your life very, very difficult. And so we don't have to do that. We can just call this shit like we see it. And what we see is, I just talked about Covington. There's some shit that, is undeniable about his fighting. And there's some shit that's absolute bullshit about how he conducts himself as a mixed martial artist. And so, we're allowed to say that. The announcers aren't. And you'll hear that across the board with any fighter, whether we like them or not. If we see that they are being dominated or they're dominating, we're going to tell you what we see.
Yeah, and here we go, guys. Getting into coming up to that first fight of the evening, that Justin Gaethje versus Michael Chandler, a big one. Two Americans colliding in this first one. Both gentlemen fearless and ready to sharpen their weapons against each other's faces.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I picture the fucking, what was the little robot game? What was that fucking called?
Oh, like Robot Wars?
Robot Wars, where one of them's got a fucking hatchet,
yeah,
and the other one's got a fucking saw.
Yeah, that's Chandler and Gaethje. One's like, the other one's like, ding, ding, bang, fucking, yeah, I hear you.
One of them's got a flipper, to fucking flip the other one off the edge of the fucking.
God.
It's kind of like that, dude. It's like, these guys are so powerful with their skills and their lethality. Their weapons are absolute killers. And basically what we're talking about is their striking. And both of them just want to mix it up. I think the real thing is they want to mix it up. And that's the question. Like, if they go tactical, whose advantage is it?
Like straight up like boxing, like
standing. Yeah, let's see who's better clinically.
I think Gaethje if they go longer, but I think Chandler in the first like 2 rounds, like realistically, he's just got so much power. They're only fighting a 3-round fight. This is just pure. This is just going to be a pure power bang fest, I reckon. Also, Nathaniel Simmons saying best commentary ever. My dude.
What's up, Nathaniel?
Love you,
cheers,
Nathaniel.
Cheers, cheers, man.
By the way, all of you people who do keep coming back, like shout out to the Shane Kennedys, the Future Animes, the Chris Zimmermans, the Nathaniel Simmons, the Reeses, all of you people, we appreciate you guys the absolute most. You guys make this shit so worth it. We love coming back and hanging out with all of you. Feel like we're good buddies at this point. We like shit. If y'all are ever in Bristol, give us a shout.
Let me ask you something.
We'll go fight a bear together.
Let me just ask you something.
Go on.
Did you see that weigh-in?
Yeah, with Halle Berry.
Fucking Halle Berry.
Did you see Halle Berry when they're taking photos? They as they separate and take photos, they're both like this, and Halle Berry stands in the middle like this as well.
All right.
And it's because she's made a movie.
I know.
Halle Berry's made a movie
with Rose.
No, I think it's with Zhang actually.
She's made a movie with someone,
and it's a martial arts movie.
Valentina's in it as well, I think maybe.
Let me have a look. Let me have a Google.
But here's the thing: the Halle Berry on the weigh-in, is that the equivalent of The Rock bringing in the BMF belt for the winner? Do we need that? Do we want that? The question is, part of me is like, yeah, who gives a fuck? Like, that's fine. Let's just.
Yeah, she fought Valentina in it.
Yeah. The other part of me is like, no, like what's Halle Berry really know about MMA? Not a lot.
It's got Nunez in it as well.
Oh shit. All right, well maybe she knows a little bit more than we think she does. Maybe they took her to school, dude. They're like, yo, this is how we do shit.
Well, she took the 2 greatest female champs. Valentina Shevchenko's name in Halle Berry's movie, guys, is Lady Killer. And Halle Berry's name is Jackie Justice. Fuck me, right? That's enough of that.
That sounds like a fucking remake
Christ.
of fucking Catwoman.
That sounds awful.
But anyway, yeah.
Also, Mong Mong, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. I love your name. Welcome to La Familia, my friend.
Yeah.
And for those of you that don't know, we're a father and son team. We're Homie and the Dude. We do this MMA live stream, and we also do MMA shit. We do podcasts, and we do D&D shit. So if you like any of that, subscribe to the YouTube, share the stream. You know, help us out. Takes a minute of your time.
Nathaniel says, I think Justin will dominate this fight. In my opinion, I've watched Chandler a lot and think Justin is on another level. Here's a good point, Nathaniel.
Oh, and back, literally straight back out there. Future anime goes, I think Chandler's going to take Justin down. He's and his strong ground and pound, and do a strong ground and pound. Interesting.
Well, I think both guys have a point in that Justin might be a little bit sharper if it stays up on the feet, a little bit more clinical. He comes from the Trevor Whitman school. However, when was the last time we had to see Justin handle himself on his back? And it hasn't had to happen, but has he fought someone like, I mean, I know it's happened against Khabib, and that's one thing, but as far as before Khabib, was there anyone in the class of Chandler that can actually shoot on Justin and make this a whole different type of fight?
Also, Carlos Gonzalez, welcome to La Familia. Thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Pleasure to have you here with us tonight.
Well, I'm just going to call this out. Who is going to bet against the winner getting up on top of the cage and doing a backflip?
That's a good point. Both gentlemen will do backflips.
Both guys will do backflips off the top of the cage. So
Chandler has more power but weaker chin. Justin has less power but stronger chin. Oh shit, Nia coming in with some strong points.
Nia with all the fucking truth.
Sliding in with the truth bombs just before the event.
All right, I'm going to take a real quick break here and get myself ready for
the last 3. While Tom's doing that, I'm going to keep you guys entertained with some beautiful commentary about Michael Chandler's ridiculous backflip. Full extension, looks the whole way. Beautiful from Michael Chandler. Off the top rope. Holy shit. Shane Kennedy saying Justin for the win by KO in the 2nd round. Guys, also, for those of you who haven't spoken in the chat yet, it's totally cool if you want to get active in the chat. I'd love to shout you out and give you some shout. Those of you still chatting, love all of you. But yeah, loads of back and forth. We've got pretty much 50-50, it feels like, in the chat right now. Half of you are Gaethje, half of you are Chandler. I personally want Team Justin Gaethje because he's been in the UFC longer. I feel like he deserves the title shot next after the winner of Poirier-Oliveira. But that's just my personal opinion. Hi, Carlos. How you doing, man? No problem. And yeah, I think that's kind of I would like Gaethje to win, but man, Michael Chandler has dynamite in his fist, and if he clips you, it's a problem. I tried to like Michael Chandler, but in every sentence, he will mention one time how he pulls himself up by the bootstraps. I mean, yeah, he's playing the game. You know, Nina, some people do the Colby Covington and act like a butt. Other people, you know, are, you know, try and be the champion, try and be like Bruce Lee type and coming it from that way. And Chandler's just well-spoken. He's intelligent, and he doesn't have to act like a dick to promote himself. I think Michael Chandler has realized that he can do the talking in the ring, and Michael Chandler is about to enter the ring for the 3rd time in his UFC career. He has stood currently saying goodbye to his corner while he then goes and gets his Vaseline on.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Chandler is Cage side looking swole as a motherfucker. Veins everywhere, muscles shredded, talking to himself, getting
The CEO of EPO. Can we talk about how he calls him the CEO of EPO, but Usman just passed 50 pass drugs test. This drugs test.
Oh, was that his 50th?
Yeah, that was his 50th in a row pass drug test.
Well, I'll tell you what. Well, first of all, let's not even talk about drugs because most of the guys have probably explored drugs to some degree or another and are dodging drugs.
Bro, look how fucking big Michael Chandler is.
He looks huge.
He's huge. I can't wait. I can't wait to see Michael Chandler throw hands. I can't wait. His hands are dynamite. This is going to be an absolute banger. I cannot wait to see Michael Chandler throw hands, guys.
How's your stomach now?
Oh, I feel fine.
You're fine.
I don't have much stakes in this one. I like Justin Gaethje, but I don't have many high stakes. I'm not feeling nervous for them at all.
Just to give you guys a lowdown, Gaethje is the 2nd ranked lightweight in the world. Michael Chandler is the 5th ranked lightweight in the world. Remember, Dustin Poirier is number 1.
Here comes Justin Gaethje.
The champion is Charles Oliveira. So this is huge stakes on this fight to see who is potentially going to be the next challenger for the lightweight division. Justin Gaethje is walking in. He has had a full fight camp, been training with Kamaru Usman the whole time. So this is just going to be the best Justin Gaethje, the most fit Justin Gaethje we've ever seen, for sure.
Also, Kendall Burns saying, I think Chandler. Boom, another Chandler voter. We got at least 3 or 4 Chandler voters in the chat, as well as a good couple of Justin Gaethje voters as well. Predictions, Tom, as we come out. What's your prediction? What round?
I think, as much as I don't want to say it, I think Chandler's going to win this fight.
Yeah? By what?
I think Chandler's going to win it by, I think he's going to clip Gaethje. I actually want Gaethje to win just because Gaethje's had a longer turn in the UFC and had a longer road, and is more of a sort of a lunch pail type fighter. And I think Chandler's a little bit more like Hollywoody. But I think part of me thinks Chandler's going to get this.
So, Nia saying Islam is the Voldemort of 155 division. Rule number, don't mention his name in the presser. Rule number 1, I assume, don't mention his name in the presser. Shane saying Chandler must be on brick Lesnar juice. Fucking Jesus.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Chandler is much shorter than Gaethje. So, and I tell you what, Gaethje looks great. Remember, Gaethje's a little bit soft usually,
cold.
And he is
fucking blanket.
Absolutely ripped right now.
An old man needs a blanket.
But Chandler, I think, is about 5'8". Gaethje's more like 5'10" or 11. And so that size difference, I don't think equates to a reach difference. Chandler's like, kind of shorter, but he has decent sized reach. And remember what he did to Hooker. So of course Hooker was a lot taller than Chandler. And let's just look at the reach difference. Yeah, actually Chandler, ironically, has an 1.5 inch reach advantage over Justin Gaethje. So Gaethje's 3 inches taller than Chandler, at least.
Chandler has them monkey arms.
Chandler has super long arms, and Gaethje has, I guess average arms for a 5'11" fighter. But so that's super interesting. And we saw it. We saw it play out when Chandler. Oh shit! Bruce Buffer just changed his coat.
Bruce Buffer has changed outfit for the main event, guys. Bruce Buffer has changed outfit for the main event. If you guys aren't hyped now, you can better be getting hyped because Bruce Buffer just did an outfit change just for this main event, just for you guys, just for us.
Here we go. Buffer is now introducing Justin Gaethje and Michael Chandler, and I am starting to get nervous because this is going to be pure fucking rocket fuel. Like, this is dynamite right now.
Pure hellbound violence.
Yeah, this is, 2 fucking thunderbolts that are crashing against each other. And it'll be interesting to see if there's any strategy or if it's just a fucking who's got bigger balls fight. Yeah. If it's a fucking let's have a dick measuring contest, then it's gonna be over real quick. If it's it's just gonna be swinging. And I kind of feel like it might be, just because they've both been talking shit and they both feel like they're the biggest banger in the cage. So they want to prove it to each other.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Here we go. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Gaethje is now
Everyone is going ape shit right now.
Remember, we're in Madison Square Garden, the historic place that has seen Muhammad Ali and Sugar Ray Leonard and Roberto Duran and the likes of some of the best UFC fights in the history of the UFC as well. And here we are now with another potential fucking banger.
Absolute banger.
Fucking banger. Here we go. Gaethje's got his beard trimmed. Oh shit, Bruce is going off. Bruce is going off. Gaethje's getting hyped. Oh shit. Here we go. Everyone's standing. Everyone is standing. Oh, we got Mike Beltran with the call, which is
mustache tucked.
Which is a big call for Beltran. All right. The ring girl is out. Puts down the round 1 card, and we're ready to start. Here we go. Here we go. Keep your eyes peeled. We will call this as accurately as we see it. It could be very quick. Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, shit. Beltran says, are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go. And no touching of the gloves. Gaethje throws a low leg kick to start with. We have to expect Gaethje's leg kick will be a big part of the action. Oh, Chandler lands the first straight left right through Gaethje's guard. Chandler again with another left and a right, a little bit more looping. Gaethje keeps his hands up, feints a couple times in the first leg kick that lands for Gaethje, but there's a lot of action and a lot of movement right now. It's a little bit frenetic between the both of them. Wow, Chandler smokes a right that just misses Gaethje by a whisker.
Gaethje lands a nice counter and an inside leg kick for Gaethje. Nice slip there for Justin Gaethje.
Gaethje's doing really well with his head movement, and Chandler's throwing big smoke right now. 2 straight rights to start with. Chandler's now trying to read it a little bit more. Gaethje has 2 leg kicks in the bank. Let's see if that becomes a thing. Both of them land straight lefts. Oh, thunderous low leg kick by who? Michael Chandler. Chandler misses again, and he gets kicked.
Leg kick for
wow,
Justin
they're
Gaethje.
just exchanging.
Oh, that one stunned. Justin Gaethje's leg went numb.
Oh,
and another one. Chandler just clipped Gaethje twice.
Gaethje's hurt. Gaethje is hurt.
And his leg is hurt, and he is hurt. He just tagged Chandler back there with a nice straight right.
They're doing what we thought they would do, which is they're just smoking it. They're absolutely
nice outside leg kick there for Chandler, but checked for Justin Gaethje there.
Gaethje's leg, I think, is hurting more than.
Wow. Oh, big outside leg kick for Chandler, and they're just chopping each other's front legs.
Wow.
Wow. Justin Gaethje's front leg is completely numb right now. Nice 1-2 for Justin Gaethje. Oh, wow.
Gaethje can barely stand on that front leg. It's giving out. Wow, big strut. Oh, big shot by Gaethje. This is just absolutely wrecking each other. Wrecking each other right now, both with strikes and leg kicks. Low leg kicks and strikes, and neither. Oh, shit.
Big overhand right for Chandler.
Holy shit. And a straight right from Gaethje as well. They're both eating big shots, both upper in their heads and to their lower legs. And Gaethje's leg is absolutely lit up right now. They just take a little bit of a break here. Let's see. Big straight jab by Chandler. Whoa. That was a fucking minute, wasn't it? Holy shit.
Gaethje has beautiful head movement. Nice outside leg kick for Gaethje, just chopping at that leg of Chandler.
Unreal.
Gaethje with phenomenal head movement.
Big hook by Justin Gaethje.
Big hook.
Starts with a lead hook. Oh, big shot by Chandler.
Oh, he rocks Gaethje with a big one. Oh, he's throwing big. Gaethje is completely rocked, but Gaethje's still standing. Gaethje with the chin. Michael Chandler standing up.
Chandler just dropped his hands. He's saying,
dropped his hands and third. Oh, Gaethje clips him with the left. Holy shit.
Unreal. Oh, big knee.
Low and goes high. Oh, shit. Oh, 1-2 rocks Justin Gaethje is in trouble. Justin Gaethje is rocked right now.
Gaethje's in trouble.
He's still
Gaethje's still throwing.
Oh, he clips.
Oh,
holy shit. Oh, my God.
What a fucking round. This is
Jesus Christ. We've got 2 minutes left. Holy shit. How have we got 2 minutes left? Justin Gaethje has split Michael Chandler open, and both of them are been rocked. Gaethje clearly more rocked than Chandler. Big outside leg kick for Justin Gaethje.
Chandler looks a little bit tired. Gaethje still has head movement, and I'm not sure if Chandler does, but Chandler's throwing just absolute killer punches. Chandler looks tired right now. Chandler looks a little bit more tired than Gaethje. Chandler
wants to try and grapple right now. Gaethje doing a good job. Chandler looking for something on the break here. Oh, big uppercut from Justin Gaethje in the clench there.
Oh, huge uppercut by Gaethje.
Oh, my God.
They're just literally throwing
nice
big
head
punches.
movement again. Gaethje seems to be back. He's got his head moving back. Oh, he clips Chandler with a nice left. Chandler drops his hands and a big uppercut from Michael Chandler.
Oh, fucking big shots by Chandler.
It just missed. Gaethje just slipped out the way of those last two.
Gaethje with a straight left that stands up Chandler.
Oh, big outside leg kick for Justin Gaethje.
They've forgotten the leg kicks now for the last 2 minutes, and now big
uppercut
by
for Justin Gaethje.
Wow, they were just
big overhand right for Justin Gaethje.
Holy shit, what a fucking round this is. Unreal. This is the best round we've seen in a long, long time. Just absolute back and forth round. Chandler clinches now just to hold things up a little bit.
Oh, big body
shot
shot from Michael Chandler.
I think that hurt Gaethje. Another body shot by Chandler. Gaethje a sneaky little left.
Chandler spits out some blood. Holy shit.
Wow, Chandler goes for the shot.
Gaethje with beautiful takedown defense. And nice outside leg kick for Justin Gaethje. Chandler's forced to switch stance. Gaethje coming on now. Gaethje's starting to come on now. Chandler, you can feel, is tired. And you can feel that Justin Gaethje is starting to really come on in this last 30 seconds now. Oh, big uppercut for Gaethje. Chandler just stepping out of the way there.
What a round. This is definitely the round of the year. This is the biggest, chopping left. And Gaethje is coming on now. Gaethje is coming on. And Chandler keeps spitting blood out. It's almost a sign.
Oh, wow. First round.
Holy shit.
Oh, my God. Hell. Jesus Christ, what a round.
Damn, that was a round.
Holy fucking shit.
That was the best round we have seen in a long, long time. Back and forth, 50-50. Wow. Tremendous damage.
Who's winning? I have no idea. That was 50-50. Chandler probably won because he rocked Gaethje 3 or 4 times.
I don't know, but Gaethje finished a little bit stronger than Chandler. It feels like Gaethje is managing the cardio just a little bit better than Chandler. Remember, Chandler is super muscle bound, but you know, an explosive punch right now is hurting on either side, and Chandler definitely buzzed Gaethje. The last minute or so was more of a Gaethje round. With the outside leg kick, wow, Chandler goes for and that was blocked. Chandler goes for a flying knee that was blocked. Gaethje gets hurt and somehow withstands an absolute onslaught. Unreal round.
Scott and Greg saying, Scott saying, you rock, love the energy, and Greg saying, you guys are good at this. Hey, both of y'all, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Thank you for coming and watching tonight. Appreciate everyone in the chat right now. Here we go.
Nia says Chandler is gassed. I don't doubt it. Can I get our moderator to put our YouTube link in all of our platforms?
Gaethje with nice head movement as they come out.
All right, here we go. Start of the second round, and they're just sizing each other up, almost taking a break at this point.
Chandler doesn't want any more leg kicks. You can see he's anticipating the low leg kick.
And Gaethje.
Nice jab there from Chandler.
Nice jab by Chandler.
Oh, 1-2 from Gaethje.
Gaethje with a 1-2, and now Chandler's ducking, like literally does not want to get hit by that low leg kick again, so he's sweeping out. Big shot by Chandler. That's the one that hurt Gaethje in the first round. This overhand right, a straight overhand right that hits Gaethje on the top of the head, and that really has hurt Gaethje. Body shot by Chandler as well. Now Gaethje comes back, and they're not letting up. This is right picking up where they left off the last round. Absolute bar fight. It's a bar fight.
Oh,
another body shot by Chandler. So Chandler's using body shots, and Gaethje's using leg hits. Another body shot by Chandler.
Chandler's just investing in the body, and Gaethje's going to the leg.
Wow, and this is just a brutal, brutal fist fight.
Nice counter from Gaethje.
Wow.
Big hook from Gaethje that landed. Chandler backs up a little bit.
It looks like Chandler's, another big shot by Gaethje. Gaethje seems to be walking Chandler down now.
Gaethje's starting to put the pressure on now.
But don't worry. Chandler is still as dangerous as he's ever been, still walking forward. So anytime we feel Chandler is hurt, he might be, but he still has that fucking smoking right hand that has already hurt Gaethje. Gaethje's touching Chandler a little bit more.
Oh! Gaethje uppercut Chandler! Chandler just got knocked out! Oh! Gaethje's raining ground and pound right now. Michael Chandler's trying to grapple, but a huge uppercut just dropped Michael Chandler, and Michael Chandler is grappling for all he freaking can, hiding his head underneath Justin Gaethje, trying to survive. Look at Michael Chandler surviving right now, holding on for dear freaking life right now. Jeffrey Chandler is fucking doing anything he can to not die right now. Justin Gaethje unloading on Michael Chandler. What a huge uppercut from Michael Chandler right there.
Gaethje has top control on the ground, but Chandler is bleeding badly on the ground, but Chandler saved himself. He sort of locked onto Gaethje's leg and bought himself about 30 seconds. Gaethje has top control. Chandler's just bleeding right now. Gaethje's now on very, very dominant ground and pound right now, but Chandler is still in it. Every second that Gaethje can't finish this is a second that Chandler is recovering, and Chandler still has weapons. Gaethje's not out of this. Remember, Gaethje's been hurt just as much as Chandler had. Gaethje's been knocked out. He's been knocked out by
He's doing
Dustin
a good
Poirier.
job. He's rotating around, and Michael Chandler does a good job dealing with the wrist. Michael Chandler trying to stand, but Justin Gaethje clearly knowing that he's got the advantage here now. And though Michael Chandler has definitely recovered, his face bloodied and covered. Oh,
big body
left.
shot by Chandler.
Big left from big uppercut from Gaethje as well that landed flush again.
Gaethje is sizing him up. Gaethje's very, very calm.
Chandler is ushering Gaethje forward.
Oh, big uppercut by
from
Chandler.
Michael Chandler. Michael Chandler's game. Big outside leg kick for Justin Gaethje. Nice counter left for Gaethje again. Chandler shoots.
And
Gaethje stuffs it beautifully.
Beautiful. Like as if Gaethje's been training that. Big uppercut again. Gaethje, he needs to close the show now. Gaethje is right at the point where he can close the show, but he's waiting. He's measuring. He's waiting to... Wow, big shot by Chandler. Lunging forward.
Very patient from Justin Gaethje. He's being smart.
He's kind of going back to his
old... Oh, nice leg kick from Gaethje. Chandler shoots and Gaethje sprawls. That leg kick was huge from Justin Gaethje, forcing Chandler to change stance in a big uppercut. Justin Gaethje takes this second one. We've got a minute left though. Chandler can still land a big one, but look how big Chandler's sucking air right now. Justin Gaethje just putting it on him now.
Gaethje's hands right now are dominating Chandler, but Chandler's still explosive. Don't get it wrong. Chandler could still do something here, but right now, the betting man is
Chandler looking at the clock. Chandler looking at the clock, trying to throw one last time, trying to get one last combination out there. Gaethje being measured and just waiting, just letting Chandler gas himself out a little bit more, letting him throw a couple more punches. And Gaethje's slipping everything. He's looking smooth and clean right now. Chandler is looking slow. And he is sucking air. If you look at his stomach, he is gasping for air right now. And he's got his mouth open. Nice teep from Justin Gaethje. And remember, a big outside leg kick.
Chandler's leg is forcing him to go southpaw, which he'd rather not do. Gaethje is actually winning the striking match right now, just technically. Oh, big shot by Chandler. Big shot by Chandler. Oh, big shot by Chandler again. We're thinking it was eye
poke, and then Chandler lands a fucking punch afterwards.
We'll have to see what that was.
While Beltran is calling a timeout.
That was a bit controversial. Chandler lands, and we don't know if it was an eye poke or not. We're waiting to see if it was an eye poke. It was an elbow. It was an elbow. Let's see. There's the eye right there. Sort of a strafing eye to finish the second round. And the second round is over. Through a little bit of controversy, we're not sure exactly what Beltran is saying to
Justin Gaethje. So Michael Chandler is so lucky he survived that round. Dear God.
Wow, his wrestling, that single leg that he sort of clamped onto for dear life saved him. This fight is still in the balance. Justin Gaethje is probably got the advantage right now with the gas tank, but remember, Chandler's hit him several times in the body. Several times in the body, so we're not sure what Gaethje's gas tank is either. This was sort of a strafing hand across Gaethje's right eye. That definitely was an eye poke. No doubt that was an eye poke. And Beltran should be seeing that in the replay.
Kendall Burns, we're no Gaethje nut huggers here. We're just calling it as it is. If you're watching the fight, you should see Michael Chandler has just been outstruck that round. It's clear as day. If you're struggling to see that, you might need to refresh your stream or something, Kendall.
That was a 10-8 round because Chandler does get knocked down and almost gets knocked out. I will say this, Kendall. Michael Chandler is still very, very dangerous.
Very much in this.
Very, very dangerous. And anyone can win this fight. So we're just calling it like we're seeing it. So hopefully you're right with us and not being biased in any way. We don't care who wins. We just want to see a great fight. Right now, there's an inside leg kick by Gaethje. Both guys look like they've recovered pretty well. Chandler is back again. And I cannot...
big outside leg kick for Justin Gaethje.
Outside leg kick by Gaethje again. And remember, Gaethje's leg kicks are pretty lethal. Chandler goes to southpaw now. And as a southpaw, you'd have to give the advantage to Gaethje when Chandler has to switch to southpaw because he's not comfortable as a southpaw, but he can't put that front leg up. His front leg is done. So what do we do if I'm Chandler? I got to stay there in the pocket with my orthodox stance, but hope that he doesn't chop that leg again. Gaethje's kind of in control of this little position, but Chandler still has that smoking right. There it is.
Nice.
There's that smoking right.
And big outside leg kick for Justin Gaethje, but nice right from Michael Chandler.
Michael Chandler lands the right, and Michael has buzzed Gaethje once, so he can do it again for sure. But right now...
Oh, big uppercut from Chandler that Gaethje managed to block ever so slightly there.
Chandler's back. Chandler's definitely back. All of his energy's back. He seems a little bit more aggressive. And who knows? Let's see who is going to land the most decisive blow here in this third round. Gaethje's still investing in the low leg kick. Chandler does not like that. But Chandler's still touching Gaethje with some fairly significant blows. Gaethje is not throwing as much.
Michael Chandler with 3 to the body there. Beautiful. Nice overhand right from Justin Gaethje to counter those body shots.
Oh, wow. Chandler hurt Gaethje. Chandler's hurting Gaethje to the body. Chandler is hurting Gaethje to the body right now. Another chopping kick by Gaethje. A big uppercut by Gaethje and a left. Uppercut and a left. Gaethje, another clubbing right. And Chandler's waving him forward like, I can take anything that you send me. I wonder if at some point...
Another outside leg kick for Gaethje. Chandler currently is just reaching jabs out there. He takes a shot. He gets the double leg and dumps Justin Gaethje, but Justin Gaethje sprawls beautifully and takes Michael Chandler's back.
Wow.
Holy shit.
It was too violent of a slam, which released the clamp of Michael Chandler, and it ends up with Justin Gaethje getting control on the back.
Also, Kendall, just so you know, Justin Gaethje is currently outstriking Michael Chandler by 20 significant strikes. That's the difference.
Justin Gaethje now has
beautiful takedown from Michael Chandler. Dear God, he timed that perfectly. Picked Gaethje up. Oh, big swing from Gaethje on the break there.
Wow, and it is still a slugfest. It is still, and you got to just love the heart that Michael Chandler has. The amount of blows that he's taken is incredible, and he's still in it, and he's throwing body shots at Gaethje. And there's 2 minutes left, and this fight is still in the balance. Someone can still knock someone else out.
Hit.
Wow. And Chandler is just saying, I'm going to fucking outman you right now.
Oh, Gaethje just got staggered. Gaethje just got staggered. Michael Chandler is coming on in this last couple of seconds.
Trying to land that uppercut.
Oh,
wow, he's barely...
Oh, Gaethje with a huge overhand right that staggers Michael Chandler. And this is, as predicted, an absolute bang fest. Oh, Gaethje with a nice jab there. Beautiful jab. Michael Chandler hands by his knees almost. Trying to bait Justin Gaethje in here up against the cage. Oh, big knee from Michael Chandler, but huge.
Another shot by Gaethje.
Clips him there.
Another shot by Gaethje. And Gaethje's just using technique. Chandler's using his balls right now. Chandler's just like, you can't hurt me. You can't knock me out. And Gaethje's just staying with his technique.
Oh, nice fucking straight right from Gaethje.
Gaethje's still just throwing absolute bombs at Chandler. At this point, it's Gaethje's round at this point, that there's a minute to go. Anything could happen. If someone gets dropped, it's that person. It's the person that drops the other's round. Still in the balance. This is a fight right now with about
1 minute to go.
1 minute to go. Chandler's all the way back. His recovery has been insane. He has been rocked several times, and his recovery is insane. He's saying, I'm going to fucking bring this now for the last minute. I reckon this last minute is going to be ridiculous. Here we go. 40 seconds left in the balance. Gaethje is staying pretty much composed.
Very composed from Justin Gaethje right now.
Gaethje must feel
his distance. Chandler throwing some wild stuff out there. Gaethje maintaining his distance.
And right now, Gaethje's maintaining distance, maintaining his full stance. His hands are up. Chandler looks like almost like an injured animal trying to figure out how to close distance, and he is trying to close distance. There's 15 minutes left.
Spinning attack from Michael Chandler that doesn't connect as Gaethje dips his head.
And there's 8 seconds left. This is going to go, it looks like, to a decision. No one thought it would go to a decision, and we've got a decision. Wow. The fight of the year. Justin Gaethje, in my opinion, wins that fight. He won the second round.
Michael Chandler with a heart of a lion. Holy shit. His face looks awful right now. He just dealt with so much punishment. But bloody hell, Justin Gaethje putting his hands on display tonight. On absolute display tonight.
Wow.
Kippy, thank you so much for following on Twitch. Welcome to La Familia. Such a pleasure to have you with us tonight. And wow.
Shit.
Justin Gaethje. Jesus Christ.
Wow. And I'll tell you what, there was so many big shots in that fight. Chandler lands the biggest shot in round 1. Gaethje lands the biggest shots in round 2 and 3.
Chandler landed 3 or 4 big shots in round 1. But
Gaethje drops Chandler in round 2, so technically that's a 10-8 round. Let's see if the judges score that as a 10-8 round. If it is a 10-8 round, it's hard to see how Gaethje loses this fight because Gaethje did not go down. I think at this point, it would be very, very surprising to see that this is anything but a Justin Gaethje decision. I will say this, though. it's the fucking fight of the year. Michael Chandler at some point was just like, you can't fucking hurt me. You can't knock me down. And his recovery was insane. He was literally recovering within 10 or 15 seconds of getting completely bombed. Unbelievable fight. Unbelievable fight.
Wow. Yeah.
Let's have a little bit. Future Anime says this this could be a draw. Future Enemy says Chandler just needs to survive the round. Keepy says this is wild. What a fight. Chandler is tired. I tell you what, Chandler was tired 2 or 3 times, and he recovered each time. Unreal.
They're still talking shit to each other, and but clearly you could see Michael Chandler wearing it a lot worse on the face than Justin Gaethje right now.
Holy shit.
But
wow.
What a great fight.
That was a fucking man fight. Holy shit. You could not, if you did not have 100% investment in really hurting the other guy, you would have been run over. Each of those guys had the will. When you have 2 wills like that, that's the type of fight you have, where neither one of them...
29-28, 29-28, and 30-27.
That's
Justin Gaethje.
Yeah.
Justin Gaethje, guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Complete unanimous decision, 1 30-27. The other 2 were 29-28.
Yeah. And that's how we saw it.
He outstruck him by 40. He outstruck him by 40, basically, and had a minute of grappling control time.
What a fight. What a fucking fight. Holy shit. Could we get our moderator to drop
Shout out to Angie. Wow. What an incredible fight that was.
Yeah.
That was absolutely wild. Guys, we've got 132 of you incredible people here right now. Get in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from tonight and who you're here to support on the rest of this main card. What an incredible first fight. Also, if you're enjoying tonight's live stream, or you enjoy podcasts with amazing guests, or you're a freaking super nerd like me and you like Dungeons and Dragons, then Homie and Dude is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube, follow us on Twitch, and even better, follow us on Twitter. That is where you can interact with us most.
Wow, we've got 4 fights left, guys. The YouTube link for a subscription. If you do like this, if you subscribe to us, you'll get notifications when we do these live streams again. And so if you do like what we're doing, please subscribe to the YouTube. That's the best place to get notifications. This was the fight of the year. I don't know how you can beat that fight.
Wow, that was incredible. Justin Gaethje. I think Justin Gaethje fights the winner of...
He has to.
Poirier Oliveira, for sure.
And let's put Chandler against fucking Makhachev.
Yeah. Chandler against Makhachev, or...
And I'll tell you what, I think Chandler has a good chance against Makhachev. Because his stand-up...
Stand-up is good enough.
Yeah, and I think he could compete with Makhachev's takedown defense. There's Paddy Pimblett in the...
Paddy the
fucking light heavyweight Pimblett.
Paddy the heavyweight Pimblett.
There's
Michael Bisping. And Eddie Alvarez is right next to him as well.
Amazing.
Right next to Michael Bisping was Kayla Harrison.
Oh, shit. Nice.
Kayla Harrison in the building, people. Judoka.
Wow, what
Olympian.
Incredible fight. Holy shit.
That was wild.
We couldn't have called that any...
That was just wild.
We had to fill the airspace just for every single strike that was happening. They were happening
so crazy.
I mean, the kicks, the strikes.
And it's just to hope now that the Vera fight and the Burgos fight.
Yeah. I mean, basically, if you think about the damage, Michael Chandler inflicted major damage on Justin Gaethje's body with body strikes. Justin Gaethje, also, Michael Chandler definitely landed loads of damage on Gaethje's legs, but Gaethje landed sufficient enough damage on Chandler's legs that Chandler had to switch stances. So he switches to southpaw, and you can tell he's not comfortable at southpaw. So here's his choice. Am I going to be a southpaw and not have as much lethality in my punches, or am I going to stay in my orthodox stance but have that front leg that's absolutely getting just munched up, that's getting chopped like a tree getting chopped? And that was his dilemma. And at the end, he was just like, fuck it. I'm just gonna muscle through this. I'm gonna heart through this. And that's what he did. And it was insane how much guts and determination was exhibited on both sides in that fight. It fucking drained us.
That was wild.
Future Anime says, I want to see Chandler versus Tony. Oh, man, I don't know how Tony does against Chandler. I mean, Chandler's so powerful. So powerful.
Nathaniel saying, respect for Iron Mike C. Went all the way up. I thought Justin would have destroyed him, and it was a crazy fight. My jaw was dropped when they were clashing. Yeah, I know, right, Nathaniel? Yeah, right there with you.
It's a fight of the year, man.
Jesus Christ, that was wild.
Insane fight. Holy shit. Wow.
So
Okay,
wild.
guys. Well, this is why we have these two sort of interim fights, which are decent fights, right? We've got Shane Burgos versus Billy Quarantino, and then Frankie Edgar versus Chito Vera before we get to the fucking main fights.
Uriah.
There's a Uriah Hall backstage, I guess, or somewhere. I don't know where he is. Is there like a bar area in Madison Square Garden? Probably. Yeah, probably. Wow, that was, and I think everyone is just shocked. And how do you fucking follow that? I mean,
You don't follow that.
How the fuck do you follow that? Holy shit! You know what I liked about Justin?
That was wild.
How comfortable, not comfortable, how calm he was in the fire in the third round. He stayed in his fucking box.
He got a little bit wild in the first, and then like it seems like Trevor just reined him back in, and he found himself again. You know.
Yeah. No, he did a really good job of staying disciplined with his technique and not getting over anxious, and at some point thinking, you know what, I can just outpoint him. I've dropped him, and probably doing the numbers and thinking if he doesn't drop me, then I'm going to win this fight.
Tristan, the person who won was Justin Gaethje. Justin Gaethje won that fight.
Justin Gaethje won by a unanimous decision. It was 29-28, 29-28, 30-27. Gaethje had a knockdown in the second round. Chandler almost had a knockdown in the first round. The third round, Gaethje wobbled Chandler, but it just became, for Chandler, it was no more about technique. It was more about, I'm just here. You can't knock me out anymore. He had his hands dropped at times. He was pointing to his leg like, kick me, punch me, do whatever you want, as he was throwing these tremendous body shots. It was fucking insane. Holy shit, man, that was crazy. How tough are those two dudes?
Unbelievable level of competition from both of them.
Wow.
But also a rude awakening for Michael Chandler. That's now one quick fight that he had, and now two brutal ones that he's had in the UFC. Since he's come in, I wonder what his mentality is after taking that beating, as well as also the one that Charles Oliveira put on him in that second round.
I mean, Chandler is going to be dangerous. He's going to be dangerous against whoever he fights.
Yeah.
I think Chandler beats Tony Ferguson. I don't know about Beneil Dariush is a little bit of a wild card for me. Like, I don't know how he does against the very, very best. Do you?
Beneil Dariush? I would like to see. I think he's got stamina and he's got heart. Whether he's got the ability to do so is something else. Yeah. We'll just have to wait and see. Yeah. But I like Dariush.
I like him as well.
I'm interested to see where he goes.
I mean, we've seen him against Ferguson, but I mean, against the likes of Poirier or against the likes of Justin Gaethje, like, I'm not sure if Dariush. I think he's at that level, but I'm not sure.
He's currently ranked number 3, isn't he?
I think he's number 3, yeah. And then you got Makhachev. So what do you do with Makhachev? I think what happens here is Chandler's going to either fight Dariush or Makhachev. Mm-hmm. That's it. I mean, who else is there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless he fights, I can't see them giving him the loser of the fucking Poirier Oliveira fight, but because then it's just a 4-man tournament. That would be shitty.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I don't know.
That's crazy, man. That was insane.
That was a banger.
All right, guys, let's tee up the next one because we do have Billy Quarantino at cage side. Billy is 16-3. He's from the USA. He's also super action packed. And then you have Shane, the Hurricane Burgos, who was in a potential fight of the year candidate before it was stopped against Edson Barbosa. And Shane is 13-3. And is always in exciting fights. So this Quarantino versus Burgos fight could also be very, very exciting. So we got that in front of us. This is a featherweight fight, so one weight class below what we just saw. So these guys are 145ers. and Chandler and Gaethje are 155ers. Holy shit!
Holy shit!
I mean, I can't get that out of my
that was
holy
was
shit.
wild.
That was crazy.
Yeah, guys, there's about 60 of you in here at the moment. If you are hanging around with us before this awesome Shane Burgos fight and Billy Quarantillo, please share the stream out.
Let's build it up again.
Yeah, with a couple of people. You know, put it on your social medias. If you're an Instagram person, put it on there. If you're on, you know, Twitter, put it there. Wherever you can share the stream. Let's get some more people up in here. And furthermore, we're Homie and the Dude. We're a father-son team, and we actually do podcasts where we interview the likes of Bruce Buffer, Arnold Allen, Mason Jones, Corey McKenna. We've also had people like Olympians, wingsuit world champions. We've had the Spider-Man stunt double, a bunch of different and
professional
skateboarders, bands, the whole lot.
Tattoo artists. I mean, it's been a real wide variety. So if you have any interest, there's a decent chance we have covered it.
Yeah, exactly.
In some of the guests that we've had. So thank you for tuning in on this. This has been an amazing MMA night, and it's just getting started. We're not even.
This is our live stream.
This is our MMA live stream, which we do
for every pay-per-view.
Each pay-per-view. So if you like what we do, thank you first of all for being with us. Second of all, there's a link in whichever platform you're in right now. That is a link to YouTube, and if you click on that link, it will get you to a subscribe button. And if you hit that subscribe button, you will get notifications of the next time we do this. So thank you for being with us. We now have Shane Burgos that has just entered the cage. Billy Quarantillo is in the cage as well. Tail of the tape, big difference between Shane Burgos's reach. He's 75.5 inch reach versus Quarantillo, who's 70-inch reach. So a 5.5-inch reach advantage, even though they're about the same height, which is crazy. That's a huge reach advantage. And if you see Michael Chandler, who we thought had really, what are you doing? What are you doing right now?
I'm hungry.
You eating your anxiety away?
It's been like 4 hours since I last ate. I'm so fucking hungry right now.
All right, Bruce Buffer. Bruce Buffer is
you want a fucking biscuit?
I mean, maybe. Is on the mic again. And remember, Buffer changed his coat, which I think is the first time I've ever seen him do it, for between the prelim and the main card. He probably did it because they're at Madison Square Garden. So big ups to Bruce Buffer and his tailor. Fucking bringing the heat. Bruce Buffer's tailor bringing some serious heat. Burgos is fucking super action-packed. Great hands. Fought a great fight against Edson Barbosa. Lots and lots of, very similar to the last fight that we saw. Probably not quite at the level, but Burgos got the only way I could describe it is a delayed standing knockdown against him. So Edson Barbosa hit him with repeated strikes, and Burgos staggered around, and then...
Here we go, smells like alcohol and cigarettes, Keith Peterson.
Keith Peterson on the
call.
No
nonsense, Keith Peterson.
Here we go. It's Burgos versus Quarantillo for a featherweight matchup fight, and this is going to be a banger as well. I mean, they both probably were listening to the crowd backstage and thinking, holy fuck, we're going to have to bring shit. And immediately they're doing that.
Nice outside leg kick.
Both of them, wow, Quarantillo coming with big strikes, and now little sneaky uppercuts, almost like clinching at the top with his left hand and uppercutting so he could measure on the bottom. Interesting.
A half tie clinch.
Half tie clinch. And Quarantillo's touching Burgos a little bit more, which I'm surprised at. And Burgos, remember, has got a 5-inch reach advantage. So he is, at this point, choosing not to use it as much as an advantage because Quarantillo has no problem touching Burgos right now. And landing significant strikes. Burgos with a nice inside leg kick, or actually inside body kick. Wow, nice uppercut by Quarantillo. Quarantillo tries a flying knee. Both of them landing big strikes, and this is another action-packed fight again.
Nice outside leg kick for Shane. Shane is real calm right now. You can see looking like Shane's wanting to just kind of, I guess, almost ease into this one. It feels like Billy came out with a lot more energy, and Shane was wanting to ease into this fight a little bit more and take it a little bit easy going into this one. But Billy's come out with fire and bombs. and Shane is just dealing with that. Currently clenching up against the cage, in a 50-50 position. Shane with good head position, throwing some foot stomps.
Right now, Burgos is it's about a 50-50 up against the cage. Shane Burgos has Quarantillo. It looks like Burgos has got a little. It's either a scrape against the side of his head or maybe a slight abrasion cut. Well, Burgos hits Quarantillo with a straight, stiff left, two stiff lefts that stood Quarantillo up. Quarantillo does not like Burgos' straight left, and now Burgos might be using his reach a little bit just to land that left outside of Quarantillo. Oh, another left.
Burgos' jab is beautiful. It comes like very untelegraphed, quick snapping, and it is really nice. That's
and it's
a
powerful.
Jab.
It's a powerful jab. Nice outside low leg kick by Burgos. And Burgos is now sort of settling into this fight a little bit more. Wow, Quarantillo goes for a smoking uppercut and misses it barely. But Burgos got a double jab there. And the jab has taken over this fight for the last sort of, 30 seconds or so. And now they exchange rights. Both guys landing big bombs again. This is a very competitive fight. Both guys going for devastating damage with their strikes.
Wow. That snapping jab of Shane Burgos is just something beautiful.
Burgos is staying tight in his guard and his technique. Quarantillo is a little looser, but a nice little jab by Quarantillo to the body. Burgos with an outside low leg kick. And Quarantillo's just trying to touch Burgos. And oh, wow. Quarantillo misses
nice
with a right, and Burgos counters with that beautiful left that's like a fucking piston.
Oh, wow. Nice right there as well from Burgos. Do you know what Burgos is doing as well? His variety is not as high as Quarantillo. Quarantillo is throwing a lot of different looks, but Burgos is staying sharp, straight, quick, and snappy with it.
Yeah. Future Anime says Quarantillo has some slick hands. He was definitely off the mark quicker, but I would say it's evened up quite a bit at this point. Burgos is landing a lot more with his jab, and Quarantillo is just a little bit...
Both gentlemen just trading there.
Wow, there's
Quarantillo really starting to put it on him, though.
Quarantillo goes for the first takedown with a single leg and lets it go and drives up against the cage. Burgos is up against the cage, and Burgos grabs an underhook, an underhook and an overhook. So it's in a 50-50 right now, but Burgos has a clench behind. Burgos is controlling a little bit up against the cage, and it feels like nice little foot stomp by Burgos there, and they separate. And at this point...
Double jab from Billy.
Outside leg kick by Burgos. Billy lunging forward. Wow, two nice rights. They exchange rights. Oh, wow. Oh, shit.
Shane just dropped Billy for a second there.
Oh, and is landing cleanly on Quarantillo right now. Quarantillo got hit 2 times cleanly and got dropped to a knee and got up very quickly, but he
just a little flash knockout.
But Quarantillo's still lethal. He's still landing. Both guys are just winging. I mean, they're missing sort of like simultaneous knockouts by throwing these damaging same right hands.
Oh, big body shot from Shane there, but Billy just touching him with this jab, just touching him over and over and over with the jab.
Yeah, and that's to Future Anime's point. Quarantillo has some slick hands. Now Quarantillo
currently outpacing Burgos by 20 significant strikes right now. 20 significant strikes more for Quarantillo.
Let me just say something. I think I saw a tooth fly out of fucking Burgos' mouth. Let's see if it happened. I don't know if it did or not. But I know the mouth guard came out, and I thought I was like, was that a fucking tooth? And I was like, no, it can't be a tooth because he's got his fucking mouth guard in. And then at the end of the round, they pick up the mouth guard, and they put it back into his mouth. What a round! That was a great round. I mean, look, these guys had to follow up the Chandler Gaethje fight, and let's see here. Wow, big shot by Burgos that lands. A little sneaky uppercut by Quarantillo. Quarantillo with a nice little like check hook. And I think Quarantillo actually slipped.
He actually slipped into the punch, actually.
So it wasn't a straight knockdown, but Quarantillo did catch another 3 or 4 punches thereafter. And there was no replay of a tooth flying, so it might be my bad.
But currently Quarantillo is up 20 significant strikes going into this second round, and here we go.
And it was 85 to 65 significant strikes. So huge, high volume.
My
Wow.
Lord, wow.
Quarantillo coming with a lot of power right now. Big, big power and landing. Quarantillo trying to take over at the beginning. See if Burgos can withstand this initial surge. Quarantillo with a spinning back fist as well. That lands. Nice little leg kick, but Burgos is there. Burgos is locked in. He's in the pocket. This is another fucking banger of a fight, guys. Holy shit.
Wow. Both gentlemen trading. Quarantillo just a little bit more active with his hands right now and just able to touch Burgos just a little bit more. It seems like Burgos is doing the majority of the power. Big elbow over the top for Shane there. It seems like Shane is doing a little bit more power where Billy is doing a lot more of like touching, a lot more. Oh, big overhand right for Shane there.
Whoa, thunderous. Sort of
Lord.
a swinging almost a roundhouse right that lands by Quarantillo, literally threw it from behind him over the top and lands on top of Burgos. Oh,
Nice
now he tries to
inside
throw
leg kick
an
from
uppercut that literally was going to go through the roof of Madison Square Garden. Oh, Burgos chops Quarantillo and must have hurt him because he collapsed to the ground.
No, it was an inside leg kick as Quarantillo moved in, and Burgos doing a really nice job of just staying composed. And you see his head movement there as well. Some beautiful head movement from Shane Burgos as Billy was coming in, throwing strikes there. Both gentlemen now clenching up against the cage in a 50-50. Shane now with an underhook reverses the position, throws a nice knee to the body. Quarantillo trying to dip the head of Burgos with a partial tie clench. Both gentlemen still fighting up against the cage.
Did you see the outside of Quarantillo's left leg? It looks like there's a blood contusion on the outside of his left leg. He's definitely getting hurt. Nice body shot by Burgos.
Swelling on the shin.
Yeah. And this fight is still a 50-50 fight. There's just under 3 minutes left in the second round. Another really, really good matchmaking fight to have both of these guys just equally trying to bang each other out. I think Burgos has a little bit more of an advantage with his leg kicks, but certainly Quarantillo. Oh wow, Quarantillo just basically almost kind of like tie clinched takedown. That was weird. He kind of had his hands behind his back and then swept him down. But Burgos is back up again.
Nice teep from Burgos. Oh, nice uppercut from Billy. Sliding through the guard of Burgos.
Wow.
Nice inside trip again for Burgos to disrupt that attack from Billy there.
Nice little subtle foot movements to get these little flash takedowns that aren't, significant as far as damage. I'm not sure what the judges are seeing with them as well. But I tell you what, both guys, it's a 50-50 fight when they're just throwing hands. Big shot by Burgos there. Another big shot by Burgos. Quarantillo can take a fucking strike. Jesus Christ. Burgos is landing big, big shots. Remember, the last time Burgos was in a firefight like this, he got the worst of it. So
Quarantillo with a nice overhand right that lands flush there. But Quarantillo starting to slow down a little bit, it feels like.
Quarantillo has like a fucking model face as well, doesn't he? He's like a good-looking guy.
Oh, wow. Nice inside leg kick for
Burgos.
Yeah, Burgos stuffing a takedown from Quarantillo. It felt like a little bit of a desperation takedown. Oh, wow.
Burgos
nice counter from fucking Billy. Holy shit. This is a fight.
This is a fight, and I think at this point, Burgos may be trying to close the show here, but Quarantillo comes with a little short chopping uppercut. Quarantillo again. Now this a short left. Burgos with a right left. Holy shit. Quarantillo with an inside leg kick. This is, again, an action-packed fight. It's a weight class below, so it's not exactly the firepower that you got with the Gaethje-Chandler fight, but the skill level and the fucking damage is comparable. Quarantillo with a sneaky left.
Both gentlemen with elbows in the clench there.
Yeah, Quarantillo with a sneaky one, and then Burgos with a counter right elbow as well. I think Burgos is hurting Quarantillo's lead leg with that chopping. There he goes again with another. Oh wow,
1-2 from Quarantillo.
Wow, Quarantillo now tagging 1-2 with a strike, and they're both taking heavy, heavy damage. This is crazy, man. This is absolutely crazy. Both guys just slinging it. Oh, another big fight.
Oh, my Lord.
Holy shit. Wow. Quarantillo is staggered. Quarantillo staggered. Quarantillo is really staggered.
Oh, my God.
Quarantillo is now staggered backwards. Quarantillo is still throwing, but he keeps getting staggered backwards. And Burgos is still accurate. Very accurate, and they're both throwing.
Oh,
wow, big hook by Burgos. Burgos is extremely accurate in this fucking firefight right now. Quarantillo's very hurt. Burgos with a body shot and another shot. Extremely fucking accurate. He's landing a lot. Quarantillo's still in there, though.
Wow.
That was the end of the second round.
What a big end for Shane. What a big
Holy
end
shit.
for Shane.
I don't know how Quarantino lasted that because
nearly 300 punches between the two of them.
Holy shit. And the thing was, Quarantino was hurt with about 30 seconds to go and then took an additional at least 10 strikes that were clean, and he still stayed up.
Jesus Christ.
Incredible
Future
capacity.
Anime's right. I think that one goes to Burgos just because of that end flurry at the end there.
Yeah, that last, I think Quarantino needs something big like a knockdown or a takedown in this round to win. If they're just exchanging in this last round, I think it's Burgos' fight. I think he won the first round, and I'm pretty sure he won this round. First round was a little closer, but Burgos landed a few more leg kicks. But at this point, it feels like Burgos is in the driver's seat. Quarantino, we don't know how much that was just sort of shock damage, or if it's going to be a residual damage that he's going to feel when he starts this next round. Let's see how he looks to start the third round.
I was going to say, his leg is completely toast though right now.
Yeah, Quarantino's leg, his lead leg has been taken apart by...
His lead leg out of the orthodox stance.
Yeah, so that would be his left leg. Oh, wow, big shot by Quarantino. Wow, Quarantino's still throwing bombs.
But Shane chopped at that leg and almost put him down with it.
He can barely...
Oh, big straight right from Billy.
Wow, look at this.
Oh my God, both gentlemen just trading. Holy fuck.
If Quarantino comes out of this, look, Quarantino can barely walk on that leg. Quarantino is absolutely limping on that leg and hopping on the leg at this point. Keith Ferguson says, keep your hands in fists so that you do not throw any fingers in the eyes. But at this point, Quarantino is massively compromised. His left leg is gone.
Big
Quarantino's left leg is gone. He's now having to go southpaw. Now he goes orthodox again because that's probably the only way he knows how to fight. He's not really experienced with southpaw, so that league leg is there to get chopped again. And now Burgos is teeing off at the top. There it is again. And Quarantino can barely walk.
Oh, nice uppercut from Shane.
This is it. I think this is now going to be it because Quarantino cannot. There he goes.
Oh, chops him with the outside leg kick and drops Billy.
Wow.
With that outside leg kick there.
Quarantino cannot even stand on the leg. He can't even stand on the leg barely. But he's still fighting.
Still moving forward, shooting for a takedown.
Unreal courage.
Shane needs to separate right here.
Billy Quarantino's courage is through the roof.
And look at the swelling on his calf. Dear freaking Lord.
Wow.
Nice trip from Billy.
Billy sweeps, and this is the only way he can stay in this round is to just make
grapple. He's trying to pull Burgos to the ground in back control. He's now digging for a leg.
Wow, and Burgos does what he needs to do, which is gets it back up to standing so he can hit that leg again and chop. If he hits it again, Quarantino is definitely going to fall down again. He cannot put any weight on that leg. Burgos is almost using the leg kick as a feint, as a fake, so that he can
leg kick. And Billy winced after that one as well.
Unreal. Quarantino is not out of this though.
Oh, big knee to the body from Shane.
Shane now drives Quarantino to the cage. Shane would be best afforded to separate here and keep it a striking match, have that leg at his disposal if he can, but at this point he's choosing to be up against the cage. He might also be point counting right now and thinking, shit, I'm winning, so maybe I don't need to do anything. Also, Quarantino's got underhooks. Now it's a 50-50. Neither one of them are that excited about separating right now. Burgos driving a couple nasty hooks.
Big elbow from Burgos in the clinch. Billy willing to trade in the clinch here. And they separate.
Wow.
Nice counter from Burgos with some beautiful head movement.
Unreal.
Nice teep from Burgos.
Wow.
Big
they both
elbows.
exchanged elbows. Quarantino first and then Burgos with a counter elbow. Unreal. Burgos controlling now. Foot stomps on the cage. Burgos is pressing Quarantino up on the cage. I don't think Quarantino minds this type of fight right now because he's so compromised. His leg is definitely, he's literally on like 1 1/4 legs right now. Wow, big elbow by Quarantino. And another elbow by Quarantino. First the right and then the left. And now he's just sort of clubbing forward. He just split open Burgos's nose. Burgos still landing big punches. They're both still landing clean punches. And I tell you what, Quarantino's not out of this. He is not out of this, and Burgos is slightly buzzed now. Burgos's legs aren't quite as stable as they were, and Quarantino shoots
Quarantino with a beautiful shot A beautiful shot, and Shane gives up his back
Wow,
to stay on the feet. Quarantillo looked to dig in a hook, but Shane doing a good job of separating the hands and then turning his back to the cage.
There's a record that's just been made in this fight, which is the most significant strikes in a 3-round fight. So currently, Shane's Quarantillo going for a leg lock there.
Well, they're back to their feet.
Back to their feet, and it looks like Quarantillo is best served by driving this thing to the cage and not having to be in the middle of the cage where he has to deal with those leg kicks. Quarantillo
1 minute left.
Quarantillo now separated and throws a big uppercut. Shane is still willing to just chop, though. There he goes. He chops the leg again. Now a body shot with the knee. And Quarantillo has taken so much. They both have taken a tremendous amount of damage. They're just literally...
This might be a draw.
Fuck's sake.
I think Shane wins, but dear Lord.
Yeah, another just insane fight. Oh, nice knee by Another knee by Quarantillo. These guys are just tough as nails. Unreal.
30 seconds left.
Wow. And this is another, like, who are we getting fight of the night to? I mean, you're handing out $50,000 checks like it's fucking panels of toilet paper. This is insane. I think 10 seconds left. We're at the end of the 3rd round. And by my scorecard, I have it as Burgos winning this fight on points. But, you know, not a washout. But it was an absolute banger. Wow. What a fight.
What an incredible fight from those two gentlemen. Holy shit.
Unreal. Back to back. First a lightweight bar fight and then a fucking featherweight back alley fight. And holy shit.
A total of 740 punches were thrown. 740 punches were thrown between both gentlemen. They landed a combined total of 418 punches.
Which is a record. By far. A record by far. So this is the most action-packed featherweight fight in the history of the UFC. What we've just seen.
3 rounds, that is.
Yeah, as a 3-round
The Max
fight.
Holloway fight against Calvin Kattar still higher than this in terms of numbers.
Yes. But for a 3-round fight, this holds the record, which is not surprising. It was just holy shit, another one, man. Wow.
Wow, guys, if you're enjoying tonight like we are, please hit us with a subscribe on YouTube, dear Lord.
Wow.
And guys, get in the chat. Let's hear it from you guys. Oh, look, NBA, what's up?
NBA, what is up?
Am I too late for the party? No,
Hell
what's up,
no,
NBA?
You're just right for the party.
Hello, what's up, NBA? Pleasure to have you here with us. NBA joining from our last stream. Thank you so much for joining. Guys, please take the time to share the stream out right now. While we've got a quick hippity-hoppity second, take a second to share the stream out. And let's get some more people up in here. We've got nearly 100 of you currently in this chat after this incredible battle between Shane Burgos and Billy Quarantillo.
Shane is saying that's a fucking fight of the night. He's kind of doing this with his fingers. But I think it's a Shane Burgos win. It should be a Shane Burgos win.
It's a lot of punches.
It was a lot of punches. Burgos deserved that win. And, you know, we've not seen a Burgos fight that is...
Shane Burgos won by a unanimous decision. It was 29-28 across the board.
29-28 across the board, and that was a fucking hell of a fight. 2 rounds to 1. That's how we saw it. Give big props to both Michael Chandler before this and Billy Quarantillo now. Both men fought to the very end. Quarantillo basically fighting on one leg. Chandler dropped once and hurt several times. Just fighting on pure guts, both guys. Pure heart and guts, and it was an amazing display of what we like to see, which is a test of the human spirit. You know, we want to see how much you will put up with, how much you know, this is not like basketball, which I was a professional basketball coach, so this is not like, you know, trying to get your conditioning to push forward in a, you know, I'm down 5 points, can I play defense? I'm also receiving a tremendous amount of damage to my body, to my brain. I'm having someone that's really right in my space, in my energy, that's pushing me in a way that I've never been able to be pushed before. And that is a very unique experience that not any other sports, I don't think, have. I mean,
Yeah, you're right.
You know, wrestling, I think, and other combat sports for sure, but MMA brings it all together and makes it a very, very interesting and intriguing spectator sport to watch. It is vicious, no doubt, but it is super, super fascinating.
NBA saying what happened to the Chandler Gaethje fight. NBA, so what went down was Gaethje pieced Chandler up pretty badly, to be fair, and won via unanimous decision, but it was a very close fight. Chandler almost put Gaethje out in the first round, but didn't quite make it. Francis Ngannou next to Valentina Shevchenko in the crowd, and Greg saying, you were a professional basketball player? Professional basketball coach. I almost played for the UK in basketball, but Tom coached Division 1 basketball in Spain and BBL in the UK, which is the highest level in the UK, and also Division 1 in the UK as well.
Yeah, I wasn't a player. No, I wasn't a player, dude.
Wasn't a player.
I mean, I was a player when I was younger, but not even anywhere near any serious level. But so my point though is that there's a certain dynamic in combat sports that some people hate the brutality of it, but you have to, for us that love the sport, kind of put that somewhere and also now look at the will, the human spirit. How much can I endure to get to a place where I'm victorious? And it is fascinating to watch. It is the biggest test, besides maybe like an ultra marathon or something.
Yeah.
But this is more of a one-on-one
eco challenge.
Yeah, a one-on-one competition that really makes it so much more compelling. And
it's such a test of the human will and body.
Yeah, it's crazy. Wow, 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 wow. Thanks, Greg, for the question. Where are you calling in from, Greg? And let us know where you are right now and who you have. So the next fight...
We've got 70 people here. Guys, get in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from. Who are you here to support? And shout out your country. Shout out where you guys are watching from today and represent yourselves. We've got 12 amazing people on Twitch right now. We've finally gone over 1,000 views on Twitch and we're at 32 followers. Thank you so much. We currently have 40 incredible people over on Facebook and about 10 of you wonderful lot on YouTube. Thank you so much for every single person that has come tonight. I hope you're having a great time, and if you are, please hit us with the subscribe on YouTube. We're currently over 800 subscribers, guys. Thank you so much. You guys are making dreams come true for us, and you know what? More of you can do that by just taking a quick second of your day to help us out.
Greg, so you're from Maryland.
Maryland.
I went to college just outside of Philly.
Philly.
And went to high school in New Jersey, in Ocean City, New Jersey, not Ocean City, Maryland. So I know your neck of the woods a little bit. Great. Wow. Edgar gonna end the Cheeto show in round 2. Future Anime says could be. I think the Cheeto show personally is, I don't know, man. Edgar. I mean, fuck. I don't know. It's gonna be another fucking banging fight.
Like, I'm excited.
This could be.
I'm voting Cheeto on that one, Future. I'm sorry. I'm voting. I'm voting.
I'm going to say Cheeto as well, Future, because I just think Frankie has taken some really, really bad losses recently, and he's now further, further along in the age category and in the MMA experience category. So I think Cheeto just might have a little bit more in the gas tank than Frankie. But Frankie is a legend. Frankie will be a Hall of Famer. We all love Frankie. He has been
Frankie.
He's been a focus of many of our individual enjoyments of different fights that Frankie's been involved in. I mean, I remember the fight against Ortega was touch and go for a long time until Ortega touched him with an uppercut. And then the last fight was the one that makes me wonder about Frankie. That flying knee that Corey Sandhagen hit against him was pretty crazy.
We got by Bondo Peter, watching from Uganda. Thanks, homie and dude. Hey, shout out to you, man. Thank you for coming and joining us tonight. Really, really appreciate you.
You too, Greg. Thanks for
Bless
Boyunda.
you, Greg. Bless you, Greg.
Are you representing? So from Uganda, who are you here to see? And Juan says Frankie needs to wrestle or he will lose. That is a great point. And if Frankie does wrestle, he very much has a pathway to victory. So that's a great observation that I really didn't even think about as much as you have, Juan. So thank you for presenting that to the group.
That's why Juan's here. Fucking love you, Juan, because there's no Juan else. You're the Juan. You're my Juan.
You're number Juan in our book. So Future Anime says Edgar going to end the Cheeto show in round 2. So there's 2 people that I think are leaning more towards Frankie. Not surprising. Frankie is a favorite. Cheeto's a favorite as well. Cheeto really ingratiated a lot of people during that Sean O'Malley fight. Probably as much because of how O'Malley sort of accepted the fight, which is he didn't accept the loss, as much as Cheeto overwhelmed Sean O'Malley. So I'd like to see that as a run back because O'Malley contests that that's not an actual loss. I don't know. I was there. I saw what I saw, which is O'Malley getting chopped down and not able to continue. This is another day. This is another fight, and Cheeto has Frankie Edgar in front of him, every bit as much certainly the competitor, different skill set than Sean O'Malley, but certainly this is going to be a test. So Chito Vera, remember, is from Ecuador, and his first name is Marlon Chito Vera. This is a bantamweight fight, so this is now another level down in the weight class. So, you know, usually when we go down in weight, it's a little bit more active, a little bit more action-packed, and a little bit less powerful, a little bit less ferocious, less conclusive in weaponry, let's say. Yet, when you've got Frankie Edgar and Chito Vera, they both can land and hurt each other without question. So we've had 2 insane fights to start the main card. The first one was Justin Gaethje winning a unanimous decision over Michael Chandler, deservedly so, but Michael Chandler is, without question, one of the toughest MMA fighters we have ever seen. The way he handled himself in those last 2 rounds, literally dropping his hands and begging Gaethje to inflict even more damage on him. The other fight that we just finished was what was fucking Shane Burgos and Billy Quarantillo, and that was an action-packed fight as well. Quarantillo literally rendered almost a one-footed fighter for the last round, and still was there trying to wrap him up for takedowns, for submissions. So just an incredible first 2 fights, and now we've got another one that could be a fucking doozy. Cheeto versus fucking Frankie.
A D'Souza.
Frankie the Answer, Edgar.
Kyle Ward back in the chat. What's up?
Kyle, what's up, man? You back from the fucking
dead?
You back from the bar, or are you still in the bar and you just fucking in a quiet place? What time do you think the Usman fight will be? So this is the Frankie Edgar fight. After the Edgar fight in Cheeto is the Namajunas and Zhang Weili fight, and then it's the Usman fight. So I would say probably in an hour. So we're thinking about 4:30, maybe. It depends how these fights go, but between
three maybe. What time is it now?
It's 3:30 now. So between 4 and 4:30.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Probably, yeah. There's 2 fights to go.
Ward says Chino or Cheeto, first round KO.
Wow. Okay. You got money on that, Carl? Are we doing a fucking parlay tonight?
Yeah, yeah, Kyle. How much you betting? Kangaroo giraffe. What would that even look like? That would be terrifying.
Although that would be pretty cool.
That'd be pretty cool.
As a monster, kangaroo giraffe. That's cool. All right, Frankie Edgar is in the cage. Frankie's still number 8 in the lightweight division, so very, very much in the thick of it.
Featherweight, isn't it?
Was it sorry?
No,
bantamweight.
Bantamweight.
I read that wrong.
Bantam.
So Frankie's number 8 in the bantamweight. Let's see if Chito Vera is ranked in the division. I think he could be in the bottom half of the top 15. Let's see. So I'm just looking at the tail of the tape, and Cheeto has a 2.5-inch reach advantage. Look, Frankie Edgar's 40 years old, and Cheeto is 28 years old. Cheeto's number 13 in the bantamweight division. Frankie's number 8. 40 years old. So we did see Glover last week win a light heavyweight championship at 42, but that we can't just expect that to be the norm. When you're 40 years old, you know, things aren't as they used to be. And so let's hope that Frankie has, you know, at least this one left in him, and we don't see what we've seen with other fighters, which is someone get old right in front of us. And Edgar's had some tough losses recently, but he is still Frankie Edgar. You know, he's a fucking legend.
Kyle says he only has money on Gaethje, Rose, and Usman.
So you won. You
Old
won the
man
Gaethje.
power.
Old man power. Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's see. I mean, then we saw it with Glover for sure.
Old man power. Incredible.
It's true. I mean, the last thing that goes in fighters, especially power punchers, is their punch. You know, their conditioning will go, their ability to take a punch. But as far as throwing a punch, you saw it with George Foreman when he was like 44 years old, and he knocked out Michael Moorer to become the oldest heavyweight champion in the world. So let's see if Frankie Edgar, what he has left. He looks good. He looks in shape. It doesn't look like he's been, you know, taking it easy. Frankie is the consummate professional.
I was going to say,
And
a
he's a
long
fucking
time UFC vet.
Let's just have a look at Frankie's recent.
Here we go. Todd
record.
Anderson.
All right, here we go. Ring Gal is out, and Edgar is sizing up Vera. We've got, I don't know who this referee is.
Todd Anderson.
Oh, is it Todd Anderson? So Todd Anderson in the cage with Vera and Edgar. Immediately you see that Vera's, of course, a little bit taller than Edgar. Edgar lands a straight right, though. Vera's got his shorts cut nearly up to the waist. They are cut up to the waistband. So that signifies that he wants to have some freedom to make some leg kicks or even just have some movement. You wonder why Venom just doesn't offer shorts like that, because those are ridiculous. They look, wow. Takedown by Frankie, as was predicted by Juan. Big shots back and forth, both exchanging jabs at this point. It looks like
nice outside leg kick for Vera. Nice one too for Frankie.
Frankie skilled on the feet, changes stances for a minute, and then goes back to the orthodox stance. Inside leg kick by Frankie. Wow, nice. And they're still sizing each other up, but they're doing a lot of leg kicks at this point. Vera, now out of the southpaw stance, you've got Vera.
Oh,
nice
catch.
Leg kick by Vera, but a catch by Frankie. So the strategy is at this point, from my perspective, that Frankie is looking for opportunities to take Vera down. So that was a little body shot by Frankie. But for Frankie to take Vera down, he's going to have to go through the fire of, it could be a knee.
Oh, wow.
Could be some hands.
Nice little encounter there, both gentlemen throwing in the pocket. Troy G, thank you so much for subscribing to the YouTube channel. Welcome to La Familia, you absolute freaking legend. Welcome.
Thanks,
Cheers.
Troy. Really appreciate it. Here's the other thing with Frankie trying to take down Cheeto. You will know that as you get older, your energy gets exhausted. As I say that, Frankie takes Cheeto down, but Cheeto has locked Frankie up in a little bit of a...
Beautiful takedown from Frankie, but a deep guillotine. But
it's a one-handed...
I was going to say, he's giving it up because he only had the half guard.
And at this point, Frankie is in a half guard, or in Cheeto's half guard position right now.
And Frankie Edgar has phenomenal ground and pound.
And now he's in the full guard of Cheeto Vera. Cheeto's got a body lock with his legs in the full guard on Frankie, and Frankie's already posting up now and getting to the place where he can really do some of his ground and pound, maybe drop some elbows, really trying to post up at this point. But Cheeto's doing a good job of holding Frankie's hands in a position while also body locking him.
Oh, big elbow from Frankie. Big elbows from the top from Frankie.
This is to me, this is a big question, because who is this wearing out more? Is it wearing out the 40-year-old Frankie Edgar more, or the 28-year-old Cheeto Vera more? And we'll see once they get up, if they get up from this position. But Cheeto is delivering, if not as much, certainly he's delivering his share of damage through elbows to the top position of Frankie. So Cheeto from the bottom is cranking his elbows on the side of Frankie's head.
Kangaroo Giraffe, thank you so much for subscribing to the YouTube channel. Welcome to La Familia. Also saying that I look cute and that you're enjoying the commentary. Glad to hear that you think I'm cute and commentary is good. Good times, all round.
By the way, we're father and son, so fucking...
Good genes.
Yeah, good genes.
And not just the ones we're wearing on our legs.
Frankie's still in Cheeto's guard. Still in control. Hasn't landed like a decisive...
Both gentlemen are throwing elbows at each other.
Cheeto's now reached his guard up higher. This is the type of position where sometimes you're hunting an arm. You might even try to get a triangle out of this, but his legs are a little bit higher.
Oh,
Frankie
wow.
smashes an elbow and another elbow.
Frankie with some phenomenal ground and pound here. Cheeto, oh, with a nice up kick there that landed on Frankie there.
Oh, another, heel kicks.
Oh, big
That
heel
hurt.
kicks landed on Frankie Edgar and brought Frankie back into the guard because those heel kicks were hard from the bottom. Those up kicks sucked.
And Cheeto delivered the up kick in a very unique way. He didn't deliver it with his sort of the bottom of his foot hunting a jaw.
It's like a tomahawk.
It was exactly. It was the back of his heel that was crushing against Frankie's head, and so I think it actually hurt Frankie at that point.
Frankie going back to the ground and pound here.
So again, the big question is, who is this benefiting the most? Of course, on the judges' scorecard, Frankie Edgar will win the first round because it shows that Frankie is controlling the fight. Yet, as far as cardio, we have to. And there's a nice.
Oh,
big
big
shot,
elbows from Frankie. And Vera throwing some elbows back from the bottom. But
tell you what,
Frankie just landed some huge elbows from the top.
Wow, what
big up kick staggered Frankie at the end there. That up kick staggered Frankie at the end there, completely staggered.
Wow, and that was a very, very interesting first round. I don't think Cheeto minded being on the ground.
Yeah. Kangaroo saying, do you guys have any MMA background, or are you just simply UFC fans? So we've been UFC fans for a very long time. I have done a lot of martial arts in my younger years. I was champion of Spain in the type of karate that Stephen Wonderboy Thompson does in my weight class as a young man. And Tom and I have done jiu-jitsu together, and Tom has done some Wing Chun, which isn't really a martial arts.
I mean, it's I mean, Bruce Lee would say it would, but I mean, it isn't. To be fair, it's not.
I was gonna say, you want Wing Chun some of this shit, dude?
You want
Wing Chun Frankie Edgar fucking elbows on you?
So yeah, we have a little bit, but Kangaroo Giraffe, mostly these days, we are students of the game, just watching it, and also wanting to keep up with, what's going on in jiu-jitsu and in grappling, and the latest new techniques that are most advantageous right now. So thank you for the question.
Vera charging forward and taking the center of the octagon. Frankie with lots of feints, actually. Nice inside leg kick there from Vera.
Vera is in the southpaw stance, you'll see, and Frankie is in the orthodox stance. So their front feet are almost at times touching each other, almost stepping on each other. In that position, your front foot is tapped. Big shot by Vera. That was a 1-2. Neither one of them looked too gassed. So the answer to the question is both of them are in good shape. Neither one of them felt too exhausted from that. It was about two and a bit minutes on the ground. And Edgar comes in with some body shots. Vera is game, though. Nice
1-2 from Frankie, but Vera with a really nice counter to follow it. Both gentlemen happy to trade. You can tell Frankie wants in and out, where Vera is wanting to stand in the pocket and trade with Frankie a little bit.
And Frankie's probably looking for a shot, and there he goes. He gets another shot, and here we are again. Vera going for those. Those are 12 to 6s, but on the ground they don't look like 12 to 6s. Vera going for a very high guard right now, so he might try to slip something in, or he might find that that's just the best way to keep Frankie from posting. There he goes with the armbar.
And another up kick that lands on Frankie again. He keeps landing those up kicks.
I'll tell you what, he's using that up kick almost as an offensive weapon at this point, wanting to be in the guard and using the up kick when they separate slightly. And it's got to make Frankie, a little bit careful when he's getting that, basically the heel of Cheeto Vera slamming.
Oh, big elbow from Cheeto there. NBA saying Frankie showing his experience and a good round, says Juan. I'll tell you what, you don't ever put Cheeto out. He's also a black belt in jiu-jitsu. He is a masterful black belt in jiu-jitsu and has phenomenal submission game. But Frankie just looking very dominant from the top, landing good ground and pound. If the fight continues like this, he will win this fight simply by pure. It's gonna go. If Cheeto is able to, he's really got to try and put him out here at this point. We're halfway through the second. Cheeto doesn't drop Frankie or change this round. That's 2 rounds to Frankie.
And at this point, we asked the question again, in those ground positions where Frankie has top control, whose gas tank is getting exhausted more. And remember, Frankie's 40 years old, Cheeto's 28 years old.
Oh wow,
Frankie
nice combination from fucking Frankie there.
Frankie looks in great shape, but he is the older man by 12 years. So it takes a lot of energy to take someone down and then hold them down, and not just that, but dodge elbows, dodge those heels, those up kick heels. So at this point, it looks like Cheeto's well in it when they're standing.
Nice overhand right from Frankie.
But I think to whoever's point it was, whether it was MBA's, Frankie.
Oh, big knee from Cheeto there.
Frankie wins the first round. Frankie's looking a little bit tired right now. We're just seeing a little bit of him.
He's having to move so much to try and keep from in front of Vera, because if he stands still, Vera just starts putting it on him.
Yeah.
So he needs to just keep moving to stay out of danger at this point.
And Cheeto's using his length right now to stay sort of in punch.
Oh, big knee
by Cheeto. Big knee by Cheeto that buzzed Frankie. Frankie got buzzed, but he did pop back up, so it was a flash knockdown. But it definitely dropped Frankie. It was a legit knee that dropped Frankie. He's back up. He seems to be in his own wits, and he's fine. But you know, he did get dropped. So at this point, standing, Cheeto looks a little bit more confident, and Frankie looks like he's a little bit less inclined to want to exchange right now.
Frankie is piecing together nicer combinations and has landed more strikes up in the fight in this point by almost 30 at this point. But it seems like Cheeto is just doing more damage and Frankie is starting to slow down. However, so far, based on the strikes and the ground control, I think it's 2-0 to Frankie.
I do too. And that ground control, you know, visually. Big shot by Frankie Edgar.
Big right for Frankie Edgar.
Big shot by Frankie.
Holy shit. Cheeto just ate that and kept marching forward. Jesus Christ.
Cheeto's still walking Frankie down, putting the pressure on him. And this is going to exhaust Frankie. This is going to test Frankie's his gas tank. And if Frankie goes in to the... oh, wow. Is Frankie buzzed there?
Glancing elbow from Cheeto. Big knee for Cheeto again.
6 seconds left in the round. Cheeto finishing this round very, very strongly.
Oh, big head kick.
Wow. And that was the end of the second round. Cheeto and Frankie have some words at the end of the second round.
Swearing at Frankie and the referee batting his hand away as they walk back across the ring. I wonder if the ref is having a word with Cheeto after that one. But Frankie currently 30 strikes up. 28 strikes up.
And has
on
top
Vera.
position on ground control.
And almost 4 minutes of ground control. Boom. Gorgeous knee from Vera.
Wow. So it was a knee that landed sort of in the high chest area. And he missed with a wicked elbow there. But here's the question. Frankie is up 2-0 in rounds. Yet I would say the advantage in cardio right now is slightly Cheeto. So the question is, can Frankie... wow, look at that. That's a knee straight up the gut. Does this land? look at this fucking teleprompter. What's going on there? I don't understand what they're doing. He lands in the chest.
Showing the takedown.
Oh, the takedown. Yeah. Okay. So it was a great takedown, and it was definitely what probably won Frankie the second round. However, let's see how much Frankie has in the tank. He needs to not get finished, basically, in this round, or not get dropped.
Yeah. At this point, Cheeto needs a finish, in my opinion.
I mean, unless they called those flash knockdowns as actual knockdowns, I don't think they would have, though. They didn't look like pure knockdowns to me.
Even then, with Frankie's top control that round, I feel like he still wins that round.
Yeah, so Frankie, from our perspective, is up 2 rounds to none. That was a really nice 1-2-3 combination by Frankie that landed 2 to the body and 1 to the head. Really, really nicely put together. And Frankie looks good. You know, it's the third round. Frankie looks alert, tight, disciplined, moving. You know, he's there. He's engaged. I wouldn't say it's as fresh as the first round, but pretty fucking close.
Yeah, I was going to say his cardio is definitely struggling. And you can also see, I'm not sure whether it's cardio. Oh, wow. Cheeto nearly pieced up a nice combination there, but Frankie just out of the range there, which is just beautiful space management from Frankie Edgar right now. And his footwork is really beautiful, to be fair. If I was Cheeto, I'd be trying to piece up the legs. Wow, that was a 4-punch combination from Frankie Edgar. Wow, big outside leg kick. Frankie's putting it on Cheeto right now. Cheeto needs to finish this fight right now, or Frankie wins pretty easily here.
Frankie goes for another takedown and almost gets it, goes for a double and misses. Cheeto stands him up, and they're standing up and striking again. This now feels like Cheeto walking Frankie down This looks a little bit different than it did at the start of this round.
Big right hand for Cheeto there.
And Frankie trying to stay in the pocket, trying to hold his ground, trying to get Cheeto's respect, but Cheeto chops out of the leg. Frankie's doing a really good job with body shots, and this could be one of the differences in this fight, because it keeps Cheeto from really opening up if that body is vulnerable when he opens up with his big punches. So Frankie's done a great job of investing in the body. Frankie again trying to combination his way in to striking distance. Didn't do so well that time, but there's 3 minutes left in this fight, and at this point, Cheeto needs to do something a little bit more conclusive, or this feels like it's going to be a Frankie Edgar decision, based basically on really good technique, really good strategy.
He's kept the 28 punch difference as well. He's literally kept the 28 punch difference almost exactly.
But listen, Cheeto can knock Frankie out. Frankie could potentially knock Cheeto out as well. Frankie can take Cheeto down and finish the fight on the ground. So there's a lot still at stake with about 2.5 minutes left. Very much the fight is still to be had. And it looks like, what's going on now? Oh, Frankie spits out his mouth guard. And Cheeto needs to be a little bit more urgent. Cheeto needs to walk him down a little. There he goes. He comes in with for a strafing left that just misses. Frankie comes back with a right left to the body again. And Frankie is finding the body much more effectively than the head. But he does find the head there.
Cheeto clipped Frankie there.
And Frankie is now, wow,
nice
Frankie,
body kick.
Beautiful takedown. Almost like he invited Cheeto to close distance with a strike so that he could get into that takedown distance and grab the takedown.
Beautiful spin from Cheeto there to break the grip of Frankie.
Cheeto breaks
and take it back to standing.
And here we are standing. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Frankie's the one that lands the first punch in this last little dash to the end of the third round. Cheeto's got to do more. He just literally won't be able to convince the judges if he stays here and just exchanges with Frankie, which is what's happening right now. You got to give Frankie Edgar an incredible amount of credit. This is a 40-year-old man. He's been knocked out a few times now recently, and he's bringing everything to the middle of the cage right now. Oh, wow. Head kick just knocked Frankie out.
Oh, wow.
Head kick. It was the Anderson Silva. It was the Anderson Silva push kick to the jaw that just knocked Frankie Edgar out with about 1 minute and 30 seconds left. And the referee stopped it before Frankie could do anything. And I got to say, he probably should have let Frankie at least encounter one more situation. Was Vera going to ask him to stand up? Was Vera going to grapple him? Frankie's definitely buzzed. He's definitely buzzed. And he probably, the argument is he probably would have been stopped immediately. But it was the Anderson Silva versus Vitor Belfort. Let's watch it. Right up the middle. Boom. Oh, so it's underneath the chin.
Oh, and he did take one more hit, to be fair.
Yeah, and wow, what a delivery. Very close contact.
Beautiful.
What a kick by Vera. And he was so close to him that he couldn't actually, he couldn't deliver the kick almost as it's in the book. He had to land it under the chin.
Boom. That is exactly what Lyoto Machida threw to Vitor, and the same kick that that Anderson Silva threw against Vitor Belfort.
Wow.
Beautifully thrown.
Wow. And you know what? This is heartbreaking for Frankie, because he was a minute away from having a strategy that was going to win this fight.
Frankie Edgar was about to win, guys.
Yeah, he was definitely ahead.
Future Anime had money on Frankie.
Wow. That's hard to hear. That's hard to hear, Future. I'm really sorry for you, because, that goes to the scorecards, and it's a 29-28 fight for Frankie. He wins the first round, the second round. He might lose the third, but I didn't even see him losing the third until that last.
I thought Frankie would have won that fight if he hadn't got knocked out. That was Frankie's fight to take.
He's still wobbly, though. He's still not quite right. What a delivery by Cheeto. And it was the only up kick to the face that he landed that whole fight. And
he threw it a couple times as well.
Yeah. And he threw it very close range. So it's hard to see that punch or that kick coming from that range. Really sneaky delivery of that up kick. I'm sorry, it was a push kick to underneath the jaw. Wow. Incredible. Incredible. That's 3 banging fights. And we haven't even gotten to the 2 featured main events, which we're almost at right now.
Rose Namajunas versus Zhang Weili up next.
future enemy, and my money is gone. Sorry to hear that, homie. Sorry to hear that. And it was so close because it was round 3, 350 of round 3, so a minute and 10 seconds till the end of that round. And my sense is that Frankie Edgar wins that fight by decision if that goes to the end. So that's just tough luck. But give it to Chito Vera. Chito Vera came up with a conclusive, and he needed it. He needed a conclusive either strike or kick, and he found it. Really, really nice. Very, very nice. Yeah. And he enters into the discussion of the most wins in the bantamweight history. TJ Dillashaw has 13, Aljo has 11, Rafael Asunciao has 11, and Uriah Faber has 11. And Chito now has 10 wins in the bantamweight division. Incredible win for Chito Vera. And now we have to start asking Frankie,
is it time?
The hard questions. Frankie goes to 29-10-1, and Chito goes to 18-7-1. Boom. So inside, very, very sneaky, right in between the guard of Frankie Edgar. Right in between. Boom. Hard to see that punch or that kick coming up. Very, very sneaky. You're looking at strikes, and as you're looking at strikes, he hits you with something that you just do not see. And it was very well delivered. That was fucking textbook.
Yeah, you know, and you know what, Chito versus Sandhagen's a good fight. I'd make that fight.
That's a good fight. That is a good fight.
Yeah, good shout, Future Anime. Good shout. Guys, there's 50 of you incredible people in here. We just finished that last fight. We're about to get into our 2 main events of the evening. If you haven't taken a chance to share this stream on your social media, spare a second and help us two, father and son out, grow a little bit as a channel, and we'd really appreciate it.
For sure.
That's all, guys.
For sure.
It's time for Frankie Edgar to retire and become a couch.
I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't mind seeing Chito fight against O'Malley again. O'Malley denies the loss, so let's run it back and let's see what happens with that, because I think O'Malley versus Chito would be a good fight. I think O'Malley's got the advantage standing up.
Zac Efron, though.
Zac Efron with the fucking masculine mustache. You don't see
Beautiful
that very often.
Mustache.
Lots of celebs in the crowd and fighters in the crowd. All right. Well, we are up to our first, or our co-main event.
Is this the first women's fight of the night?
It is. Holy shit.
Holy shit. This is the first women's fight of the night.
That is crazy, because usually there's no women's fight in the undercards. Amazing.
That is so wild. Holy shit, guys. This is the first women's fight of the night, and boy, is it a good women's fight.
All right, let's set the stage. It is...
You should retire, says Francis.
I agree. He's 40 years old. He is a Hall of Famer. He's lost... let's just have a look at how many he's lost in a row. You know, I don't get any pleasure in saying this, but let's just be fair to Frankie. And so let me see. He has... Okay. He lost to Chito tonight. He got knocked out badly by Corey Sandhagen with that flying knee. He beat Pedro Munoz, which is a decent win. He loses to Chan Sung Young, Korean Zombie. He loses to Max Holloway, beat Cub Swanson, loses to Ortega, vicious uppercut knockout. He beat Yair, he beat Jeremy Stevens. I mean, look, the guy, look at these fucking fights. Loses to Aldo, so it's looking more, you know, if we say green is win and red is lose, I'm seeing a lot more red toward the top of his most recent fights. 4 out of his last fights he's lost. 5 out of his last 7 he's lost. He's 40 years old. There's no shame at this point in Frankie Edgar saying, I'm prepared to walk away from this proudly, and everyone bows down to Frankie and says, you know, you go straight into the Hall of Fame, because I just read off 10 fights, and all of them are literally main event fights that he fought. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Next up's a big one, though.
All right, let's set the stage. Rose Namajunas is the champion of the strawweight division. She is the champion the second time. You'll remember that she won the championship from Joanna in knockout fashion. She then comprehensively beat Joanna thereafter in the rematch. Then she lost to Jessica Andrade in that pretty scary slam in Brazil, where Jessica Andrade basically almost like pile drives her with her head down into the ground, and Rose was shook from that. From there, Jessica Andrade immediately loses the title to Zhang Weili. Zhang Weili defends the title against Joanna in a fight of the year. Fucking unbelievable fight. And they set the stage to fight the first time, Rose and Zhang Weili.
Yeah. Francis saying Thug Rose all day. Guys, let us know who you're supporting today. I don't know who I support. I don't think I support either of these people. In terms of like that's a weird thing to say. It's not that I don't support them. I do support them. They're just not neither of them are my favorite female fighter. But I will say this. I think Zhang Weili is going to win tonight simply because I think if they go into the later rounds, I think she's going to put a pace on Rose that Rose may not have experienced before.
Yeah.
But also Rose is trained by Trevor Whitman, and you never know what comes out of the Trevor Whitman camp, you know.
Well, we do know that, I mean, we saw Justin Gaethje. He was cool under fire in that third round. Literally, explosions were going off around him. He was walking through a minefield, and he was still in his stance, composed, tactical. And Rose is a similar way. So Rose got the best of Zhang Weili the first time with a sneaky head kick. The first head kick of the fight lands and knocks Zhang Weili out. She had won 20 in a row before that fight. And so we thought that Rose would be fighting, I don't know, Carla Esparza, maybe, I don't know, Joanna, who knows. It turns out that they set it up for them to fight again. And so Rose is going to have to do it again, which probably mentally is like, fuck, I just knocked her out. Like, you want me to knock her out again? And the answer is, yeah, you're going to have to knock her out again, Rose, for her to go away, or at least to go away for a while.
Yeah. Also, guys, there's about 61 of you bloody beautiful lot in the chat today. If you have enjoyed tonight and you want to come back for more of these, we do this every pay-per-view. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel to make sure that you get updates for when we're going to go live. Also, Juan Sanchez, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia, Juan. Such a pleasure to have you here. And Greg Smith saying, Thug Rose. Everyone, let us know. Are you Thug Rose or are you Zhang Weili in the chat? We want to know. Zhang Weili or Rose Namajunas?
I mean, for me, this is going to be a battle of, can Rose manage distance for 5 rounds? And if she can, then she is going to consistently piece up Zhang Weili. If she can't, and it gets into the clinch or it gets on the ground, gets up against the cage, that's where Zhang Weili, her strength, her physicality, may start to crumple Rose in a way that we haven't seen for a while. And we know that Rose can be taken down. So Jessica Andrade, got her hands around Rose and flipped her to the ground. And so Zhang Weili is just as powerful, if not more powerful, than Jessica Andrade. To Bodhi's point, if those of you are on YouTube, there is a link right in the comments right now. If you're on Facebook, same link, and Twitch, similar link. That link is just going to open up another tab in your browser that's just going to give you an opportunity to subscribe to our YouTube. If you can subscribe to our YouTube, then when you are on YouTube and we are live, you'll just get a notification. Hey, Homie and the Dude are live with UFC 269. And then you'll know. So if that's of interest to you, go for it. And if it's not, that's cool as well. But here we are. We're just getting the intros of Rose versus Zhang Weili. And Zhang Weili has a country, literally a country behind her. So us in the West, we don't really understand how much pressure Zhang Weili has, but she is, not only does she have China behind her, but she has the UFC's investment in China behind her as well. So the UFC has huge, huge hopes, and they have said that China will be the next place that the the UFC will cultivate its future champions.
Quick shout out to Luis Diaz saying Thug Rose. We've got Sean saying let's go Thug. Jeff Hartman, thank you for subscribing to the YouTube channel. That means the world to us. We hope you enjoy all the content you find on there, all the awesome podcasts with professional UFC fighters, professional skateboarders, Olympians, and all the rest. And also, if you happen to be a super nerd, there's some Dungeons and Dragons shit on there for you as well. So Jeff, thank you so much for subscribing to the YouTube channel. Really, really appreciate that. Future Anime saying, my heart says Rose, but my brain says Zhang. My heart says Rose, but my brain says Zhang. Yeah, no,
that's
I'm right
kind of
there
where I
with
am.
you with that.
That's exactly where I am. Here's the other thing. Rose has some sneaky subs. So Rose has a rear naked choke that's super sneaky. Rose has an armbar as well. So if it does go to the ground, you might want to just be careful. What you wish for. If your strategy is to take Rose to the ground and bust her up and rough her up, she could win from the ground as well. She is lethal with her submissions, and she has several submission wins earlier in her career. Not so much later in the career when she's just refined her striking, but they're there as well. So here we go.
Greg Smith saying Thug Rose has me. I love her bald head ass.
her bald headed ass.
I was going to say, that's, I think, in the wrong order. Here comes Zhang Weili to the arena, the challenger, the Chinese challenger, Zhang Weili, with a smile on her face.
And a flag on her shoulders.
And a buzz cut to go with it as well. A buzz cut reminiscent of Henry Cejudo.
Yeah.
Someone she's been training pretty savagely with for this fight, actually.
It's true. It's a good point.
Which makes you think she's going to be grappling.
Yeah.
It makes you think Zhang Weili will be shooting for a takedown and trying to grapple and dominate Rose Namajunas. And you know what? That would all make a lot of sense, I think.
Yeah, for sure. But, Rose, again, is a master at distance control. So at this point, these are the types of fights that we're really intrigued with because we don't know who's going to be dominant in that particular skill. And that's what makes us all fascinated. That's what makes us sort of pull up our chair to see how this is going to play out. We do know that Rose has a sneaky ass fucking left kick that lands to the top of Weili's head. That
Boink,
has happened.
Bink.
But other than that, if this extends out, we don't know about cardio. We don't know about how things are up against the cage. We don't know how things are on the ground. We don't know how things are with extended leg kicks, which, remember, Zhang Weili was investing in the leg kicks at the beginning of that first fight before Rose clipped her with the winning leg kick. So a lot of unknowns here as Zhang Weili is getting the Vaseline applied to her cheekbones and her forehead, and Dan Miragliotta is just checking that her gloves are taped up right and just giving her the once over to make sure that her mouth guard is in, which it now is, and he's going to give her the okay to enter the cage. And there she goes. She is a little pocket rocket, just absolute power in that little body.
Big cheers coming from the crowd.
Yeah, and that's great. I'm super, super happy that our American crowd is acknowledging the
big mixed reactions.
Yeah.
Mixed reactions, but there's still some positivity in there, which we like,
Yeah.
I'm a fan. Here's the thing. You can feel whatever you want to feel about outer world shit, and same thing, I feel that way about Colby Covington. I don't like the guy as a person and what he does outside the ring. I don't like Rose Namajunas saying it's either you're dead or you're red or you're dead. You're dead or you're red, or I don't fucking know what that means. And for me, I respect good fighters who get in the ring and prove that they have the skills to be where they are. And, Rose Namajunas already telling herself that she's the best as she walks out.
Yeah.
And Zhang Weili, she's a phenomenal fighter. Same with Colby Covington. Though he might be a dick, he is a phenomenal fighter. You can see, actually, the pressure of the moment getting to Rose Namajunas, giving some big breaths in and out as she does. She's now screaming that she's the best as she walks in.
And Rose Namajunas, just for those of you that aren't aware, the UFC has a tradition that the champion of any title fight wears the black and gold befitting that champion. So Namajunas is both in her sort of her warm-up shirt. It is black with gold stripes, and also her fighting trunks, her Venom fighting trunks, are black with gold highlights as well. The colors of a champion. And she gets her last instructions from her husband and coach. Gives him a big
Pat
hug.
Barry.
Pat Barry.
Shout out to Chad Gardner. Thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Welcome to La Familia. Greg Smith, I'm the best. You know, she's literally saying it. She's literally saying it from the moment she walked in. And you could see, though, that the pressure of this moment as she was walking out, there were some nerves. And you know what? I wonder how that adrenaline is doing right now. Because if your adrenaline is peaking right now, that means you're dropping in the second round hard in terms of adrenaline dump.
It could be.
Thug Rose, 250 on her, says Kyle Ward.
Let's go.
Shit.
Let's go, Kyle.
Kyle Ward has 250 on Thug Rose Namajunas.
All right, so a couple things. What I really liked is how calm Trevor Whitman was. He had a smile on his face. He was very relaxed. Almost.
Have you seen the photos of? It's a video, and it's like a split video, and it's all of Trevor Whitman's people like knocking people out, and the rest of the corner is like, oh, and Trevor's just like, yes, well done.
I am the mad scientist.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, that is how I envisioned it.
All right, so
incredible. 100 of you amazing people in here right now.
Both in the cage. We're getting the final tail of the tape. Nothing significant really in the tail of the tape. Rose is 5'5". Weili is 5'4". Rose has a 2-inch reach advantage, which actually is something to keep your mind on. And as far as age, you know, I was surprised that Weili is 32 years old. I thought she was a bit younger. Yeah. And Rose is 29. I thought Rose was a little bit younger.
Shout out to Jefferson. What's up? Greg saying if she KOs her again, she is
a Hall of Famer.
A Hall of Famer. And Carl says Rose should have never lost the bout. She's the best in the division.
Yeah, I mean, Rose is putting together a Hall of Fame career. 2 wins against Joanna, a comeback win against Jessica Andrade, first win against Weili. Here we go. We're getting the announcement from Bruce Buffer as the lights go down in Madison Square Garden, and Rose is sort of repeating the mantra to herself, I'm the best, I'm the best. And Weili is confident in bouncing up and down. And, you know, Weili's just, her physique is so impressive, just her arms and the definition of her arms. She can hardly put them to her side. So they're like waving on, you know, out to her side because her lats and her biceps and her shoulders are so muscular. All right.
Here we go. Big shit. This is history in the making.
This is the rematch.
This decides whether we get a trilogy. I reckon if Zhang wins this, then we go trilogy.
Yeah, because even if Zhang knocks out...
Same with Usman. Same with Usman. And Covington. If Covington wins, I think we go trilogy.
Well, there's some... yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they'll allow it, but I think we should go trilogy.
All right. Here we go. Zhang Weili gets introduced. Rose is now doing some breathing exercises and a technique along with her mantra, I'm the best. I'm the best. And last time Rose said that, she came out very, very confident. And let's see how this second chapter of this awesome sort of, not trilogy, but this is, what do you call it, a duology? A duo?
Rematch?
Rematch goes.
Kyle saying, Weili is if Henry Cejudo had a twin sister.
That's exactly.
Pretty much, yeah.
That is very accurate. And by the way,
here we go.
They've been training together. All right, here we go. They're clearing out the cage. I'm feeling a little bit nervous right now. They touch gloves. It is Mark Goddard in the cage. Bruce Buffer with his sneaky little microphone in there. All right, here we go.
Touch the gloves.
Here we go. Gloves touched. Weili is in red.
Rose Namajunas in black and gold, befitting a champion.
Befitting a champion. I didn't know that for a while, and then you told me. All right, here we go.
Go Rose, says Jefferson.
And let's see if they touch gloves. Will there be a glove touch? Nope, they're right into it. And let's see. Rose is actually moving forward. Rose is pumping out almost like a rangefinder jab a couple times. Weili tries a low leg kick and misses.
No, it landed. It landed.
Okay, landed.
Just glancing though.
Weili,
That one landed flush.
big leg kick that does land, and this could be a big part of this fight. Remember what happened with Billy Quarantillo. This could be a similar situation if Weili is able to apply those really, really strong outside leg kicks. But Rose just changes stance and goes from orthodox to southpaw to duck away from the second outside leg kick. And Rose does it again, just backs up her left leg and changes to southpaw quickly and then back to orthodox. Rose now in southpaw, which would require Weili to land differently on Rose's legs.
Switching back and forth is Rose. Weili staying strong in her orthodox stance.
It's interesting Weili has this much respect for Rose because Weili is typically one to walk down and be right in the pocket. She did that with Joanna. She did that with Andrade. And we can see her technique at this point is to really close distance with leg kicks.
Nice inside leg kick from Rose, and they begin to trade. Nice 1-2 from Namajunas.
And it's interesting because for Rose to get into the pocket, she's got to put that leg into the pocket. And it looks like Weili is really, really focusing on that front leg. Rose is switching up stances almost by the second. Weili tries a head kick this time while Rose is in the southpaw stance. It's blocked by Rose. It's very much a tactical distance fight right now, just to see how am I going to be able to strike. And Weili misses an inside leg kick and is a little bit out of position, and Rose touches her up.
Nice counter from Rose, and Zhang throws a nice right as well. Both trading, but Rose definitely getting the better of that engagement. Nice shot from Zhang with the double leg and draws Rose to the ground. Beautiful work from Zhang to get that takedown, and she's going to begin trying to put ground and pound down on Rose.
And this is what we thought could happen, where Zhang Weili, her strength might be coming into play on the ground. Now remember, Rose is pretty formidable with
She's looking for a triangle right now. Rose looking for a triangle. Doesn't have it, ends up going back to the guard. You can see Rose is actually eager to stand up at times as well, because she'll be pushing off the hips and trying to place up. She's doing a good job breaking the posture of Zhang. She goes for a triangle, and Zhang does a good job controlling the legs from the top and trying to pass over those. Oh, big ground and pound from Zhang there. Big ground and pound.
And right now, Rose is...
Oh, big ground and pound. Rose staying calm, composed, though, in the bottom.
Zhang Weili was standing and just coming crashing down with the ground and pound, and then she finally collapsed into Rose's guard. Looks like Rose is going to get up.
Zhang in on the single and pulls Rose back down. Rose manages to pull the leg up, get herself back to the feet, and both women tie clench, and big elbow there on the break for Rose Namajunas.
So that's the first time that Weili has taken Rose down. Rose survives it with not a lot of damage on the ground. Rose does not deliver any kind of serious submission attempt either. They're trading now standing, and Rose, it's a 50-50 on the trade. I mean, Rose seems like she's got
nice counter from Zhang there.
Nice outside leg kick by Rose. And Zhang Weili is now mixing it up with Rose in a way that she feels pretty comfortable at this distance. Zhang trying an outside leg kick, Rose trying her own outside leg kick, and currently it doesn't look like there's anyone that has an advantage striking right now. Rose changes to southpaw and hits Zhang Weili as she separates with a big left. Zhang misses with a fucking power right that went whistling by Rose's eye, basically. They're both bouncing up and down, so neither one of them feel like...
Lots of feints coming from both.
And Rose is trying to tee up another head kick similar to the one that she knocked Weili down with. Rose is continually changing stances and looking at feinting. Weili staying at that distance, wanting to be in kicking distance and not in striking distance as much, if that makes sense.
Nice inside leg kick from Zhang. Both women throwing nice feints here at the end. Oh, and Rose with a nice strike that dropped Zhang, and they begin to trade at the end here. 3 seconds left.
So Rose throws a kick that I don't know if
that was to the face or whether it was a teep to the chest.
Let's see how that knockdown. So nice outside leg kick by Zhang that lands above the knee. But Rose touching Zhang Weili with a 3-punch combination right to the head. Another outside, oh, it's the same shot, different angle. And then we're seeing the Zhang Weili takedown, which was pretty conclusive. So how do you
Zhang
score
is
that round?
currently up by 15 significant strikes.
So it was just a slip. When she fell down, it was just a slip. So we have to give that round to Zhang. If she's up by strikes, and she's up with the first takedown, and she had some ground control, that first round has to go
round
to Zhang
one,
Weili.
Zhang Weili.
Yep. And
Steven saying Rose last seconds, good connect.
yeah, I see that, Jefferson, and it was some good connect, and it could be a pathway here going forward. But overall, over the 5 minutes, we have to give that to Zhang, I guess. All right, here we go. Second round, ready to start. And Mark Goddard keeps them away just for a second till the timer's ready, and we're starting now. Rose is in her orthodox stance with that vulnerable leg in the front, and Zhang Weili takes a swipe at it and hits the knee. So that already that knee is a little bit red, so Zhang is really honing in on that front leg. Now goes for a leg kick on the other side.
Head kick.
Sorry, a head kick on the other side. Still decent amount of distance management. When they're out of range of each other, it's mostly Zhang Weili with leg kicks. Once they get into striking distance, it's 50-50. They're both tagging each other. No one with a significant strike at this point. Zhang Weili trying now in inside low leg kick. Rose is in the orthodox stance. Rose goes forward, and now Rose hits Zhang Weili with an outside low leg kick.
And a nice right hand from Rose as well that landed in that encounter as well.
Rose mixing it up beautifully. Her footwork is impeccable. She's just continually switching stances almost by the second. Stepping in with an inside, looks like southpaw stance, and then stepping out. Now she's in the orthodox
Going for
stance.
that switch kick again to see if Zhang would bite on it. Zhang didn't bite, so Rose pulled back on the kick.
And Rose now looking to land something decisive. Rose looking to drop a big fucking right down on Zhang Weili. Zhang Weili is very, very respectful of Rose.
Oh, here they go trading. Both women train just there. Both women eating a punch or two each there in that buzzsaw encounter.
Wow, nice combination by Rose.
Rose landed, and then Zhang lands back.
I'll tell you what, you can see a bit of reach difference. It wasn't as significant in the statistics, but in the fight itself, Zhang Weili's sort of powerful, little, shorter arms are struggling to match Rose in her sort of longer, lankier frame. Zhang goes for a high head kick, an outside sort of head kick, and misses. They both exchange big rights. I don't think either one of them lands.
Both slipping the straight rights that they threw.
Very tactical right now, and currently with 2 minutes and 46 seconds left, there's not an sort of...
Oh, Zhang clips Rose there.
And lands another outside leg kick to Rose's lead leg. This could be, you know, a big part of the fight, because if Rose's lead leg is compromised, then that compromises her ability to deliver power. And right now, that was a
nicely timed counter from Rose.
Yeah, she countered with a wow. And there goes Zhang with another shot as Rose closes distance, but Rose fends it off really, really well. And now Rose is now really coming in to almost like...
Rose starting to throw lots of feints.
Yeah, and it's almost like Rose is feeling much more confident
with her striking.
With her striking right now. And to some extent, Weili is not as confident with her striking. She is confident with her leg kicks. Wow, oh!
Rose Namajunas just got stung with a left hand. A big left hand stung Rose Namajunas there.
She was staggered backwards. The cage may have kept her up, I think.
Oh, she throws a head kick, and Zhang catches the head kick and then pulls her to the ground. Rose now back on the ground, having to defend herself again. This is not the position she wants to be in with 1 minute and 33 seconds left in this round. Beautiful work from Zhang to break the legs and get into the guard of Rose from here. Oh, nice elbow from the bottom from Rose there.
At this point, this is not a position that Rose wants to be in. That round was pretty much a 50-50 round. Rose is now hunting, well, she was hunting an arm, but Zhang Weili sort of posts up and gets to a position where she can hammer down either in the body or in the head. But
Rose back to her feet.
Rose back to her feet again. I'm not sure if Zhang is more comfortable now that she's buzzed Rose.
Nice straight right from Rose Namajunas.
And a chopping.
Oh.
Wow, big shot by Zhang Weili. Rose almost takes Zhang down, and but Rose is eating more damage to her front leg. At this point, they're clenched in the middle of the cage, each having an underhook, and is just sort of wrestling for position in the middle of the cage. Zhang Weili gets tripped by Rose. Interesting. So Rose now takes Zhang Weili to the ground.
Rose looking for some sort of, she's got mount at the moment. Rose in full mount, though it is only on the legs of Zhang. Zhang trying to power out of this one. And Rose ending the round on top will be in her favor. This round is very close.
I think the way this round is ending right now, you might want to give it to Rose because, especially in this position, was able to take Zhang down. Didn't deliver much as far as damage, but the visuals, the optics of Rose taking Zhang Weili down might have squeaked the round for Rose. That's my guess. So for me, my opinion is that 1-1 in rounds.
She's breathing right now and relaxing.
Wow. 1-1 in rounds.
That was.
I want to see Rose's the replay of how Rose.
I think that's 1-1.
Yeah, I think it's 1-1 as well. But I want to see how hurt she was from that punch from Weili Zhang. But look, we know Rose is able to do this kind of fight.
Yeah.
We actually also know Weili, went through her fight with Joanna, is able to get into a firefight as well. So there's no heart checks for either of them. Both of them have been in this place before. They both know what's required of them to start imposing their will. Ironically, they've both done it with Joanna. Rose twice with Joanna and Weili with Joanna once. All right, here we go.
Round 2.
Round 3.
Oh, round 3. Shit. Yeah,
round 3. Here we go. It's 1-1 in rounds, and Mark Goddard brings him to the center. And again, Rose is in the orthodox stance. Rose goes for almost the same kick that Chito Vera knocked out Frankie Edgar with, and Weili is still hunting that first leg.
Nice outside leg kick from fucking Weili. Jesus Christ, that one hurt real loud.
That one hurt, yeah. And that's going to be a problem for Rose. So Rose's leg, I would think at this point, is already slightly compromised. And so now she may have to start looking at either more southpaw or a different way to enter so she's not in that kicking range this often. But she's lifting that front leg almost as if she's in a little bit of a karate stance or like a Muay Thai stance with lifting that leg.
Yeah.
Nice shot by Rose. Nice front lead right that caught Weili. Weili coming in with a 1-2 and a kick and landed the kick. I think she was a little short with her 1-2. Rose with a nice push kick right to the chest, like a teep. Rose with now her outside leg kick to Zhang Weili. And Zhang Weili lunges forward with a big left that misses, but throwing it with a lot of power. Let's see conditioning-wise if we're seeing any signs of wear and tear on anyone. I think it's 50-50 as far as who I would have guessed would be feeling more wear and tear. Weili Zhang is, she's that type of body type that would probably get tired a little bit more. But Rose's body is a little bit frail as well, if I could say that. And so she might be feeling it just as much.
Wow.
Wow,
Rose goes charging in and Zhang catching her with a nice lead check hook there.
So very, very skilled striking. I mean, this is top-level striking in women's MMA. You're seeing things that you would never have dreamt of seeing in women's MMA even 6-7 years ago. And Weili Zhang tries to do a spinning back fist, leaves herself exposed. She's just a little bit out of range.
Currently, I would say it's about 1-1, James, in terms of rounds. Both women are fighting exceptional, and I'd say it's about 1-1 simply because Rose ended that last round on top. But really, it could be 2-0 to Zhang at this point, so Rose should probably be fighting as such.
Yeah, it's at least Zhang Weili has at least one round. She may have both, but it might be a split card right now. The big sort of point in this fight is Rose's left leg. It's been hit probably 6 times, 7 times. And at this point, that could be a decider. But Rose is staying out of distance. Rose tries to go in almost for a little bit of a takedown or clench, and
Nearly
then
a head
separates.
clash. Nearly a head clash.
Nearly a head clash is right. Rose with a big, oh wow.
Oh, she drops
Wow.
Zhang with a big left. Zhang gets back to her feet. Namajunas, both of them trading there, and Rose going in for just one final bit of the exchange, and manages to drop Zhang with a nice left hook there. And Zhang does a good job clenching and taking Rose up against the cage. Rose throwing some nice shoulder strikes, McGregor-esque.
So it's hard to see how buzzed Zhang Weili was. Was it a
Rose slipping out the side so that she can strike with Zhang again and back to the center.
So that had to feel pretty encouraging for Rose. They both exchanged. It's almost like they checked each other's leg kick. So let's see if there was any takeaway from that flash knockdown that Rose got from Zhang Weili. Rose feeling a little bit more confident, charging in, now goes into the southpaw stance, now back to traditional orthodox stance. Let's see if Zhang Weili remembers her outside leg kick, because at some point, sometimes when you get tired, you start forgetting.
Oh,
wow, Rose.
Nice counter from Rose. Zhang's starting to swing a little bit wild. She needs to start straightening up on her punches if she wants to do anything right now. Oh, she clips Rose with a huge left. A huge counter left from Zhang. This lead check hook that Zhang has been catching Rose almost every time. Rose needs to keep her right hand up right now because she keeps getting caught as she moves in with this check hook that Zhang's throwing. Nice time takedown from Zhang, and she pulls Rose Namajunas to the ground in the last 30 seconds. Gets the back of Rose Namajunas.
Wow, this is surprising.
She hasn't got any hooks in yet, though. No hooks in yet.
19 seconds left, and just like
She's
Rose,
rolling for a hook. Rose still hasn't let her get the hooks in. Rose is trying to roll out, and she's about to go belly down. Oh, Zhang digs for the neck, but Rose is doing a good job spinning into it and ends up in the mount of Zhang Weili and is trying to defend herself at the end of this round, breaking the posture, and Zhang ends up on top at the end of that round. Wow.
Well,
wow. Rose dropped Zhang, but Zhang ends up on top.
Yeah.
This is the hardest to judge fight.
I think
ever.
What I would say is, for the same reasons we think Rose won that second round by finishing the round on top, we have to say use that same, decision making to say that Weili probably won that third round, unless they're giving undue or maybe due. So let me see. There's a strike straight right on Zhang Weili that Rose lands. I want to see the knockdown. So it's a punch. Okay, so it's a left, but that doesn't drop her. I want to see the knockdown. Let's see if we can see the knockdown and see just how much of a knockdown it was, or was it a slip?
Zhang needs to land more strikes, says Future Anime. Zhang needs to straighten up on her strikes. If she wants to win, she needs to be coming down the pipe a bit more instead of throwing wild like this, because it's leaving her open for Rose's straight strikes that are coming up the pipe.
Okay, here we go. It's Rose and Zhang Weili, round 4. And at this point, I'm going to just call it like I think it probably is, which is at least 2-2. 2-1, Zhang Weili, at least 2-1. Now, it's been very, very close, so it could be, there is an argument for 2-1 the other way, but I don't see it.
Oh, nice counter from Zhang there as Rose tried to pop a body jab there. Zhang countered with a nice little straight right. Oh, big counter there from Rose.
Wow.
Oh, and big counter there from Zhang. Zhang's corner cheering there as Zhang lands that heavy straight right. Oh, nice straight from Rose. Rose nods at Zhang as if to say, I got you
another
there.
big right by Rose.
She's wanting to end it now as Rose Namajunas. Zhang catches a kick and gets taken down for her troubles. Rose doing her best and throws an up kick that catches Zhang and kicks Zhang backwards, giving her enough time to stand back up. And the women are back into the center of the ring with 4 minutes left in this one. Rose throwing that overhand right with everything she's got at this point, trying to sit down on that right. But Zhang is starting to read it, and she's got that counter check that she's been landing when Rose throws that. So Rose has to be careful throwing that straight right out there. And crescent kick for Rose there that she misses.
Rose has landed the right 3 times in a row. It hasn't fully rocked Zhang Weili, but it is the type of punch that is going to do some damage. Zhang Weili lands a big, heavy leg kick and goes for a shot, She now has Rose, almost has Rose's back. She has Rose's back now.
Take Rose back. Rose is dropped to the ground, and Zhang has begun getting seatbelt. Rose is trying to transition out of this right now. We've got about 3 minutes left, and this is not where Rose wants to be in the 4th round of her first championship title defense at all.
Right now, Zhang Weili is looking to slip a hook in. She's got sort of a backpack position on Rose Namajunas. Rose is trying to stand up, but every time she tries to stand
oh wow, Zhang got her first hook in. Zhang got her first hook in and is now rolling Rose to her back. Now this is where Rose has really got to fight her neck. Zhang has got a pretty lethal
She's got both hooks in. Both hooks are in now.
Yep, both hooks are in.
This
She's
is
now
bad.
digging for the neck. Rose Namajunas is getting pulled in. She's doing the right thing. She's turning into canvas, and Rose has turned beautifully out of the back control into the guard of Zhang Weili. At this point, Rose needs to unload. She needs to unload ground and pound right now. She needs to be unloading ground and pound or looking to stand up and trade in with her.
That was an incredible reversal by Rose. At one point, you're starting to think Rose might get submitted, and the next thing you know, Rose is on top in Zhang Weili's guard.
Zhang transitioning beautifully with basically an old school sweep or an electric chair sweep basically, and a quick scramble, and Rose ends up back in the guard of Zhang. Rose really needs to be pushing off right now and dealing some damage or trying to break out and stand up, forcing Zhang back to her feet. She's got 2 minutes left in this round, and right now she needs to be putting some pressure. Though this top control is definitely doing her some favors.
I think so too. And you look at Zhang Weili. Look at her legs. You can tell what she wants to do with her legs crossed. She wants to keep Rose close to her. As soon as she spreads her legs and looks to get into some butterflies, then she's looking to escape. But right now, she just wants to minimize the damage that Rose is putting on her, which at this point, now she just tries to sneak herself out. Rose gets up into a posted position and risks getting an up kick to slam down a punch on her own.
Zhang Weili throwing wild kicks up. And Rose grappling in, almost gets into a triangle position, but manages to slip both arms back through the guard.
Rose a little bit reckless on how she's trying to get into a more offensive position in her ground and pound. She wants to really get...
Zhang doing a good job of stepping off.
Wow, Rose almost lands a very, very, very hard right from the top position.
But right now, doing a good job defending with the up kicks as she comes in.
Yeah, and this is a position right now that, again, optically is going to favor Rose. So there's 39 seconds left. Rose, we did not think that Rose would be able to maintain top position against Zhang Weili. And by the way, Zhang Weili is holding that position there, so she doesn't even want to escape at this point.
Oh, she throws a big punch from the bottom. If that had connected, who knows what that would have done? Dear Lord.
She's throwing a hammer fist from the bottom.
Rose needs to try and open up from here in these last 20 seconds.
And right now, Rose has control at the top, but and she's also gassing Weili Zhang. So Rose has 7 seconds to get through the 4th round. You got to give this round to Rose Namajunas.
Oh, big elbow from Weili, but Rose landing a nice 1-2 from the top there as they end the round.
That was a big, big round for Rose. Weili on the bottom for probably a good 2 or more minutes. So you got to give that round to Rose Namajunas, and I'm thinking 2-2 now.
So we have currently about it's not even an 8-point deficit of total strikes. There's a 30-second deficit in terms of ground control. This is a very, very close fight right now.
Yeah, so by the statistics, Zhang Weili is up by 8 strikes, 92-84 over Rose. Significant strikes, though. Rose is up 60-59. Rose is much more accurate with her strikes as well. With kicks, Weili Zhang has a decided advantage, almost 2-1, 29-16. And then bottom control.
Lots of hype from the corner of Rose Namajunas. Lots of hype, telling her the last 5 minutes, 5 minutes for your life, screaming it at her in that corner. All 3 of her coaches at the end there telling her, last 5 minutes, give it everything you've got. And here we go.
Here we go. Namajunas is chanting, "I'm the best" to start this round. What just happened? Mouth guard?
Mouth guard.
Okay, she forgot her mouth guard. Highly unusual to start the round without a mouth guard. All right, here we go. 4:48. They did stop the clock, so 4:45 left in the 5th round. They exchanged leg kicks, and right now they're still in the middle of the cage.
Oh,
Nice,
wow. Nice trade from Zhang.
nice trade from Zhang, and Rose looking to do what she feels is better. She's better at, which is striking, looking to strike powerfully and to keep Zhang Weili off of her on any kind of ground control. And that's where Rose thinks she probably will have the best opportunity to win this. Right now, I think whoever wins this round, in my opinion, is probably got the best chance of winning this fight, because it feels like it's a 2-2 fight right now, very close. So it could go either way, but it feels like about a 2-2 fight right now. They're both lots of feints. Rose goes for a takedown.
Beautifully timed
Wow,
takedown.
that was beautiful.
Beautifully timed takedown from Rose Namajunas. And Zhang is throwing some nice elbows from the bottom. And you can see Zhang does not want to be here.
Whoa.
Some beautiful elbows from Zhang, actually, that Rose is just eating on the side of her head.
Big elbows. Yeah, Rose has got to move off of that.
Rose is trying to transition, and Zhang is doing a good job elevating her.
Rose is going for mount, trying to get on the mount. Almost there.
Oh, Zhang might be able to get a leg lock here. If Zhang is smart enough, she can get a leg lock here. She's got the knee passed and everything.
Look, Rose with some nice ground and pound. At this point, in a very odd position, Rose goes for side control.
Beautiful rotation by Zhang to keep her in the guard there. Nice ground and pound from Rose.
Rose now
big elbow from Zhang again there.
Rose gets Zhang gets her back in the guard, and at this point in the guard, it is very 50-50 on who's landing the most damaging, telling blows. Rose gets up out of the guard and smashes back down into the guard, looking for a way to deliver some stronger punches. And Rose, unbelievably, is managing.
Don't get up kicked.
Oh, Rose might get knocked.
She just took an up kick. Rose just ate a huge up kick, and Zhang is doing a really good job of actually making sure that she's keeping distance, throwing some stuff from the bottom, and not taking too much damage from this position that she's in. Rose is really having to try and swim past some limbs in this situation, and she has to be careful.
Rose
there, she's passed into half guard now.
She's in a better position right now to control Zhang Weili, and Zhang is much more comfortable when she's in her own guard, and she has a great way of making distance in her own guard to free up her elbows. But if Rose can pass into half guard, it'll be oh, nice shot by Rose, nice smash by Rose there. Still just very grappling, and Rose has got to look out for these. Oh, Zhang Weili is looking for just for a second for a triangle, and now she's in a very defensive guard.
Jeffrey, both women have taken a lot of damage. Rose's nose and lips are bust up. Zhang's forehead and eyes are closing up. Still Rose trying to power through this guard. And at this point, this is the round that Rose Namajunas needed. She needed to be on top for most of this round. If she can be on top and continue to pound from here, she's likely to come out with the win, at least for this round. Whether that gives her the win for the fight is another matter. Zhang doing a great job, still just feet on the hips, pushing off and trying her best to keep Rose away from her as much as possible.
And in doing that, she has Rose in a very low guard, which opens up her elbows to really use her elbows to smash against Rose's forehead. Or up kicks. She'll push Rose off completely. Rose will post up.
Rose trying to circle around.
And Zhang just circles around perfectly. And from this position, Rose has top position. So again, visually, this looks like a very controlled position. But actually, they're both sort of delivering about the same amount of damage to each other. But it looks much more impressive to have Rose on top for what looks like about 3+ minutes right now. There's 41 seconds left in this round. Zhang is wow, nice shot by Rose.
From Rose. She needs to be careful watching those up kicks.
She's got to watch those up kicks now, and she can stay. She can now control. She goes diving in again and again. This does not look great for Zhang Weili.
This is the round that Rose Namajunas needed right now.
Rose Namajunas may have just won the fight with the control that she's just put in. 16 seconds left, and Zhang Weili looks like the beaten fighter. She looks like she is struggling, and Rose is on top in control. And delivering punches as we get to the end of round 5. Wow, big shot by Rose, and there we go. Rose Namajunas does something that I certainly didn't expect, which is she controlled the ground game for most of the fight. She didn't control it for all of the
No,
fight.
for most of the last round. For most of the last round.
Yeah, for most of the last round, but also the round before. She,
6 minutes of ground control time for Rose Namajunas. Zhang Weili did come on top in terms of total overall strikes. However, significant strikes, Rose was up by 10 significant strikes.
To me, to beat the champ, you gotta win the last round, and I just don't think
Weili didn't do enough to beat the champ, says Bandy.
Yeah.
On Twitch.
I agree. I just don't think that Weili Zhang did enough to win that fight. In my opinion, let's see what the judges say. While we're doing that, I'm just going to ask our moderator.
Bandy, thank you so much for following on Twitch. Really, really appreciate you doing so. Welcome to La Familia. Every single person that's watching right now, there's 200 of you incredible people. If you're enjoying the stream tonight, head on over to our YouTube and hit the subscribe button. We also do podcasts with incredible guests, UFC fighters, professional athletes, musicians, tattoo artists, anything that you can imagine. And we also do Dungeons & Dragons content, if any of that interests you. But you guys should come back every pay-per-view for this UFC stream. We do it every single pay-per-view. We do this UFC stream. So come on back, come check it out. And we'd be happy to share this space with every single one of you amazing 200 people. If you can spare a quick second to head on over to the YouTube and give us a quick subscribe. We're trying to get to the 1,000 mark, and each of you could help us out massively. Well, the next one's going to be big to utter mayhem for the climax of the night. You're not wrong at all. And Jack saying, surely show the fight on one of the computers.
Dev says Weili has 3 more takedowns. Might be the case, but again, optically, I think that Rose. It'll be interesting to see. It could go either way. It could be a split decision as well. Let's have a look and see what the judges say.
Here we go.
Here we go. Yeah.
48-47.
Okay, so Weili gets 48-47.
Split decision.
Namajunas 48-47.
Split decision. And still,
Rose Namajunas
and still.
Rose Namajunas deservedly wins and defends against Weili Zhang, and she did it this time the hard way. So Rose took incredible performance by Rose Namajunas. Well done to Weili Zhang. Weili did what she was intending to do, probably the first fight, but Rose withstood the damage to her leg. She withstood some heavy blows in the striking, and she ultimately controlled the ground. What else can we say? I mean, Rose Namajunas deserved that fight. And so Bob Andy said good. Figured maybe they would do it just for a trilogy. Yeah, I think it's too hard to control that when you have 3 judges that are separate. But it was, to me, it's very hard to give that fight to Weili Zhang if Rose controlled that last round the way she did. That is a very convincing win. That is really impressive that she won that fight.
I'm not sure if it was convincing.
I mean, convincing in her, in the way that
I felt that was like a really close fight. That was a really close fight. I think Weili showed out. Weili showed out better than I think a lot of people really expected.
Yeah, I agree. I guess maybe I used the wrong terminology. It was an impressive win. The way Rose used many different parts of her toolkit. Her ground game, I did not think Rose would win the fight on the ground.
Yeah.
At all. That's surprising to me, and that's how she won it. The striking. The striking was 50-50. For sure, the striking was 50-50. The leg kicks favored Zhang Weili. I mean, if the striking wasn't 50-50, it was close. It might have been 55 Rose, 45 Zhang Weili. The first part of the fight, you're thinking, man, if... Yeah, and I'm just going to read through this. Rose definitely deserved it. Yes, I agree. Rose is definitely a great on the ground. I thought Weili would be able to overpower her, though. I exactly thought the same thing. I thought Weili Zhang would be just a lot stronger on the ground and be able to control that those skirmishes and those control positions, and she wasn't. What's next for Zhang? I don't know. So remember, this is a strawweight division. Zhang may have to go through. Man, they might have to do Zhang Joanna again, and give Carla Esparza to Rose. And the strawweight division, let's just say the strawweight division in the women's isn't the strongest division. But let's just have a look at the women's strawweight division here to see what it could be. Wow, what a victory. Impressive victory for Rose Namajunas. Incredible. Let's have a look.
Rose Namajunas.
Strawweight UFC is...
Main event coming up next, guys. Who's excited for Usman versus Covington?
Let's have a look. So, featherweight. Okay, here I'll give you a rundown. So you've got Rose and Weili were number 1 and the champ, of course. And we're just looking at Rose with some really nice images of her. Is that her parents? Possibly. But man, she's incredible, and she's getting some gratitude from Michael Bisping as well. It was an impressive victory for Rose Namajunas. She is the best. You know, she's the best.
Yep, she went out there and put on a clinic. Really nicely done from Rose Namajunas. That's 2 of Trevor Whitman's fighters having passed the test tonight.
Wow, I didn't think of it that way. That is 2.
It's 2 out of 3 of Trevor Whitman's fighters. That's already a win for him. He's already on the positive side there. Even if Usman loses this last one, he can say 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
But obviously, you know, he's wanting Usman to take that home and take the win as well. Kyle Ward saying 250 motherfuckers, says Kyle Ward.
You won that, right, Kyle?
Yeah.
Yes, Kyle. Fucking yes, dude. To make up for the Woodley fucking Jake Paul debacle. To make up for last week you won some and you lost one. Fucking yes, Kyle. I'm fucking proud of you, dude. I'm just gonna circle back to the strawweight division. So, you know, you got Carla Esparza at number 2, Mariana Rodriguez at number 3, Yan Jiaonan at number 4, Mackenzie Dern at number 5. Mackenzie just lost. Nina Nunes at number 6. She just lost. You know, it's a bit of like, it's a little bit kind of like the flyweight division, where it's, you know, kind of a turn style of who's going to win a couple fights in a row and get a championship fight, because people are winning and losing the whole time. I reckon you give Weili Joanna.
Yeah.
I think you do the Weili Joanna
2.
Weili Joanna 2, Esparza Rose, winner's winner for your championship. That's kind of what I would do.
Ronnie Booth, thank you so much for liking and following on Facebook. Guys, let's hear your Colby Covington, Kamaru Usman predictions in the chat.
Yeah, Bob Andy 242. I'm not sure if you pronounce it that way.
Bob Andy or Bandy?
Bo Bandy. Yeah, I don't know if Joanna wants it either. That was a fucking brutal fight, and Joanna hasn't been back near a UFC cage since that fight. So those are the type of things that change lives. So we're just getting some feedback from everyone. Your mics are not very loud. I have my volume maxed out and can hardly hear you.
We have someone else saying the mics are fine, and I've turned it up. It's
okay.
Good.
Okay.
Usman gonna fight it over the rounds, I think. Says Future Anime. Future Anime says Usman's gonna take it. Keyshawn says Usman third or fourth or third. I totally want Usman to win, but I think he will.
Yeah. It's. I mean, for me, I'm really interested to see what happens when this goes to the ground. I think Colby Covington is going to take it to the ground. Very curious about, you know, just what happened in this last fight with Zhang Weili and Rose. I did not think that Rose would be able to do what she did on the ground. And so, you know, you don't know. These are unknown spaces, and we still have an unknown space between Usman and Covington, which is what happens when Covington shoots on Usman. You know, is Covington going to take Usman down? If he does, what happens from there?
Also, we've got Kenya saying Usman by decision, and Bob Andy or Bandy saying we'll see if Covington has changed anything. If not, Usman wins.
Correct.
I totally don't. I totally want Usman to win. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting, guys. Interesting. Here we are. We're getting into it now, guys. Corey saying Usman is unstoppable. Win by unanimous decision, says Corey.
That's a safe bet.
Usman all the way. He's been more active fighter and gets better with every fight, says Nathaniel Simmons.
Also true.
Nathaniel. I think he's getting better and better as well. I feel like he's just getting better, but... Oh, guys, please excuse me. It's 4:45 a.m. in the UK right now. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream tonight, I'm up in the middle of the night doing this shit to bring you guys good commentary. If you can spare a minute to share the stream out or quickly hit us with the subscribe on YouTube, that would mean a lot as I'm sacrificing 6 hours of my life for the snuggles. And for the UFC snuggles with you all, because I love you guys. I want to be here with you all. I want to make sure that we all have a great time together. Bob Andy saying you guys are the GOATs. If Kobe wins, I think they're going to do a trilogy. I would love to see a trilogy as well. I think that makes the most sense. Would be nice if Colby wins so it can be a trilogy fight, says Kenya. Jeffrey saying can't stand Colby, shows no respect to the sport and others. Wants to turn the UFC into pro wrestling. Really want Usman to end Colby's career. Look, Colby Covington outside the ring is who he is. Inside of the ring, though, Colby Covington's a straight-up killer. He throws absolute bombs. He's a phenomenal wrestler. You have to respect the man as a martial artist. Sometimes you have to separate the person from the craft. And the craft is he's a phenomenal martial artist. Yes, he's a bit of a cockhead and a bit of a twat, but excuse me. But he 100% is a very, very good fighter. David, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I yawned. Maybe if you turn the computer around, Jack Harris. Maybe if I turn the computer around what, Jack? We won't be breaking copyright laws, but thanks for nice try. Cheeky one. But yeah, guys, we're gonna have to see what happens in this one. I'm definitely sweating right now and feeling nervous as we go into this main event of the evening. The pro wrestling gimmick saved his career, says Bob Andy. It totally did. Yeah, I mean, like I said, you can't hate the man for what he had to do. You just have to let him be who he is, and that was it. UFC was going to cut him, and he started talking trash. Colby wastes too much mental energy trying to concentrate on trash talking. I don't know. I wonder if Kamaru has spent too much time trying to meet the trash talk this time. It felt like the first time he didn't have a lot to fucking really, like, I don't know, not prove, but like it felt like he didn't need to like rise to it, and this time he's risen a bit more to it. It's an act. He's really not like that. He simply took the Kurt Angle way. Usman has gotten so much better since then. First fight, 50 pounds right now on Usman. I'll send you my bank details, Jack, if Usman loses. Excuse me. Oh my god.
Okay. Colby Covington did again what he had to do to save his career. It might be an act, but Colby himself has said that he has just turned up the volume on what he really feels and is. And so whether it's politically or individually about people or about the UFC, he's just uncensored himself and made that the, whatever you want to call it, the act or the, you know, the super Colby. And it's, you know, it's actually worked because some people hate him, some people love him, but you can't deny he's a great fighter. And you can't deny that this is deserving of a rematch. That was a really, really good first fight. And here we go. We're getting closer now.
We're getting closer now.
Man, I cannot believe how Rose dominated
Here we
Weili
go.
on the ground. All right, here
Colby's
comes.
on the way to the ring, everyone. Dum, da-da-dum, da-da-dum.
Covington is not unexpectedly draped in the American flag. great. He's wearing actually white Venom kit with black highlights, and so might even have a bit of red. So might be trying to do the full on red, white, and blue.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Bob Handy. He definitely does have the skill to back it up. You're totally right. Ooh, Jesus. Fuck, dude. I am like adrenaline dumping and like tired because I'm like nervous for this one. I'm not sure about you. How you feeling?
I'm ready, dude. We've been waiting for this for months.
Let me just get that sweat for you. You alright, dude?
We've been waiting for this for months.
I know, right?
We've been uncomfortable about this fight for months.
Yasin says Colby's going to humiliate Usman with his right straight hand.
All right. Well, that's a good prediction. Let's see how it plays out. It could be something that happens. It's all the great news is that all of our opinions and our predictions will be weighed against reality, and reality is going to be here in a second. Colby Covington is just giving hugs to his team and getting ready to get greased up by the outside cage referee. Colby's got a smile on his face. He's pointing at people in the crowd. He's tied for the most takedowns in UFC welterweight history with 61. He's the 5th highest in takedown accuracy in the UFC welterweight history with 50%. This could be part of the plan. He has 61 takedowns.
If it becomes a grappling match, it's a whole nother thing.
It's a whole nother thing. And remember, Covington has a huge tank, possibly one of the best tanks in the entire UFC, no matter what weight class.
Colby is in the octagon, guys. And Jack saying Usman got him with a 1-2. This is going to be a 3-round wrestling clinic. Colby Covington in the 3rd, says Nelly. Right, the Colby fans are starting to pour in now. We've had a bunch of Usman fans in the chat so far. The Colby fans are starting to speak up now in the chat.
That's cool.
The Colby people are coming out of their shell.
Let's go. We want it to be about 50-50. Let's have a nice raucous interaction. We're all here to see fucking quality MMA, so let's see it, man. These are the 2 best welterweights in the world. Let's well, as we know right now, there's a couple others that are floating up. One named Khamzat Chimaev that we just don't know how high his ceiling is. But for now, these are the 2 dudes. And we know how it went the first round. It was a fight of the year.
Natar Singh saying, Colby!
Colby!
Keyshawn saying same thing's going to happen like last time. Happened to Masvidal. Colby's getting slept for show. KO for Usman.
Wow, that would be...
You guys are great, says Brandon. Keep up the good work. Hey, Brandon, really appreciate it. If you're enjoying the work tonight, man, if you can support us by checking out our Twitter and following there and subscribing to the YouTube, that would mean a massive amount to us, Brandon. So thank you so much for your kind words. Here comes Kamaru Usman.
Kamaru Usman coming in. He has his flag, Nigerian flag, and is also, like Rose Namajunas, in the black and gold befitting a champion. And he looks pretty loose as well as he enters the cage. And here we go. This is the one.
Ooh,
this is the one. We literally, since this was announced, when was it announced? Like in August or something like that? Yeah. We've been talking about this fight for so long, and I think there's so much at stake right now.
I'll quickly say, for whatever reason, guys, if we somehow lose the stream during this fight, come back to Homie and the Dude on Facebook or search us on YouTube. There will be a new stream link up and live if this for some reason crashes. I just want to put that out there so everyone does know. Just come back to @Homie and the Dude on Facebook or head over to YouTube and search Homie and the Dude. And on there you'll see that there will be a new stream link up. You'll just have to find it. It might take me a minute if we do go down, but that is that's just so you guys know. We're pretty confident there. We're going to be good.
Should be good. Usman is walking up to the cage. The entire arena is actually in green. Well, I'm wondering if there was a choice of what color you could light the arena up in, because he's lighting the arena up right now in Nigerian green as he enters the, let's say, the holding area near the octagon. Usman looks very, very confident. He looks very chill. So did Colby. Colby looked equally as confident himself.
1 second, I need to address this comment. Nelly, Colby might get the win, but to call Kamaru Usman the CEO of VPO is stupid. Kamaru Usman just got 50 drug tests passed in a row. That is factual evidence from the USADA testing committee. He just passed his 50th drug test in a row. He doesn't do EPO. Get it out of your fucking your mouth, your head. Just you're being silly. That's non-factual and just stupid. Colby might win this fight. That's a good point. But CEO of EPO is a dumb fucking thing to say.
Right.
Colby.
Colby going to need to be perfect tonight. I agree with that.
That's a good point, Sean. Colby is going to need to be perfect.
Yeah.
Scott, sorry. Did I say Sean?
Yeah.
Scott. My apologies, Scott. I didn't mean to call you Sean. You're Scott. And no, you're totally right. I think both gentlemen are going to have to be perfect tonight. This is one of those battles that comes down to, it's a case of who makes the first mistake is what it's going to be. Whoever makes the first mistake will be the person who likely slips and falters in this one. Jefferson, is this true that Rose made 1,000 and Zhang got 350,000? I feel like Rose is a bigger draw, so it would probably be the other way around, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think Rose made 150K and Zhang made 350K. I'm not sure that would be the case. And also, by the way, Rose should be getting a cut of the pay-per-view as the champion. That's usually how it works. But the prize money will be released at some point, and we'll be able to see that. I believe that is the way things work.
Here we go, Kamaru Usman.
Usman entering the cage as well. All right, here we go. Usman doing his last preparation before stepping through the cage door, sort of just having a moment to himself, and does a little bit of almost like a end of a kata, and enters the cage. It was like just a moment to get in mental preparedness for what's coming up.
Here we go. Both gentlemen in phenomenal shape.
Of course.
One of the biggest nights of both of their lives. A huge moment for all of us UFC fans around the world. And guys, I say this during every single pay-per-view we do. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, what your political opinion is, what race, what gender, what sexuality, or anything. We're all here enjoying the fights together, and that's what this is all about. People coming together from all across the world to enjoy mixed martial arts and have a great time together. So guys, thank you all so much for coming out tonight. It's been such a freaking pleasure to communicate with so many of you. Bob Andy, Jeff Pearson, Future Anime, Shane, Chris Zimmerman, Kyle, Nathaniel, Reese, everyone that's been super present and active in the chat. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate all you guys.
Cheers, Jeff. Thanks, Chris. We really appreciate the ups. That makes us feel great, and we appreciate it. We love doing this, so it's a win-win for us. Dan Murgliata is going to get the call in the cage.
I'm sweating, guys.
Herb Dean hasn't been in the last two UFCs, which is interesting. All right, here we go. This is the announcement of the introduction, and Bruce Buffer is getting himself hyped.
I'm gonna quickly
fucking up, and is now going to be announcing Colby Covington. Let me just give you the tail of the tape.
One second. Let me just tell you something.
Okay.
When the fight starts, just press the button and start.
Okay.
We'll start the
All right. Just going to give you records. So Kamaru Usman is 19-1, and of course he is known as the Nigerian Nightmare. He is coached by Trevor Whitman, who coached Justin Gaethje and coached Rose Namajunas, ironically. This is a welterweight championship. Colby Covington is the #1 contender. He is 16-2, and he is Colby Chaos Covington, and he switched gyms. He's at MMA Masters right now, and so both guys have switched gyms since the last time they fought. Jeff Pearson, Namajunas, 250 flat pay, 42 for Venom, sponsorship, 725,000 pay-per-view shares, $1 million, total pay at Weili, 200 base, 32 Venom, sponsorship deal, total payout. Yeah, that sounds about right, Jeff. So whoever was asking above, you can see that Rose, with everything, all things considered, is probably going to make $1 million, and Weili will probably make around, I don't know, 250,000, something like that. So we'll, that sounds about right. Champion should traditionally gets the pay-per-view points, they call them. What time does the fight start? The fight will start in about 2 minutes. It is right now being introduced. They've just introduced Colby Covington, and now Bruce Buffer is introducing Kamaru Usman. The final fight of the night. Can I watch it here? You can't watch the actual fight here, DYLQT tie, but you can listen to it here, and we'll give you the best play-by-play that we can give you. So that's the best thing that we can offer you, mate.
Everyone's saying that they're glad Buffer is over COVID.
Yeah, us too. We sent him a message as well, and he seems to be fucking fully recovered. All right, here we go. Usman walks across
the ring to Colby Covington.
Crossing
the ring to Colby Covington.
Almost to impose his energy and his will. Covington turns away from Usman and now moves toward Usman. They now both are in the center of the ring, both more in an athletic stance. So Covington has both of his hands on his knees. Usman is hunched over as well.
Almost like no glove touch.
No glove touch, of course. And let's see if Covington tries to take him down, or if it's going to be round 6 of the first fight. Here we go. Whoa, how you doing?
I'm sweating right now.
Here we go.
My palms are sweaty.
All right, here we go. Oh man, I'm feeling fucking sick. All right, Usman in the traditional orthodox stance. Covington switches stance. He's in southpaw right now. They'll both be switching stances throughout the fight.
Covington does this kind of like drunk wobble with his body as well. Look at it. There you go. There he rocks it a little bit. It's very interesting.
It's almost a way that he keeps loose, almost keeps in rhythm.
Yeah.
Wow, it looks like he was stepping forward almost for a kick, a body kick or something. Usman was letting him do that. So at this point, Usman feints for a takedown, which was interesting. Usman with a nice jab that lands on Covington.
Counter from Colby.
Colby Covington counters.
Oh, nice.
Covington with a straight left that I think came up a little bit short. Usman with a little short inside oblique kick. Covington tries his first head kick and decent punch, but that was blocked as well. Both of those were blocked. Usman looks very serious.
Outside leg kick for Colby.
Outside leg kick. First one of this fight. We've seen plenty of those. Wow.
Nice slip for Usman.
Yeah, Covington comes lurching in with a 1-2, and Usman just sort of ducks under both of those. Covington didn't even get close with either of those. Usman feinting a shot. And there goes Covington with the first shot. Usman takes him down. Covington,
beautiful transition from Kamaru.
Usman controls that down position and has a head grip. I don't think he's going to try for a submission here. He just wants to control Covington. And this is what we were looking at. And to be fair, this is, even if Usman wins those exchanges, Covington's going to test Usman's tank, because that exchange right there was probably worth almost a half a round, and even though it was only 20 seconds, 30 seconds on the ground. Wow.
Colby faking a takedown and then shooting a huge uppercut there.
Usman is reading pretty well right now. His vision looks good. Usman feinting again another takedown. So a couple times Usman's feigned takedowns, about 2 or 3 times. I don't expect that Usman's actually going to take Covington down, but we've seen Covington. Oh, nice shot by Covington.
Nice counter from Covington.
Usman looking to drop big heavy bombs onto Covington. And at this point, Covington's a little less active with the hands than he was in the first fight, I would say. I'm not sure if he's a little bit.
Both gentlemen are a little bit more paced at this point, and I would say though it feels like Colby's up a little bit at this point.
Possibly just because of the takedown attempt, but it was certainly neutralized, and at the end, Usman had a little bit of top position. So I would think it's a 50-50 right now. I think actually Usman might have a point or two more, although Covington did land a nice. Covington
trading now.
Trading right there. Now. I think Covington may have gotten the best of that exchange. Little 1-2, but Usman's walking Covington down, almost like wanting to impose his will on Covington, impose his strength. Covington goes for a...
Oh, beautiful takedown for Kamaru.
Wow, Kamaru Usman takes Covington down and controls him on the ground. Colby gets back up. Colby goes for a kick. So 1-1 in takedowns. And I think that might be one of the few times Kamaru's ever been taken down. Nice strikes.
Nice counter from Kamaru there. Nice cash on the kick.
So already 2 more takedowns than the first fight. And what this shows us is that we're going to be testing the cardio a little bit more than the first fight. Those takedowns just sap the cardio a little bit more. So we'll see who that favors as we go further and further into the fight. Kamaru still walking Covington down. Covington trying to close distance by switching stance. Kamaru tries to lunge forward, starts with a teep kick. Nice 1-2.
Nice body head for... Oh, nice overhand left for Colby that lands. Nice uppercut for Usman. Oh,
Ooh.
wow. Usman lands with a nice overhand left.
Usman looks very sort of confident in his striking. Colby looks a little less confident in his striking. Usman looks almost like he feels like he can't get hurt. It's almost like he's coming in with that kind of confidence that is a little bit different than Colby. Colby's a little bit more guarded. Colby's trying to find ways to close distance and in this first round, and he's just a little bit outside.
Kamaru needs to keep his hands up. That's something Kamaru was doing better in the first fight than he is right now. He needs to get his hands up more, get that guard higher.
Colby's got a cut on his cheek. So again, that just, visually, that whether it is any implication of being hurt, it looks like he's taken more damage. And whether he has or not is not as important as what the judges say or what the judges think.
Good first round. Usman up by just a couple of significant strikes, about 5 or 6 significant strikes at the end there. And wow, a very close first round.
So 2 takedowns, 1 takedown each. Top control is insignificant. The strikes are pretty much insignificant. I'm going to give that first round to Usman simply because he had a couple more strikes and a clear takedown. There was a clash of heads. The clash of heads is what cut Covington. So this is part of the game. And the good news is that clash of heads that opened up the cut, that cut is underneath Covington's eye, so it shouldn't be a problem. 10-8 round for Usman. I don't see that, future anime. That's not a 10-8 round. To me, there wasn't anything significant to make it a 10-8 round. I think it might have been a squeaker, 10-9 round for Usman, but not much more than that. But you tell me why you think it was 10-8. All right, here we go. Covington out in the southpaw, Usman out in the orthodox. You remember the first fight, Usman was switching stances a lot more. He's sitting in the orthodox stance a lot more this fight. And in doing so, nice counter by Usman.
For Usman.
So Colby tried a head kick. Oh, nice body shot by Usman. I'm not sure if he got clipped by Covington as well. But Usman blocked a head kick by Covington and then countered with a nice shot. That did land. No severe damage, though. Usman's still the stalker. Covington nice
body kick from Covington there.
Covington trying to close distance. He just is struggling to close distance. He doesn't like to be in the pocket, so he's lunging into the pocket and almost ran into a big right. That was almost a very, very significant blow. So by Covington launching himself in, there's a little bit of sort of wildness. And Usman's footwork is flawless. Covington can't seem to close the distance as easily as... Seems like the first fight he was able to do so a little bit better. There's a nice straight punch by Covington. I'm not sure if it landed, but it was delivered nicely and more in range. He is bleeding already, but he's bleeding from a headbutt.
A head clash.
Yeah, a head clash, exactly. So unintentional head clash. Covington delivers a knee to the body.
Double underhooks for Kamaru.
Another knee to the body. Nice jab by Kamaru. Another jab by Kamaru. And right now, Kamaru's striking looks sharper than Covington's. Covington's striking really in the first fight looked sharper than it does in this fight. But hey, things can change in a flash.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah. Covington switches stances. Nice body shot by Kamaru. Very nice body shot. Covington breathed, takes a deep breath there. I'm not sure what that was. Kamaru swinging for the fences. And Covington continues to sort of laugh or smile at Usman. Usman is not interested in any of that. He's just locked in. Nice outside leg kick by Covington. And misses the second outside leg kick. And they're still, you know, in that, when they get into close range, it feels like Usman will be able to land a little bit more of a telling blow. Covington has a chance to land something as he lunges in, sort of a walking in 1-2, or there he goes. He's in the pocket a little bit more, tries another head kick. Seems like he's trying to set that head kick up for something. Usman
charging in. Colby catching him there and then shooting for a takedown. Usman doing a good job isolating one arm. Colby does have both hands linked behind the butt, but Usman doing a good job defending the takedown right now.
Yeah, Usman's got control of this takedown attempt right now, and Colby's going to give up on it and transition into
he's still digging. He's still digging.
It's more of a...
He's going for a single leg now.
Yeah, and let's see if he can pull that single leg. That would be big. If he could pull the single leg, that's significant in indicating to Usman he has a little bit more superiority on the takedowns. But nope, he gives that up, and now we're in a clinch. Usman delivering about 2 or 3 shoulder strikes. Covington comes up with a knee. Usman releases with a little bit of a right that misses.
Oh, nice teep from Usman.
Outside leg kick.
Nice body kick from Colby.
Right now, Usman is still in the, what I would say, the controlling position in striking, controlling the range. Nice lead left by Covington, just missed. Covington's now landing a little bit more, and Usman seems to be throwing with a lot more power. Ooh.
Oh wow, both gentlemen clipping there. Colby's starting to look a little bit crisper.
Yeah,
in that exchange just then.
He is. His hands are landing just a little bit tighter right now than they were. You know, we're in about the last minute of the second round. They're landing about as well as they've landed the whole fight. His striking had picked up a lot earlier in the first time they fought. Oh, big uppercut by Usman.
Oh! Kamaru Usman knocks Colby Covington down with a huge left.
Oh,
and he puts him down. Oh, he puts him down. Step back, Kamaru. Step back. You gotta step back and swing. Colby needs to regain. He shoots for a takedown again. Kamaru clipped him huge. Twice he put him down there.
And Colby
shooting for a single and doing anything he can to survive right now.
This is his survival mode, and he's going to take a lot of punishment to his thighs right now. Wow, Colby Covington survives that round, and gets taken down twice.
Colby got dropped twice in that round.
Colby gets dropped, very significant, very similar to the 5th round against Usman. 2 big drops, and you know what he did? He wrapped Usman's legs, and that was the end of the...
That saved him. He almost got put out at the end of that one.
Yeah.
Usman now needs to come out with composure. If Usman wants to win, he needs to be composed. Colby needs to come out grappling, and Usman needs to come out composed.
Yeah. Nice left by Usman.
Left by Usman.
Drops Colby, a little check left, and then he drops him again with another left. Second left drops him a second time, and Covington, to his credit, finds a leg and buries himself into that leg and saves himself for that last round. He gets dropped again, and at this point, Covington is in survival mode and grabs a leg. You're right. Usman needs to be in a little bit more, almost like Justin Gaethje was.
He can't be too eager. He can't be too eager. He needs to be calm and composed.
Yeah. Here we go. Usman and Covington, round 3. Here we go. Usman won that round. That's got to be a 10-8 round Usman. So if you say Usman won the first round and a 10-8 round in the second round, even if he lost the first round, he's up by a point.
Colby's not going to stop either, and Colby's still dangerous. Colby still has hands. We cannot put Colby out of this one yet. Kamaru still needs to stay composed if he wants to win this. And Colby right now needs to find his feet and regain some of Kamaru's respect. If he wants to continue progressing in this fight, we've got another 3 rounds, he needs to gain some of Kamaru's respect.
At this point, Kamaru looks a lot more comfortable standing and striking than Colby does. Colby is finding it difficult to find entry positions to deliver his strikes effectively. His best striking right now is countering when Usman closes distance, but he's not able to do anything when he's trying to close distance. He's trying to throw this sort of this side kick to the body, side kick to the head, and he's probably thrown about 10 of those, and each one of those gets blocked
Nice jab from Usman there.
Usman stands Colby up. Usman walking Colby down.
Oh,
big shot by Colby.
Nice 1-2 from Colby. Colby clips Kamaru there, but Kamaru doesn't stagger, still coming forward. Nice left from
by
Colby. Yeah.
And Kamaru is a little bit more tentative, probably, taking that shot. Goes for a takedown attempt, a fake takedown attempt.
For Kamaru.
At this point, they're just sort of, again, just gauging each other. Colby goes for a little sneaky like uppercut. It's almost like a
lead uppercut.
A lead uppercut, nicely delivered, but just a little bit short. 3 minutes and 26 seconds left in the third round. At this point, Covington's got to start thinking about points as well. And
Colby fakes a takedown.
Yeah, and at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Colby tries to take Kamaru down just to switch things up. Kamaru a little bit wild now, probably sensing that he can hurt Covington. He needs to stay in his lane and stay tight. Again, a little bit wild. Now those misses also take away a lot of energy and sap your strength if you're missing by a lot, especially with those heavy shots. He's walking Covington down a little bit right now. And Covington again tries this outside leg kick that's blocked by Usman. Covington lurching forward, almost Covington hits Usman with a step forward. Usman's in the pocket though, and Covington tries to take Usman down. Usman buries
Beautiful takedown defense from Kamaru Usman here, and just pounding on the head of Colby Covington.
Takedown defense by Usman, and now he's just absolutely destroying Covington's body as he disengages from Covington.
Nice left on the break from Kamaru as well.
So Covington has now shot 3 times. He's actually gotten successful with the first knockdown, or the first takedown. Looks like Covington's bleeding from a different part of his face at this point. Covington tries another kick, but he's really having trouble getting into range. This is the bit that is been problematic for Covington. I will say though, he's landing that left when Usman gets into space, and he's landed it a couple times, and it's been pretty devastating. That counter left, he tried to land it there again and missed. Usman, nice body shot, and Covington's looking like he's wearing it right now. He's got cuts on different parts of his face, and another shot by Usman. Covington slipped. I'm not sure if he wobbled or slipped.
No, it was a little slip.
Yeah, his face is starting to get marked up though at this point, and Covington trying to lunge for a left. Usman still pretty sharp with his jab. His jab hasn't been the weapon that we've seen in a couple of the earlier fights, but it might not be as easy to deliver that jab against the southpaw, where the right is a little bit easier. Oh, nice combination.
Usman gets clipped, and he clips Colby there. Both men trading, and he does clip Colby there for a second, and takes another lead uppercut. Colby's still dangerous, still very dangerous right now.
Very much so. And Usman trying to work the body, trying to put some invest in the body a little bit. And at this point, 35 seconds left.
Nice body shot from Kamaru.
Great body shot by Kamaru. Colby smiles it off again. Usually when a fighter, nice shots by Colby. Nice shots by Colby.
Colby clipping Usman.
Nice shots by Colby. Nice shot by Colby. And Kamaru smiles. You know what that means. So that was a shot by, and Colby gets Kamaru's back.
Colby gets Kamaru's back and drags him down.
Interesting.
This is the moment that Colby's been needing.
He tries to drag Kamaru down.
Last 10 seconds.
5 seconds left. Colby delivering some damage to Usman. This is the best exchange that Colby's had. The best exchange that Colby's had. And Colby looks at Kamaru and almost to say, I got you there. Mm-hmm. And Usman has to accept that. I have to say, with that last exchange, Usman probably lost that round.
Yeah, maybe.
So, it's going to be now, to me, 2 for Usman, 1 for Covington. And Usman's hanging on Trevor Whitman in a way that may indicate that he's getting tired. And this might be the bit, that we were talking about. With the additional ground game, Covington's pace could now start playing a role in this fight. At this point, Covington has a couple cuts on his face, but I have to say Covington seemed like he got the better of those exchanges.
Just starting to land a bit more, Covington, that round.
He is starting to land more, and he got a clean takedown. So, and rode the back for 10 seconds or so. So, starting the fourth round now, we have it 2-1. Would you say 2-1 Usman? 2-1 Usman, fourth round. Whose tank is most compromised right now? It's hard to tell. There's no signs at this point. And let's see. That round felt a little looser for Usman in his striking. He looked like he was going for a little bit more head hunting that round than being in the pocket, so to speak. They're both still just standing in the center of the cage. Covington tries a couple quick jabs. His jabs are coming out nice and quick and straight, similar to Usman's. Usman getting a little anxious. Usman's feeling like he can hurt Covington, but he puts himself at risk.
Oh, just got clipped there, did Usman, but nice head movement to get out of the way. Covington really trying to throw all he's got to try and land something here against Usman.
I think Covington's winning these exchanges.
Covington with a really nice jab.
Yeah, these exchanges now are slowly tilting a little bit to Covington. Usman's not landing quite as cleanly, and Covington's landing every now and again, landing a combination. Usman, nice footwork to get out of range. The jab of Usman is not as effective as it usually is because Covington's he's got his hand up, and that jab's just not getting through that southpaw stance, that southpaw high guard that Covington has. Usman lunging for a body shot, and we're 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in the.
Whoa. Oh wow, Colby throwing wild there. And Kamaru's distance management good at this point, but if Colby manages to close that distance, that would have put him down.
Yeah, that was a big shot, and I think Colby is looking for this uppercut, this almost uppercut from the outside, and I think he might think he sees something. He might. There it is again. He sees.
Oh, he clips Kamaru Usman there.
Covington is landing. Covington is landing. Usman's landing as well, but Covington is coming on now. He's mixing it up in a way that his combinations are coming in. He's slipping punches pretty nicely. Usman seems to take a really good punch, though, at this point. Halfway through this round, you got to give it slightly to Covington as nice body shot by Usman, as he's probably landed just a little bit more. Covington looking for that uppercut again. He's worked on that uppercut. Oh, big shot by Usman. Covington goes to shoot. Every time Usman lands a big shot, I feel like Covington may look for a way to save himself by shooting. Those are big shots by Covington. Usman looks a little bit more in control right now. It's just the shifts of the sand. The tide is coming and going for each of these guys.
Kamaru needs to be careful right now.
It's a very, very close
2 minutes
fight.
left in this round.
It's still a tactical fight. Very, very tactical. Big shot, big straight by Covington. And Covington is landing. He's landing a lot more than he was in the past. He's coming on a little bit, I would say, in this fight. Tell you what, he keeps shooting that leg kick to the head. Usman trying to close distance and land a really big, heavy body shot. But every time he closes distance, it feels like when they're inside close, Covington's hands are just a little crisper in close. Here we go.
Kick to the body.
Did that hurt Usman? We don't know. As they exchange, wow, Covington touches Usman a couple times in this exchange. When they're slinging, Covington is very, very competitive. When they're outside, Usman seems to land the more telling blows. A minute to go in this fourth round.
Kamaru needs to relax. Kamaru needs to relax. He's getting Colby's really landing now. Colby's beginning to open up this round. I would give this round to Colby, I think.
I would as well. And now that would put it at 2-2 in rounds. Colby goes for a takedown. Does he get it?
Beautiful takedown defense from Kamaru.
Colby still hunting for a takedown with 40 seconds to go. He drops down, can't get the takedown. So Usman defends the takedown perfectly. Usman now trying to jar Covington with his shoulder barges. And Covington trying to knee Usman as they're standing in a clench up against the
big elbow from Colby.
Big elbow again from Colby. Colby's landing some decent blows inside, and anytime they're exchanging, Colby gets at least as good as he's taking. Nice shot. Whoa, that staggered Usman. That staggered Usman, I think. That staggered Usman. That last shot, I believe, staggered Usman.
Colby's getting confident. Colby's starting to feel himself again.
Yeah, I believe we need to see that last exchange because I think Usman
2-2?
buckled. I think it's 2-2. I think it's 2-2. Well, here's the thing. The one round that Usman won was a 10-8 round because he dropped Colby twice. So I think Usman has an additional point in the bank. That's what it feels like. Yep, that last shot staggered Usman, and it's a left that staggered him. Okay, so we're going into the fifth round. I think it's 2-2, but Usman may have a point in the bank just because he knocked Covington down. Let's see what the instructions are. Last round.
God. I don't want to watch this, guys. I don't think I can do another round of this stress. Oh my God.
All right, here we go.
Both gentlemen getting at it in the center, talking shit to each other in the center.
Mergliata in between them. All right, here we go. 5 minutes left to see who the new or the still welterweight champion is. And they're both just sizing each other up, pawing at each other. Covington closing distance, so he feels like he may have discovered something at the end of that fourth round. Now, Covington may open himself up for something if he gets a little wild. But Usman is showing just a little bit of a crack in his striking defense right now, in that Covington is a little cleaner with his combinations, isn't he? Usman with a nice body shot. Usman trying to establish the jab. Covington again trying to hit that straight left.
Body shot from Usman.
Usman, Usman big uppercut. Big uppercut.
Oh, Kamaru clips Usman. Kamaru clips Colby though with a nice straight body shot there for Usman again. Nice straight for Usman.
Usman looking like he's big shots by Covington. Other shots by Covington. Covington is landing.
Kamaru needs to keep his hands up. Dear God, this is a fight.
Wow.
Oh, Kamaru gets staggered. Kamaru just got staggered.
Covington going for a takedown and doesn't get it. Usman stuffs the takedown and so is in a dominant top position here. This position is going to be released in a minute unless Usman tries to walk over to side control. But usually what's going to happen is Covington will make his way. Let's try to plant a little bit and make his way to his feet. There we go. Okay, 3 minutes left, and it's still very much a 50-50 round.
This is a crazy fight, guys.
Covington going for this.
So much. Can't believe this shit right now.
Covington going for this uppercut.
Covington
he feels like he's
looking crisp in this fifth.
Oh, big shot by Usman. Another big shot by Usman.
Colby looking crisper in the combinations, in the exchanges, just looking like Kamaru's head movement is kind of dipping into what Colby's throwing.
Yeah, and at this point, it's 2:50 left in this round.
Oh, nice head kick from Kamaru.
Oh, big shot by Colby. I don't know if it landed. It's hard to say. His left is either landing or it's hitting Usman's glove because Usman's glove is very high on his face, which is, good for Usman defensively. Colby looks to lunge with a straight right, and that was a clever sort of change up for Colby. Usman looking to land a big right. Usman looking to land something decisive. Colby knows he needs to pick up a little bit right now. And those leg kicks have been swatted away the entire fight. No leg kick advantage. There's no front kick advantage like there was the last. Whoa, Usman slips. And Colby dives for a takedown. Usman gets back up and defends the takedown well. At this point, though, Colby has Usman up against the cage. And Colby's pushing Usman up against the cage. 1 minute and 46 seconds left. Judging-wise, if I was Usman, I'd probably try to roll out of this because this doesn't look great. I would think Usman probably is slightly ahead in this round, but this is turning the tide to making it more of a 50-50 round with 1.5 minutes to go.
Yep.
This could end up being a draw. I mean, this is that close.
This is very close right now. Both gentlemen so closely matched. Like, if ever there's been two gentlemen who are like adversaries, mortal enemies, Batman and the Joker, you know, it's this right here. I'm sweating so much, dear Christ. Both gentlemen need to be... Colby throwing with wild regard there, just trying to end this. Just trying to do what he can to end this. Doing a really good job to defend those jabs coming in from Usman by keeping that left hand guard. That right hand guard really, really clean there from Colby.
And Colby,
last minute,
is obviously scouted this uppercut, this sort of lead hand uppercut. He's not landed it very effectively, but he keeps shooting it. And I'll tell you what, if it does land, it will do damage.
Eye poke.
It was an accidental eye poke. What, this happens. This happens. So give Colby the time to heal himself.
Barely an eye poke. Barely an eye poke.
Yeah.
It was an eye poke, but it was barely one. It was a graze.
Yeah. All right. We've got, it's going to be under a minute left. 30, how much time is left?
30 seconds. Doctor's coming in. Oh, wow. They're going to give it to Colby via doctor stoppage.
Is he going to really do this? He can't do this. He can't do this.
That was barely poked his eye. It was an eye graze if Colby pulls this shit.
Wow. Can you imagine?
He's on the wrong eye. They're rubbing the wrong eye.
All right. So Covington does say he can continue. He's good. So it looked like there might be almost like a Aljo
40
redo.
seconds left, guys.
40 seconds left. 30 seconds left in the fight. In Covington, Usman, 2. And I wouldn't be surprised to see another one of those uppercuts coming from Covington to finish the show. Usman staying in range. Who knows who wins this round? I don't know who wins this round. I mean, it could very well be.
Nice head kick from Kamaru there. Last 10 seconds.
Okay, they're just exchanging the last 10 seconds of the fight, and
wow, respect. Wow,
finally,
wow, respect between both of them.
It's taken 10 rounds for them to finally give each other some respect, and that's nice to see. That's nice to see.
Dan Mergliata breaking up the love.
Covington deserves Usman's respect.
Saucy boy, thank you for following on Twitch. Welcome to La Familia. The real Colby suddenly came into existence just then at the end there. The real Colby suddenly appeared.
Yeah, and the difference in this fight might be the knockdowns, or not. It could end up being a draw. If they give Colby 3 rounds and Usman 2, and then give Usman a 10-8 in the round that he won, it's a draw. I think a draw stays with the champion, doesn't it? I'm not even sure, but there would be a redo.
Wow.
Nice shot by Usman. I tell you what, that second round was very, very close to being stopped.
Yeah.
Colby did a great job of surviving. The UFC has been horrible at calling a 10-8 round. Well, let's see.
Here we go.
I bet this was the plan the whole time. I'm not sure if you can plan. That's a pretty amazing orchestration if that was the plan. I'm not sure, Kyle. Keyshawn, Colby is a baby. I don't think so. I think Colby fought really well. And by the way, they all, at the end of the fight, they embraced each other and gave each other respect. So all that shit kind of went out the door in that last minute. Who knows at the end of the fight how it's going to be and who's going to be complaining and who's going to be.
Here we go, guys. We're just waiting for that result.
Here we go. It's very, very close to call. I mean, in strikes, Usman has more strikes. He has more body shots, more head shots. Leg kicks, Colby has 6 to Usman's 3. Control on the ground, Covington had just under 2 minutes. Usman had just over 1 minute. Takedowns, 1 of 1 for Usman, 0 of 11 for Covington. So they didn't give him the first one.
Here we go. 28-27.
48-47. 49-46.
Kamaru.
That's Kamaru Usman.
Yeah, Kamaru.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kamaru Usman by unanimous decision, guys.
Yeah. I don't agree with the 49-46, but
Neither do I.
48-47 is right. And he won that. For everyone that's watching, he won that on the 2 knockdowns in round 2. That's how he won that fight.
100%.
Wow. And I'm sure Colby's going to have something to say, but he did get knocked down a couple times, and that was the difference. Usman defends, and
and Trevor Whitman goes 3 for 3.
Trevor Whitman's fighters go 3 for 3. Amazing. That was crazy. What a night for them. Justin Gaethje, very, very impressive. Rose Namajunas, also impressive. I'd say of the 3, Usman had the biggest challenge, and it was the closest fight at 49-40. Was it 49-46?
He's given some props to Colby.
Yeah. Well, he has to. I mean, that was a real...
He said this guy's a tough son of a bitch.
Yeah.
He wanted to get crazy and get him out of there. But Colby was dangerous.
Yeah. He was dangerous. He had some striking that was, different and dangerous. So Usman is the champ. Usman now has 2 wins over Covington. It'll be interesting to see if Covington gets on the mic and how he handles it. I would think he's probably going to say he thought he won. But at the end of the fight, Miragliotta does a good job of not separating them. They both go head-to-head and just stay there for a minute. And it was Usman that ends up the champion of the welterweight division for another defense. Amazing. Kamaru Usman.
Guys, if you've enjoyed tonight, please head over and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Give us a chance, guys. Come back for another pay-per-view. Check out some of our other content. Jeffrey, you also said you enjoy D&D, mate. Love that. Go to our website. We do the best NPCs in the world. homieandthedude.com. Jeffrey Pearson. Check it out.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We're just going to see if Covington comes on the mic. If he does, it'd be interesting to see what his take is. I'm hoping that he... and thanks, guys, for all your subs. We got a nice little bump of subs, so thank you very much, everyone, for your contributions of subscriptions tonight. Really, really appreciate it. I'm just going to put my headphones on to hear if Covington gets announced or interviewed.
NBA, no problem. Thank you for coming and joining us today. Jeffrey, no problem. Go check out our website, Jeffrey, homieandthedude.com. Go check out our D&D NPCs. You'll really like them. Our first NPC pack is live as well.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, he's going to Colby. See what Colby says. Let's see how humble he is after this.
We'll give you guys the lowdown. Yeah.
He said he had his moments. He wobbled him a couple times. Just wasn't able to capitalize. Had a better night. Thank you to all the fans. Thank you to the first responders, military. People who keep America free, apparently.
All right.
He's saying, if you hate me, it's fine, I love you. He's saying, I hope you hate me.
I'll tell you what, Covington made improvements in his public persona just by how he accepted that defeat.
Yeah, massively so.
He didn't complain. He said Usman was a better man. He said, I had my opportunities, I didn't capitalize, and Usman was the better man tonight. Let's see if that's continuing to be his party line. But there's the person with the biggest smile in the entire arena is Trevor Whitman. He
3-0. 3-0 tonight.
3-0, 3 huge wins for Trevor Whitman, and all 3 of his fighters come out with
victories.
Lots and lots of opportunities going forward.
Do you want to go through the main card one last time?
Let's go the card. Let's go through the card one last time. Let me pull up a way to do this more.
Here, I can do it. I can do it. Here.
Yeah?
Here, I got you. So, first of all, we had Justin Gaethje versus Michael Chandler, which easily was going to be fight of the night. It ended by unanimous decision for Justin Gaethje. Then we had Shane Burgos versus Billy Quarantillo, another phenomenal brawl. Both gentlemen really going at it. Another contender for fight of the night, and that was a unanimous decision for Shane Burgos. Then Marlon Vera won via front kick to the face against Frankie Edgar in a third round KO at 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Then Rose Namajunas won via split decision, my apologies, to Zhang Weili. It was 48-47, 49-46, and 47-48. The 47-48 to Zhang Weili was that one. A very, very, very close fight, that one. And then, even closer than that, Colby Covington versus Kamaru the Nightmare Usman. A unanimous decision for Kamaru Usman across the 5 rounds. 2 48-47s and 1 49-46. Guys, we have been Homie and the Dude, the father and son team. It is fucking 6 in the morning here for us. And we have been up since 6 yesterday morning. So hope you guys have an absolutely amazing weekend. Enjoy your Sunday. And guys, please, please, please hit us with the follow on Twitter. It's where we update everything. You'll find out when we put new podcasts up. You can interact with us and ask questions, all that kind of stuff. Furthermore, if you want to follow our content, subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's where we keep all of our content, all of our D&D videos, all of our MMA stuff, and all of our podcasts. Future Anime, good stream. Love you guys. See you next night. Hey, much love, Future Anime, to you. You're an absolute legend. Thank you so much. All the regulars who've come out: Nathaniel Simmons, Kyle Ward, NBA. You know, who else? Chris Zimmerman, Nathaniel Simmons. Fucking who else? Fucking Mello. All the people who came out who are just regulars here. We appreciate all of you guys, and we can't do this without any of you wonderful people who tune in. So guys, thank you all so much. Please take the time to support us. We've been up doing this for nearly 7.5 hours. So please support us, and we'll keep doing it for you guys.
Yeah, we're just going to drop the link in on whatever platform you're on, and that link will be a YouTube link. So there's 46 of you, just under 50 of you right now on the call. If you were able to just click on that YouTube link as it comes in, and then that will give you a live subscribe button just for you to subscribe to YouTube. That would be massively helpful. And what that will do is give you a notification for when we are live for UFC 269 in December. And that's going to be Poirier versus Oliveira, Nunez versus Pena,
Masvidal versus Edwards.
Masvidal versus Edwards. What a night. What a night. Wow. There was some great fights tonight.
Yeah.
Super happy to have
run this with you
guys. Hopefully we will be able to drop that link in. If you see it, there we go. There's the link one more time. It's on Facebook. So if you can just click on that link, that will open up a tab that gives you easy access to the YouTube. So that would be greatly helpful for us. For those of you that are on YouTube, even easier. Just open up the link at the bottom of the comments. You might have to copy and paste that, but if you copy and paste it, that will open up a subscribe.
40 of you amazing people who have spent the night with us tonight. We've had about, on average, 40 people throughout the whole evening. If you 40 people could just spend 1 quick minute, head on over to our YouTube and subscribe. It would make a massive difference to Tom and I's lives. We do this, we're doing this out of our living room set, wanting to make a difference to your guys' weekends and bring you good commentary. So if you enjoyed what we do, take a second to just support us and allow us to keep doing this. It really does help us out and make a huge difference to our lives as father and son, trying to take over the MMA and the TTRPG world. So one last time, guys, this has been Homie and the Dude, the father and son MMA and TTRPG podcast and destination for the best NPCs across all of the planes. Find us at Homie and the Dude across all social media, and check out our brand new website, homieandthedude.com, where you can find all of our freaking content. We freaking love you guys. Have a great freaking weekend. Goodbye. Later, people.
Later.
We out.